The Senate will come to order. I ask everyone present to please rise and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In the absence of clergy, let us bow our heads in a moment of silent reflection or prayer. Reading of the journal.
In Senate, Wednesday, June 3rd, 2026, the Senate met pursuant to adjournment. Journal of Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026 is read and approved. On motion, the Senate adjourned.
Without objection, the journal stands approved as read. Presentation of petitions and messages from the Assembly. Secretary will read.
Senator Hinchey moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 7594C and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 3852C, third reading count of 102. Senator Martinez moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 5079E and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 194D, third reading count of 181. Senator Gunardez moves to discharge from the Committee on Internet and Technology Assembly Bill number 6578B and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 6955A, third reading count of 433. Senator Ramos moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 6950 and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9843, third reading count of 731. Senator Webb moves to discharge from the Committee on Local Government Assembly Bill number 7620 and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7072, third reading count of 761. Senator Fahey moves to discharge from the Committee on Disabilities Assembly Bill number 1130A and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7794, third reading count of 1001. Senator Fernandez moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance Assembly Bill number 9113B, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8636B, third reading counter 1056. Senator Bailey moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 11412, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9833, third reading counter 1082. Senator Comrie moves to discharge from the Committee on Consumer Protection Assembly Bill number 3058C, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 6438C, third reading counter 1105. Senator Skoufis moves to discharge from the Committee on Consumer Protection Assembly Bill number 10411A, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9348A, third reading counter 1107. Senator Skoufis moves to discharge from the Committee on Energy Assembly Bill number 4713A, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 6200A, third reading counter 1118. Senator Stuart Cousins moves to discharge from the Committee on Codes Assembly Bill number 3987A, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8274, third reading counter 1141. Senator Stuart Cousins moves to discharge from the Committee on Codes Assembly Bill number 3988A, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8324, third reading counter 1142. Senator Ramos moves to discharge from the Committee on Civil Service Assembly Bill number 10835A, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9577A, third reading counter 1151. Senator Comrie moves to discharge from the Committee on Energy Assembly Bill number 10135, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9122, third reading counter 1213. Senator Ryan moves to discharge from the Committee on Transportation Assembly Bill number 11233A, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9806A, third reading counter 1281. Senator Adabo moves to discharge from the Committee on Veterans Assembly Bill number 3397A, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 1242A, third reading counter 1343. Senator Harcum moves to discharge from the Committee on Health Assembly Bill number 329C, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 3051B, third reading counter 1350. Senator Comrie moves to discharge from the Committee on Energy Assembly Bill number 6285, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 4430, third reading counter 1353. Senator Hinchey moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 9581B, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8706B, third reading counter 1386. Senator Bailey moves to discharge from the Committee on Insurance Assembly Bill number 10030B, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8969B, third reading counter 1389. Senator Weber moves to discharge from the Committee on Local Government Assembly Bill number 10184, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9059, third reading counter 1394. Senator Weber moves to discharge from the Committee on Local Government Assembly Bill number 10158, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9060, third reading counter 1395. Senator Adabo moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 9600A, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9063A, third reading calendar 1396. Senator May moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 10415, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 93058, third reading calendar 1401. Senator Mayer moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance Assembly Bill number 65B, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9498, third reading calendar 1407. Senator Skoufis moves to discharge from the Committee on Health, Assembly Bill number 10,312A. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9555A, third reading, count of 1409. Senator Hinchey moves to discharge from the Committee on Health, Assembly Bill number 9140. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9604, third reading, count of 1410. Senator Martinez moves to discharge from the Committee on Local Government, Assembly Bill number 10,419. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9900, third reading, count of 1423. Senator Ryan moves to discharge from the Committee on Local Government, Assembly Bill number 11,004. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9901, third reading, count of 1424. Senator Ryan moves to discharge from the Committee on Local Government, Assembly Bill number 11,006. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9902, third reading, count of 1425. Senator Martinez moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11,376. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9903, third reading, count of 1426. Senator Stavisky moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11,368. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,066, third reading, count of 1429. Senator Cooney moves to discharge from the Committee on Consumer Protection, Assembly Bill number 563A. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,227, third reading, count of 1432. Senator Gunardes moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11,234. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,273, third reading, count of 1433. Senator Harkle moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11,392. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,411, third reading, count of 1434. Senator Bottcher moves to discharge from the Committee on Cities 1, Assembly Bill number 10,922. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,431, third reading, count of 1435. Senator Martinez moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11,358. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,432, third reading, count of 1436. Senator Ryan moves to discharge from the Committee on Codes, Assembly Bill number 3191A. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,438, third reading, count of 1437. Senator Serrano moves to discharge from the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Assembly Bill number 9693. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,525, third reading, count of 1440. Senator Skoufis moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11,372. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,531, third reading, count of 1441. Senator Fahey moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11,464. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,542, third reading, count of 1442. Senator Martinez moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11,377, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,566, third reading, count of 1443.
Thank you, Gerald, and so ordered. Messages from the Governor, report to standing committees, report to select committees, communications, and report from state offices. Motions and resolutions. Senator Gianaris.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. I move to adopt the resolution calendar. What I just said, Mr. President. Let's take up previously adopted Resolution 2314 by Senator Ramos. Read that resolution's title and call on Senator Ramos.
Secretary Reed.
Resolution 2314 by Senator Ramos, recognizing the New York chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance.
Ramos on the resolution.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Today, we recognize the New York State chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance and the extraordinary workers that they represent. When we talk about what makes New York work, we often talk about industries and businesses and institutions, but behind all of those things are people who make it possible for everyone else to show up. The nanny who cares for a child before going to school, the home care worker helping a senior age with dignity, the house cleaner whose labor gives a family time and stability. Domestic workers are the workers who make all other work possible. And yet, for generations, they were excluded from basic labor protections that many other workers have taken for granted. And that exclusion wasn't accidental. Much of this work has historically been performed by women, by immigrants, Black women, and women of color. And for too long, society depended on their labor while denying them the dignity, recognition, pay, and protections they deserve. But domestic workers are organized. They refuse to remain invisible. And so today we honor that legacy of pioneers like Dorothy Bolden, who understood that dignity is not something workers should have to ask for. It's something that they are owed. The National Domestic Workers Alliance has carried that legacy forward, organizing workers, developing leaders, recovering stolen wages, and fighting for policies that recognize the value of care work. Because care is work, and care workers deserve rights. Their advocacy has helped secure paid sick leave, paid family leave, workplace protections, and greater recognition of the essential role domestic workers play in our economy and in our communities. As chair of the Senate Labor Committee, I believe protecting workers means protecting all workers, not just the workers whose jobs are highly visible, not just the workers with the loudest voices, all workers. And few workers embody the values of service, sacrifice, and care more than domestic workers. They care for our children, our parents, and our homes. And in doing so, they hold our communities together. Today, we proudly recognize the New York chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance for their leadership, their advocacy, and their unwavering commitment to dignity, fairness, and justice for working people. Mr. President, one of the most incredible labor organizers from my community, Abigail, is here with all of the domestic workers from across New York State who are making change happen. Please extend all of the courtesies of the House to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ramos. Senator Hinchey on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today with profound gratitude to honor an extraordinary movement and the remarkable women who have built it, and I want to thank the sponsor for this resolution. For the past decade, the We Dream in Black New York chapter has been rewriting the story of what's possible when people refuse to accept injustice. Today, as we celebrate their 10-year anniversary, I want the Senate record to reflect something our nation needs to hear. The domestic workers of this country are among the most powerful leaders and change makers that we have. I was meeting with my sisters from the Red Carpet for Social Justice Coalition, many of whom are members of We Dream in Black. After they told me about this incredible milestone, I knew that when the day came for us to welcome them here to the Capitol, I had to take a moment to say thank you. Because across our communities, they are the unsung heroes whose leadership deserves to be enshrined in the Senate record. Labor is the backbone of every community, and domestic workers do some of the most important, sacred, difficult, and deeply personal work there is. They are the people nurturing our children with patience and tenderness. They are the people caring for our aging loved ones with dignity and gentleness, and they often become trusted members of our families. They deserve to be seen and celebrated. Their work requires tremendous skill and emotional intelligence, and without their caring hands and generous hearts, so much would fall away. For far too long, their labor has been overlooked and underprotected. From the exclusion of domestic workers from Social Security in 1935 to the challenges and inequities still today. But We Dream in Black has been changing that reality. In just 10 years, they have built a home for Black, Afro-Latina, and Afro-descendant domestic workers to unite, amplify their voices, and illuminate their collective power. They've recovered more than $500,000 in stolen wages, helped workers understand their rights, and as the sponsor said, they won landmark victories for paid family leave and paid sick and safe leave. This is what the labor movement looks like. It's ordinary people standing together, lifting each other up, and moving mountains that once seemed unmovable. It's women refusing to accept anything less than the rights and fairness that they so fundamentally deserve. What We Dream in Black has achieved over the last 10 years is nothing short of remarkable. They have built a movement with a capital M, and they have inspired so many to lead with courage, compassion, and belief in themselves. To the phenomenal members of We Dream in Black here in the chamber today, we see you, we celebrate you, we thank you for being innovators, problem solvers, and for raising your voices to raise labor standards for domestic workers. Your fight is our fight. Happy 10-year anniversary. Thank you, Mr. President. I proudly vote aye.
Thank you, Senator Hinchey. Senator Sanders on the resolution.
President. I too want to commend the sponsor for this move. I wouldn't be right if I didn't stand up for this moment. I am the son of a domestic worker, and my mother actually had the ability to go out and work and help raise other families and then come back and raise her own family. She had that much love. So I commend all of the people who are able to get out there and share love in this day and age, a love that this society desperately needs. So I continue to urge you to be the best you, and then to come home and to make sure that your children have everything that they need. I commend the struggle that you're having or that you're doing, and stand shoulder to shoulder with you to make sure that you are treated with the dignity that you deserve. I proudly vote aye.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. To the unsung heroes, to our sheroes, the fabric of society, the domestic workers, we celebrate you and we thank you for coming to the Capitol. We recognize you, and on behalf of the Senate, we extend to you all the privileges and cordialities of the House. Please rise and be recognized. The resolution was adopted on June 2nd. Senator Gianaris.
Okay, Mr. President, we have several members of the judiciary here, as well as other appointees who we are here to confirm. So I just want to give the members a sense of the cadence here. We're going to first take up the judicial nominations. We have agreed with the minority that only one member from each side will speak on these nominations in the interest of time. There are so many of you up there, and we love you all, but we also have to get through our session today. It's our last day of scheduled session. From there, we will take up the MTA nominees, and after that, the remaining nominees. And we are simultaneously going to have a meeting of the Rules Committee in room 332. So for us, it will be Senator Sepulveda. I believe it will be Senator Palumbo for the minority on the judicial nominations. So call the meeting of the Rules Committee and recognize Senator Sepulveda.
There'll be an immediate meeting of the Rules Committee, room 332, and Senator Sepulveda on the nominations. Excuse me. Wait, hold on a sec. The Secretary will read the nominations. I apologize.
Senator Sepulveda from the Committee on Judiciary reports the following nominations as interim justices of the Supreme Court: Deborah Gibbons, Joseph Reese, Tandra Dawson, and Louis Gigliotti. As judges of the Court of Claims: Adam Silverman, Nadine Fontaine, Ramon Rivera, Chris Ann Kelly, Anna Grimaldi, Ellen Tobin, Richard Horowitz, Alicia Jerez, Raymond Fernandez, Damaris Torrent, Charles Troya, Jeanette Rodriguez Morick, Daniel Conviser, Alexander Jung, Michelle Rodney, Sakira Kapoor, Carmen Victoria St. George, Fedoraliza Rodriguez, Andrew Amir, Danielle Edie, Troy Smith, Jennifer Nyberg, Jordan Katz, and Mara McCabe.
Senator Serrano.
I know we got a little bit ahead of ourselves, but is there a report of the Judiciary Committee at the desk?
Yes, and the Secretary read, and we are.
We're good.
No, we need
Okay.
to.
And I move to accept the report of the Judiciary Committee, and I ask that you then recognize Senator Sepulveda.
All those in favor of accepting the report of the Judiciary Committee, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The report of the Judiciary Committee is accepted. Senator Sepulveda on the nominations.
Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to speak on this nomination. But before I do, I just want to take a personal point of privilege and thank retiring Justice Richard Seiss, who has been just an incredible leader of the Court of Claims for several years, and he's going to be sorely missed. After much deliberation and commitment and all of the work by all of the nominees, I am proud to announce that today we will bring to the floor the nomination of 4 interim Supreme Court justices, 7 new Court of Claim justices, and 21 who are reappointed or extended. Each and every person who appeared before our Judiciary Committee, every candidate, has an incredible story, an incredible resume, and I am so proud that this is my first nominees as the new chair of the Judiciary Committee. And I'm so proud that each and every one of them were here and that I'm able to see some friends and some judges who I've either appeared before, who are excellent justices, and I'm happy to be here to announce their nomination or renomination and the renomination of the interim justices. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to all my colleagues in the committee who worked so hard and sat with us throughout the process. They did a great job. And now I hereby move the nominations to the floor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sepulveda. Before we move the nomination, Senator Palumbo on the nominations.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I second this batch of nominees and associate myself with the comments of Chairman Sepulveda and Judge Seiss. Thank you for your service to this great state and to the judiciary as a whole. Yesterday, during the nominating process, to the person, the nominees described and discussed how grateful they were to the administrative judge. You will be missed. And congratulations to all of those nominees. We all, throughout the day, we all have different relationships with many of these judges, so I won't single anyone in particular out, but they all have phenomenal resumes. They will continue to do great work, and for some of them, new work. Particularly, well, I have to do, maybe I will mention one, Jennifer Nyberg. Her father was a very well-respected attorney in Suffolk County and was a family friend as well. So congratulations to you, and Ira is also, and her husband's a very good friend. So congratulations to all of you. Thank you, Mr. President, and I proudly will be voting aye on this resolution.
Thank you, Senator Palumbo. The question for the House is on the nominations. Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cuttins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to the nominations voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Myrie, O'Mara, Ort, Rivera, Steck, Walzig, and White. Ayes 45, nays, also Senator Oberacker. Ayes 44, nays 12.
The nominees are confirmed. Please rise and be recognized, nominees. Congratulations and thank you for your service. Senator Serrano.
Mr. President, there's a report of the Finance Committee at the desk. Please take that up.
Secretary Reed.
Senator Kruger from the Committee on Finance supports the following nominations. As members of the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, Melanie Hartzog, Jeanette Sadiq Khan, Matthew Rand, James O'Donnell. As members of the Advisory Council on Agriculture, Kimberly Ann Wagner, Olivia Fuller, Samuel Casella. As members of the Convention Center Operating Corporation, Mark Schroeder, David Rappaport. As members of the Dormitory Authority, Walter Odin, Elizabeth Velez, and Fabia Hewat. As a member of the Port of Oswego Authority, William Christ. As a member of the State Commission of Correction, Alexander Dockery. As a member of the Palisades Interstate Park Commission, Stephen Noble. As a member of the Saratoga Capital District State Park Recreation and Historic Preservation Commission, Brian Stratton. As a member of the Board of Visitors of Central New York Development Disability Services Office, Beverly Gibbs. As a member of the Power Authority of the State of New York, Michael Cusick. As a member of the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, Aubrey Ziebelman. As a member of the New York Financial Control Board, Catherine Weil. As members of the Public Health and Health Planning Council, Christina Gerdes, Catherine Haslanger, and John Van Valkenburg. As a trustee of the Board of Trustees of Cornell University, Eric Gonzalez. As members of the State University of New York College of Environmental Science and Forestry, Jessica Otney Mahar, Peter Smith, and Stephen Noble. As members of the Industrial Board of Appeals, Richard Baum, Haya Him, Robert McCreener. As a member of the State Insurance Fund, Richard Dollinger. As members of the Behavioral Health Services Advisory Council, Alyssa Monfiletto, Christina Gardiz, and Suzanne Levine. As a member of the New York State Gaming Commission, Martin Mack and Brian O'Dwyer. As a member of the Buffalo and Fort Erie Public Bridge Authority, Mark Schroeder. And as a member of the New York State Thruway Authority, Linda Brown Robinson.
The report of the Finance Committee, and I ask that you then recognize Senator Liu.
Senator Serrano, I think we're going to temporarily stand at ease. The Senate will return to order. Senator Serrano.
Mr. President, as I was mentioning, I move to accept the report of the Finance Committee. I ask that you recognize Senator Liu.
All those in favor of accepting the report of the Finance Committee, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The report of the Finance Committee is accepted. Senator Liu on the nominations.
Mr. President, the Finance Committee held meetings for the purpose of considering these nominations, and the nominations were forwarded to the Senate floor for passage. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Liu. Senator Comrie on the nominations.
Mr. President, the Corporations, Authorities, and Commissions Committee also met simultaneously with Finance, and we support and submit the following nominations to the Metropolitan Transit Authority: Melanie Hartzog, Jeanette Sadik Khan, Matthew W. Rand, James O'Donnell, to be members of the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. We also had members for the other groups: Kimberly Ann Wagner for Advisory Council on Agriculture, Olivia Fuller for Advisory Council on Agriculture, Samuel J. Casella, Advisory Council on Agriculture, Mark J.F. Schroeder, Member Convention Center Operating Corporation, David Rappaport, Member Convention Center Operating Corporation, Walter Oden, Dormitory Authority, Elizabeth Velez, Dormitory Authority, Tabia Hiwat, Dormitory Authority, William Chris, Port of Oswego Authority, Alexander Dockery, State Commission of Correction, Stephen Noble, Palisades Interstate Park Commission, Brian Stratton, Saratoga Capital District State Park, Beverly Gibbs, Board of Visitors, Michael Kuzik, Power Authority, Audrey Siebelman, Energy Authority, Catherine Wild, Financial Control Board, New York Financial Control Board, Christina Gertis, Public Health and Planning Council, Catherine Haslinger, Public Health and Planning Council, John Van Valkberg, Public Health and Planning Council, Eric Gonzalez, Trustee Board of Cornell University, Jessica Otley Mahar, State University of New York, Environmental Science and Forestry, Peter Smith, State University, Environmental Science and Forestry, Stephen Noble, State of New York, Environmental Science and Forestry, Richard Baum, Industrial Board of Appeals, Haya Yim, Industrial Board of Appeals, Robert McCregor, Industrial Board of Appeals, Richard Dollinger, State Insurance Fund, Alyssa Ampufulo, Behavioral Services Advisory Council, Christina Gertis, Behavioral Services Advisory Council, Suzanne Levine, Behavioral Services Advisory Council, Martin Mack, New York State Gaming Commission, Brian O'Dwyer, New York State Gaming Commission, Mark J.F. Schroeder, also will be a member of the Buffalo and Fort Erie Bridge Authority, and Linda Brown Robinson, New York State Thruway Authority. We submit these names for to be accepted in their positions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Comrie. The Secretary will read.
As members of the Board of the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, Melanie Hartzog, Jeanette Sadiq Khan, Matthew Rand, and James O'Donnell.
The question is on the nomination. Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cutton, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to the nomination, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Councilman Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martinez, Martins, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rose, Rolliston, Stavisky, Stett, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 36, nays 24.
The nominees are confirmed. Congratulations to the nominees. Please rise and be recognized. This the Secretary will read.
As members of the Advisory Council on Agriculture, Kimberly Wagner, Olivia Fuller, Samuel Casella. As members of the Convention Center Operating Corporation, Mark Schroeder. David Rappaport. As members of the Dormitory Authority, Walter Oden, Elizabeth Velez, and Thabia Hebwat. As a member of the Port of Oswego Authority, William Chris. As Commissioner of the State Commission of Correction, Alexander Dockery. As a member of the Palisades Interstate Park Commission, Stephen Noble. As a member of the Saratoga Capital District State Park, Recreation, and Historic Preservation Commission, Brian Stratton. As a member of the Board of Visitors of the Central New York Development Disability Services Offices, Beverly Gibbs. As a member of the Power Authority of the State of New York, Michael Cusick. As a member of the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, Audrey Ziebelman. As a member of the New York Financial Control Board, Catherine Weil. As members of the Public Health and Health Planning Council, Christina Gerdes, Catherine Haslanger, John Van Valkenburg. As a trustee of the Board of Trustees of Cornell University, Eric Gonzalez. As members of the SUNY College of Environmental Science and Forestry Board, trustees Jessica Otney, Mahar, Peter Smith, Stephen Noble. As members of the Industrial Board of Appeals, Richard Baum, Haya Him, Robert McCreener. As a member of the State Insurance Fund, Richard Dollinger. As members of the Behavioral Health Services Advisory Council, Alyssa Monfiletto, Christina Gerdes, Susan Levine. As members of the New York State Gaming Commission, Martin Mack, Brian O'Dwyer. As a member of the Buffalo and Fort Erie Public Bridge Authority, Mark Schroeder. As a member of the New York State Thruway Authority, Linda Brown Robinson.
Senator Gianaris.
We neglected on the last batch of nominations to call on Senator Murray to speak on behalf of the minority. So if we can do that now, and then we'll proceed with the nominees we just heard about.
Certainly. My apologies. Senator Murray on the nominations.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we listened to all the names. We listened to all of the different positions, whether it's agriculture, the Dormitory Authority, the State Commission of Corrections, the Gaming Commission, all of these different people. And some of the people I know, some of the people I think are wonderful, but it's many different people, many different positions. Now, I'm holding a calendar here. This is just the first of a few I imagine we're going to see today, with hundreds of bills. Should we just take every bill that deals with health care and put it in one pile? Every bill that deals with New York City, put it in a pile, and we'll just vote up or down on all of those? That would be ridiculous. This is just as ridiculous. These are important positions, important people with great backgrounds, some outstanding backgrounds, but we should be taking these up individually and show just how important these positions are, how important they are to all of New York's residents. Instead, we're doing one block up and down. It's absurd, and that's why I've been voting no and will continue to vote no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Murray. Senator Gianaris.
So it seems like Senator Murray was speaking about all of them generally, which is terrific. Can you please recognize Senator Salazar for the majority on these nominees?
Senator Salazar on the nomination.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is the first time in New York State history that we are voting to confirm a formerly incarcerated individual to become a commissioner on the State Commission of Correction. The State Commission of Correction, the SCOC, was created more than 130 years ago. Its original purpose was to have 9 commissioners providing rigorous oversight of New York's prisons and jails. Over time, the SCOC's ability to adequately perform that function suffered as the commission was reduced in size and in resources. But last year, this legislature passed and the governor signed legislation which, among other changes, seeks to expand the State Commission of Correction's size and its diversity. The intent is to ensure the Commission has both the capacity and expertise to objectively and effectively oversee New York's correctional facilities. This includes having at least one commissioner who has experienced incarceration firsthand. Alexander Dockery has the experience, the perspective, and the aptitude needed to work with fellow commissioners and staff to provide proper oversight of New York's prisons and jails. Despite having an 8th grade education upon entering prison at age 15, Mr. Dockery used his time while incarcerated to earn his high school equivalency diploma, his associate's degree, his bachelor's degree, and his master's degree while incarcerated. In 2023, in recognition of his clear and remarkable transformation while incarcerated, he was granted executive clemency by Governor Hochul. Since his commutation, Mr. Dockery has dedicated his life to mentoring young people, volunteering at food pantries, and helping formerly incarcerated New Yorkers transition back into society. Mr. Dockery, I thank you for your dedication, and I look forward to your work as the newest commissioner on the State Commission of Correction. I vote aye.
The question is on the nomination. Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris, Kruger, Ort, Sukut, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to the nominations, vote in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Canzone, Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Patera, Murray, Obarack, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rouse, and Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 38, nays 22.
The nominee is confirmed, and now you may applaud for Mr. Dockery. Congratulations. Senator Giannaris.
Let's move to previously adopted resolution 2298 by Senator Hinchey. Please read its title and call on Senator Hinchey.
Secretary Reed.
Resolution 2298 by Senator Hinchey, mourning the death of Minerva Sola, distinguished citizen and devoted advocate for workers' rights and social justice.
Senator Hinchey on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to commemorate the life of Minerva Soya, a legendary labor leader, a fierce champion for working people, and an unstoppable force for justice. who was taken from us this past April after a long and courageous battle with ovarian cancer. Minerva's life and career were defined by her voice. She was most often seen standing at the picket line, bullhorn in hand, chanting one of her famous rallying calls. She was a pioneering member and community organizer of the Young Lords Party and among the first women to serve in its defense ministry, shaping the movement during its formative years in the late 1960s in New York City. Minerva was fearless in speaking truth to power, but her true gift, the one that made her a legendary leader and mentor to so many, was helping others discover their own power in the struggle for justice and equality. Her passion for organizing was ignited at just 15 years old when CWA called a strike just weeks into her part-time job at Bell Telephone. Despite threats of losing her job, Minerva organized many of her coworkers to join strikers on the line, a bold and fitting beginning to what would become a lifetime of union advocacy. Minerva brought the same fire to Roosevelt Hospital in 1972, where she helped lead a historic 47-day strike that won union representation through 1199 SEIU. This victory marked the beginning of a decades-long commitment to 1199, during which Minerva would help shape the union into the powerhouse that it is today, organizing workers from New York City to the Hudson Valley. One of Minerva's proudest victories with 1199 came in the late 1980s at Our Lady of Mercy Hospital in the Bronx, where she helped 500 workers secure representation. At the time, Minerva was a single mom raising 3 kids, ages 2, 8, and 15. She wanted them to see why standing up for what you believe in matters, and how being part of a union can change the course of a person's life and future. So she brought her kids into her work and let them see their mother fight for working people. That was Minerva. She lived her values proudly, courageously, and in front of everyone, especially those she loved most. That conviction drove everything she did, and it was always for the betterment of others. It moved her to fight at the picket line and in the halls of government, championing landmark legislation like paid family leave and the Safe Staffing for Quality Care Act. It drove her to found the 1199 Latinos Unidos Committee to uplift Latino voices and culture. And when Hurricane Maria devastated Puerto Rico, that same conviction sent her to coordinate humanitarian relief missions to help bring healing to the island. Minerva never slowed down and never stopped fighting. So it came as no surprise when her retirement was a brief 30 days before she rejoined her brothers and sisters in labor, this time working with the New York State Nurses Association as the Upstate Organizing Director for Special Campaigns. In that role, Minerva built a coalition from the ground up that helped bring 20 mental health and detox beds back to Kingston Health Alliance Hospital, a coalition that I was proud to be a part of. That same organizing spirit led her to co-found the Red Carpet for Social Justice, a coalition full of strong, dynamic, and determined women working toward a better future for women and girls everywhere. I had the honor of joining one of their celebrations in the city to commemorate legislation that we championed together, and it was unlike any event I've ever been to. It was electric, seeing women so proudly representing their cultures, their womanhood, and unapologetically being who they are. The energy, music, speeches, and sense of purpose in that room was unforgettable, and I can't wait to go back. Minerva and the sisters, as she lovingly called them, created the idea for New York to commemorate International Women's Day every March 8th. They brought that vision to many of us here in this chamber, and I was proud to sponsor it. And this year marked our 3rd annual observance. And one of the last things we worked on together before Minerva's passing was strategizing how to make this an official state and federal holiday. I can't tell you how proud I was to select Minerva as one of my first Women of Distinction honorees, one of the easiest decisions I've made. I will cherish our friendship forever, and I will hold even closer the incredible coalition she helped build and the work she will continue to do together in her honor. Minerva was a leader in every sense of the word, a fighter for working people and the unions that represent them. It has been my privilege to watch this trailblazing woman in her element, to watch her organizing people toward a single mission, and of course, electrifying crowds with the power of her voice. One of my favorite memories with Minerva, of which there are countless, but it was doing the electric slide on Election Day. This is something, it was a tradition that just happened. It just happened in 2020. I went to meet her, and of course, with all of her energy and her fire, she is rallying the people. She's waving at the cars. She's making sure that people know to do their civic duty and to cast their vote, and what power that means. And when I joined her on the sidewalk, we broke into the electric slide. And it was so much fun. Something that we talked about all the time, because everything that Minerva did was fun. She brought joy to everything that she did. She brought that power to everything that she did. Every time I saw her, she talked about Puerto Rico. She talked about the importance it was for standing up for people. When we celebrated her life, a moment that I will cherish that I got to be a part of, she joined us through Zoom with her family next to her. She was still teaching us in her final days. She was still teaching us to advocate for housing for everyone, teaching us to treat people with dignity, inspiring us to push for better because the work is never done. And everything that we do in this chamber and that we do outside these halls in our communities will have a flavor of Minerva to it, because she was that big of a presence, that big of an inspiration, and that important person, that important of a person. I feel her with us all the time, and I truly feel so blessed to have called her a friend. We are joined today in the chamber by Minerva's family, her loving husband, Bruce Richard, her sister, Gloria Soya, and her sister-in-law, Belinda Matos, and her children, stepdaughter, Gabriela Richard, and her partner, Alejandro Quinones, Taina Martinez, Liana Barrios, Jose Gabriel Barrios. And we are joined also by many members of the Red Carpet for Social Justice, her sisters in power, her sisters in action. Please, Mr. President, please welcome our guests to the chamber and help us remember Minerva for all the incredible things that she's done. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hinchey. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard on the resolution? Seeing and hearing none, Senator Ramos to close.
Mr. President, this past March, I had the honor of being the keynote speaker at the Social Justice Women's Red Carpet event. I had the honor of standing right beside Minerva Soja. I felt her strength. I felt her determination, despite her ailment. And for the past 20 years that I personally got to know Minerva, she was always, and will always continue to be, a source of strength and of daring us to imagine the impossible. Minerva was unapologetic in her pursuit of liberation for the people of Puerto Rico and people all over the world. Yes, she was a nurse. She worked at both NISNA and 1199. But boy, would I have loved the ability to see her in her younger years as one of the young lords on the streets of New York, organizing Latinos in the Bronx, in uptown Manhattan, organizing them for dignity and making sure that the services that our people have paid for so long were actually delivered with the dignity that we deserve. I will miss Minerva, I already do. I will miss her every day, and I am very thankful for the honor and the privilege to have known her, to have worked with her, and to have stood shoulder to shoulder with her just a few days before she passed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ramos. To the Soja family, first and foremost, que viva Puerto Rico. We welcome you on behalf of the New York State Senate, and we commemorate her legacy. And to her family and friends in labor and blood family, we recognize her, and we welcome you on behalf of the Senate. We extend to you all the privileges and courtesies of this House. Please rise and be recognized. The resolution was adopted on June 2nd. Senator Serrano.
Mr. President, let's take up previously adopted Resolution 2272 by Senator Skoufis. Let's read that resolution title only and call on Senator Skoufis.
Secretary Reed.
Resolution 2272 by Senator Skoufis congratulating Daniel Casper of Briar Cliff, New York, upon the occasion of representing the United States as an Olympic curler in the Milano Cortina 2026 Winter Olympic Games in February 2026.
Senator Skoufis on the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Proud to rise today to welcome our honored guests who've joined us on the Senate floor this afternoon. You know, the first evidence of a curling stone was found in Scotland, inscribed with the year 1511. Today, we're here to honor an Olympian and New York native, Daniel Casper, who represented us on the USA men's curling team in the 2026 Olympics in Italy, now over 500 years after history's first recorded stone slid across the ice. A winter sport requiring incredible precision, curling has a long and storied history, and so does Danny Casper. It was Danny's father, Jeff Casper, who got him started at Westchester's Ardsley Curling Club, where I myself curled for many years, beginning about a couple of decades ago. But Danny comes from a long and successful family history in the sport. His great aunt, Carla Casper, competed at the 1988 Calgary Olympics, and Carla Casper's husband, Tom Casper, coached Team USA at the 1998 Nagano Olympics. Danny Casper is a skip, or for everyone else who doesn't curl, captain of his team, the position who leads on overall strategy. He competed with the U.S. team at the 2023 FISU World University Games in Lake Placid, where his team won silver. Danny's team went on to compete and medal at the national championships in 2023 and 2025, then onto the professional circuit. Danny was diagnosed with an autoimmune disease, Guillain-Barré syndrome, which causes the body's immune system to attack the nerves, causing weakness, numbness, or paralysis. The onset caused him to miss part of the 2024-25 curling season and to even struggle to walk or use his hands. And yet, despite these challenges, Danny qualified and competed as skip on the USA men's curling team in the 2026 Winter Olympics. An incredible story of perseverance, overcoming enormous adversity to represent our country on the world's stage of the greatest athletes. Congratulations to Daniel Casper for these incredible achievements. New York and the nation are deeply proud of your achievements as the United States representative in the recent Olympics. I vote yes on this resolution, and Mr. President, if you could please afford a warm welcome to Danny and his father this afternoon.
Thank you, Senator Skoufis. To New York's own Olympian in curling, Mr. Daniel Casper and his father. We welcome you on behalf of the Senate and thank you for all of your contributions to our great country. Please, we extend to you all the privileges and courtesies of this House. Please rise and be recognized. The resolution was adopted on June 2nd. Senator Serrano.
Mr. President, there's a report of the Rules Committee at the desk. Please take that up.
Secretary Reed.
Senator Stuart Cousins from the Committee on Rules reports the following bills. Senate Print 82B by Senator Liu, an act to amend the Education Law. Senate Print 118A by Senator Clear, an act to amend the Elder Law. Senate Print 845A by Senator Salazar, an act to amend the Public Health Law. Senate Print 1004B by Senator Brooke, an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Law. Senate Print 1086D by Senator Rivera, an act to amend the Civil Rights Law. Senate Print 1335C by Senator Parker, an act to amend the General Municipal Law. Senate Print 1455B by Senator Kavanaugh, an act to amend the Executive Law. Senate Print 1511A by Senator Liu, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law. Senate Print 3622 by Senator Ort, an act to amend the Highway Law. Senate Print 4230 by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law. Senate Print 4527B by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the Tax Law. Senate Print 4593 by Senator Fahey, an act in relation to directing the New York State Department of Labor to establish a voluntary training and certification program. Senate Print 4894 by Senator Jackson, an act to repeal paragraph G of subdivision 4 of section 209 of the Civil Service Law.
All those in favor of accepting the...
Senate Print 5711C by Senator Skoufis, concurrent resolution of the Senate and Assembly proposing amendments to Section 21 of Article 6 of Article 13 to Section 6 of Article 4 of the Constitution. Senate Print 5754B by Senator Martinez, an act to amend the Retirement Social Security Law. Senate Print 6008B by Senator Baskin, an act to amend the Highway Law. Senate Print 6043 by Senator Claire, an act to amend the Elder Law. Senate Print 6376A by Senator Scarcella-Spanton, an act to amend the Workers' Compensation Law. Senate Print 6736A by Senator Fahey, an act to amend the Social Services Law. Senate Print 6983A by Senator Brisbort, an act to amend the Public Health Law. Senate Print 7585A by Senator Claire, an act to amend the General Business Law. Senate Print 7635B by Senator Ryan, an act to amend the Retirement and Social Security Law. Senate Print 7802A by Senator Harcum, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law. Senate Print 7819 by Senator Clear, an act to amend the Mental Hygiene Law. Senate Print 7867A by Senator Walzig, an act to amend the Tax Law. Senate Print 8015B by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the General Business Law. Senate Print 8205A by Senator Brisbort, an act to amend the Social Services Law. Senate Print 8217B by Senator Hinchy, an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Law. Senate Print 8237 by Senator Parker, an act to amend the Public Authorities Law. Senate Print 8239 by Senator Ramos, an act to amend the Labor Law. Senate Print 8240 by Senator Ramos, an act to amend the Workers' Compensation Law. Senate Print 8246 by Senator Myrie, an act to amend the State Finance Law. Senate Print 8253 by Senator Brisbort, an act to amend the Abandoned Property Law. Senate Print 8302D by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the Penal Law. Senate Print 8364 by Senator Webb, an act to amend the Education Law. Senate Print 8385 by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the State Finance Law. Senate Print 8407 by Senator Fahey, an act to amend the Social Services Law. Senate Print 8410 by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law. Senate Print 8472A by Senator Claire, an act to amend the Administrative Code of the City of New York. Senate Print 8838A by Senator Rivera, an act to amend the Social Services Law. Senate Print 8852C by Senator Harcum, an act in relation to authorizing the County of Putnam to lease certain lands used as parkland. Senate Print 8865A by Senator Harcum, an act to amend the Public Service Law. Senate Print 8926 by Senator Ryan, an act to amend the Public Authorities Law. Senate Print 8965 by Senator Hinchy, an act to amend the Public Health Law. Senate Print 9068A by Senator Griffo, an act to amend the Retirement and Social Security Law. Senate Print 9138 by Senator Palumbo, an act relating to a death benefit option for the beneficiary of Justice Jerry Garguilo. Senate Print 9221 by Senator Ryan, an act to amend the Mental Hygiene Law. Senate Print 9287A by Senator Hinchy, an act to amend the Real Property Tax Law. Senate Print 9363 by Senator Palumbo, an act in relation to increasing the term of office from 2 years to 4 years for the trustees of the freeholders and commonality of the town of Southampton. Senate Print 9441 by Senator Chan, an act to amend the Multiple Dwelling Law. Senate Print 9453 by Senator Rollison, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law. Senate Print 9508 by Senator Gennardez, an act to amend the General Business Law. Senate Print 9509 by Senator Ort, an act to amend the Highway Law. Senate Print 9606 by Senator Ort, an act to amend Subpart H of Part C of Chapter 20 of the Laws of 2015. Senate Print 9654 by Senator Murray, an act to amend the Highway Law. Senate Print 9682 by Senator Liu, an act to amend the Education Law. Senate Print 9723A by Senator Clear, an act to amend the Public Housing Law. Senate Print 9725B by Senator Harcum, an act to amend the Highway Law. Senate Print 9736 by Senator Kavanaugh, an act to amend the Penal Law. Senate Print 9904 by Senator Ramos, an act to amend the Labor Law. Senate Print 9905 by Senator Jackson, an act to amend the Retirement and Social Security Law. Senate Print 9906 by Senator Myrie, an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Law. Senate Print 9940 by Senator Scarcella-Spanton, an act to amend the Veteran Services Law. Senate Print 9982A by Senator Tedisco, an act in relation to authorizing Kurt Nolan to receive certain credit under Section 384-D and 384-E of the Retirement and Social Security Law. Senate Print 10058C by Senator Harcum, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law. Senate Print 10,079 by Senator Janoris, an act to amend the executive law. Senate Print 10,095B by Senator Rhodes, an act authorizing the Hicksville Water District to receive retroactive real property tax exempt status. Senate Print 10,156B by Senator Fernandez, an act to amend the vehicle and traffic law. Senate Print 10,172 by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the alcoholic beverage control law. Senate Print 10,196A by Senator Fahey, an act to amend the vehicle and traffic law. Senate Print 10,223A by Senator Fahey, an act to authorize the South End Children's Cafe to file an application for a retroactive real property tax exemption. Senate Print 10,443 by Senator Myrie, an act to amend the criminal procedure law. Senate Print 10,446 by Senator Kavanaugh, an act to amend Chapter 514 of the laws of 1983. Senate Print 10,489 by Senator Bino, an act to amend the local finance law. Senate Print 10,528 by Senator Oberacker, an act to amend the alcoholic beverage control law. Senate Print 10,563 by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the election law. Senate Print 10,603 by Senator Weber, an act authorizing the Kong Kahal Square of Roman to receive retroactive real property tax exempt status. Senate Print 10,611 by Senator Stuart Cousins, an act authorizing the town of Greenberg to alienate and discontinue the use of certain parkland. Senate Print 10,614 by Senator Palumbo, an act to amend Chapter 704 of the laws of 2023. Senate Print 10,616 by Senator Gonzalez, an act to amend the alcoholic beverage control law. Senate Print 10,624 by Senator Bino, an act to authorize the Freeport Bible Center to file an application for a retroactive real property tax exemption. Senate Print 10,626 by Senator Janoris, an act to amend the judiciary law. Senate Print 10,627 by Senator Mayer, an act to amend the general business law. Senate Print 10,628 by Senator Baskin, an act to amend the state finance law. Senate Print 10,629 by Senator Jackson, an act to amend the civil service law. Senate Print 10,632 by Senator Fernandez, an act to amend the penal law. Senate Print 10,635 by Senator Kavanaugh, an act to amend the multiple dwelling law. Senate Print 10,636 by Senator Gonardes, an act to amend the general municipal law. Senate Print 10,639 by Senator Janoris, an act to amend the election law. Senate Print 10,640 by Senator Janoris, an act to amend Chapter 704 of the laws of 1991. Senate Print 10,641 by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the New York State Medical Care Facilities Finance Agency Act. Senate Print 10,642 by Senator Gonzalez, an act to amend the Environmental Conservation Law. Senate Print 10,644 by Senator Stuart Cousins, an act to amend Chapter 747 of the laws of 2023. Senate Print 10,648 by Senator Stavisky, an act implementing an agreement between the state and employees organization. All bills report, direct to third reading.
All those in favor of accepting the report of the Rules Committee, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The report of the Rules Committee is accepted. Senator Serrano.
Mr. President, I move to accept the report of the Rules Committee.
All those in favor of accepting the report of the Rules Committee, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? Nay. The report of the Rules Committee is accepted. Senator Serrano.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, let's take up the reading of the calendar.
Secretary Reed.
Calendar number 102, Assembly number 7594C by Assemblymember Lunsford, an act to amend the Environmental Conservation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris, Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 141, Assembly number 2400A by Assemblymember Eichenstein, an act to amend the Public Service Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris, Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 181, Assembly number 5079E by Assemblymember O'Farrell, an act to amend the General Business Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect August 1st, 2027.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris, Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 181, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Griffo, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Walzik, and White. Also Senator Steck. Ayes 52, nays 8.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 205, Senate Print 8609A by Senator Myrie, an act to amend the penal law.
Read the last section.
Section 7, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris, Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 231, Senate Print 8742 by Senator Clear, an act to amend the elder law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 90th day of child become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Suakan, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 319, Senate Print 6655 by Senator Griffo, an act to amend the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Suakan, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 362, Senate Print 9057A by Senator Baskin, an act from the highway law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Suakan, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number, 395, Senate Print 8949 by Senator Harkam, an act to amend the public health law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Suakan, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 401, Senate Print 1615A by Senator Bridgeport, an act to amend the real property actions and procedures law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Suakan, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 401, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kenzari Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, Obarack, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rollison, Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 38, nays 22.
Bill's passed.
Calendar number 433, Assembly number 6578B by Assembly Member Boras, an act to amend the general business law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Suakan, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 433, voted in the negative are Senators Kenzari Fitzpatrick, Helming, Martins, O'Mara, Rhodes, Steck, and Walzett. Ayes 53, nays 7.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 435, Senate Print 4037C by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 11, this act shall take effect on the 1st of July.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Suakan, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 435, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Chan, Gallivan, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 44, nays 16.
Bill's passed.
Calendar number 644, Senate Print 1463B by Senator Kavanaugh, an act to amend the Environmental Conservation Law.
Lay it aside.
Calendar number 731, Assembly number 6950 by Assembly Member Cruz, an act to amend the labor law.
Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect on the 90th day of child become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Suakan, Zellner.
Senator Ramos to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, there's an old adage in the building trades that goes that if you're early, you're on time, and if you're on time, you're late. Construction workers understand that showing up matters, and they know that if they're late by even just a few minutes, their pay is most likely going to be docked for at least an hour. But too often, the opposite isn't true. A worker gets up before dawn, gets dressed, travels to the job site, arranges childcare, shows up ready to work, only to be told the job has been canceled because of the weather or some other reason beyond their control. And suddenly, that day's pay is gone. The worker kept their commitment, and the employer faced no consequence. Well, that's not fair, and this bill establishes that when workers show up ready to work, their time is valued. If a construction worker reports to a job site and is sent home without cause, they should be compensated at least for some of their time. And if a shift is canceled with little notice, workers should not bear the full cost of that decision. The people who build New York deserve more than our gratitude. They deserve predictability and respect. Their time is valuable too, and nothing gets built without their hands. I vote aye. Thank you.
Senator Ramos, to be recorded in the affirmative, announce the results.
In relation to counter 731, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Gallivan, Hellman, Murray, O'Mara, Ord, Steck, Walzig, and White. Ayes 51. Also Senator Tedisco. Ayes 50, nays 10.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 759, Senate Print 6439 by Senator Fahey, an act in relation to issuing the Village of Nelson Nelson Corporation documents.
There's a homeroom message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 3, this act should effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Sukut, and Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 761, Assembly number 7620 by Assembly Member Keller is an act to amend the General Municipal Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act should effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Sukut, and Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 817, Senate Print 9301 by Senator Martinez, an act to amend the Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act should effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Sukut, and Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 854, Senate Print 9051B by Senator Gonzalez, an act to amend the General Business Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act should take effect January 1st, 2027.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Sukut, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 872, Senate Print 5900A by Senator Lanza, an act to amend the Mental Hygiene Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect on the 60th day of shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Sukut, and Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 920, Senate Print 3822 by Senator Rivera, an act to amend the Public Health Law.
Read the last section.
Section 13, this act should take effect on the 60th day of shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Sukut, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Relation to calendar 920, voted in the negative, Senator Ort. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 928, Senate Print 9126B by Senator Baskin, an act to amend the correction law.
Read the last section.
Section 6, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Sukut, Zellner.
Senator Baskin to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2026 marks 10 years since India Cummings died while in custody at the Erie County Sheriff's Office. India was born and raised in Rochester. Later in life, she and her mother moved to my district, where she lived in the city of Lackawanna. I started my legislative career about 2 years after India's death. But the aftermath of the situation engulfed my early years as an elected official. 6 months after I took my oath of office as a county legislator, the State Commission on Corrections determined India's death was a homicide due to neglect. She was not eating, she was not drinking, she was living in extremely unsanitary conditions, and she had an untreated broken arm. Her mental health severely deteriorated in jail, and despite 2 different judges ordering her to undergo a psychiatric evaluation, she did not receive one before her untimely death. This bill before us seeks to remedy 2 points that I believe could have saved India's life. 1, timely transfer to a mental health facility, and 2, early intervention for a family member. This bill requires the process for a mental health evaluation to start within 48 hours of a mental health crisis. India sat in the Erie County Holding Center for 2 weeks without any mental health intervention. I've spoken with India's mother a number of times over the years, and she truly believed that if she, as a mother, was allowed to speak or knew what was happening with her daughter, she could have helped prevent her baby's death. India's death was a primary motivator for this legislative action as I took my seat as a county legislator. It led to many things in county government in Erie County. It led to me bringing body cameras and a blind spot camera into Erie County jails. It led to the creation of the Erie County Correction Specialist Advisory Board, and it led to the creation of a medically assisted treatment program in Erie County jails. But these improvements did not directly address the causes of India's death. I was determined to pass a bill before as a county local law, but was told it had to be done as a state bill. So here I am today, Mr. President, determined not to let India Cummings' death to be in vain, and to say her name, just like we say the name of Robert Brooks, just like we must say the name of Messiah Netway, and many others who have died in our incarceration system. I want to especially shout out and thank our colleague, Senator Julia Salazar, for her intentional and steadfast leadership on the correctional reform across our state. Her push for many reforms that have been signed into law earlier this year will definitely save lives, and I am hopeful that this bill will too become a law that saves lives. India Cummings, I say your name. I vote aye on this bill, and I thank you and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Baskin to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 928, voted in the negative. Senator Walzek, ayes 59, nays 1.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1001, Assembly number 1138 by Assembly Member Santa Barbara, an act to amend the mental hygiene law.
Read the last section.
Section 5, this action to take effect on the 60th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRs, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zona.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1009, Senate Print 8616B by Senator GNRs, an act to amend the general business law.
Lay it aside.
Calendar number 1034, Senate Print 172B by Senator Ramos, an act to amend the workers' compensation law.
Read the last section.
Section 18, this action to take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRs, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zona.
Senator Ramos to explain her vote.
Mr. President, today we are once again doing our part to bring New York's temporary disability insurance system into the 21st century. For far too long, workers facing illness, injury, or pregnancy-related medical conditions have been forced to survive on a benefit that has barely changed since 1989. Think about how much housing costs have gone up since then: food, health care, gas. But the maximum disability benefit has remained stuck at just $170 per week. No one can live on $170 a week nowadays. And when a worker gets sick, the last thing they should have to worry about is whether they can keep a roof over their head or food on the table. This bill recognizes that when life happens, workers deserve stability. By gradually increasing disability benefits and bringing them into alignment with paid family leave, we are modernizing a system that working people have been waiting decades to fix. We are also providing greater flexibility for workers managing chronic illnesses and medical appointments, and extending support to experiencing the heartbreak of pregnancy loss. At its core, this bill is about dignity and economic security, and it is about making sure that a temporary health crisis doesn't become a permanent financial crisis. I proudly vote aye. Thank you.
Senator Ramos to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1034, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Lanza, Murray, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, Walzek, and White. Ayes 52. Also, Senator Oberacker. Ayes 51, nays 9.
Bills passed. Senator Serrano.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this moment, I'd like to just welcome Senator Toby Savitsky back to the floor.
Toby! Toby. Secretary Reed.
Calendar number 1056, Assembly Number 9113B by Assemblymember Werner, an act to amend the Racing Parimutuel Wagering and Breeding Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sorcut, and Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1066, Senate Print 8454A by Senator Steck, an act to amend the Public Officers Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sorcut, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1066, voted in the negative, Senator Ryan. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1082, Assembly number 11,412 by Assemblymember Bronson, an act to amend the tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sorcut, and Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1082, voted in the negative, Senator Walzek. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1086, Senate Print 9990A by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sorcut, and Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1094, Senate Print 6230C by Senator Webb, an act to amend the Public Health Law.
Lay it aside.
Calendar number 1105, Assembly number 3058C by Assemblymember Carroll, an act to amend the General Business Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect 1 year if it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sorcut, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1105, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kazari Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Obrack, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rollinson, Steck, Tedisco, Walzek, Weapon, White. Ayes 39, nays 21.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1107, Assembly number 10411A by Assemblymember Magdarelli, an act to amend the General Business Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 90th day it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sorcut, Zellner.
Announce the result. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1107, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Galvin, and Walzek. Ayes 57, nays 3.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 1118, Assembly number 4713A by Assemblymember Sage, an act to amend the Public Service Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 90th day it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sorcut, and Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1118, voted in the negative are Senators Gallivan, Griffo, Steck, and Walzek. Ayes 56, nays 4.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1126, Senate Print 8426A by Senator Brute, an act to amend the insurance law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sorcut, and Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1126, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Kazari Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Obrack, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rollinson, Steck, Tedisco, Walzek, Weapon, White. Ayes 40, nays 20.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1141, Assembly number 3987A by Assemblymember Shinsky, an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sorcut, and Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1141, voted in the negative are Senators Brisport and Kruger. Ayes 58, nays 2.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1142, Assembly number 3988A by Assemblymember Shimsky, an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sorcut, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1142, voted in the negative are Senators Brisport and Kruger, ayes 58, nays 2.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1145, Senate Print 9040 by Senator Hinchey, an act to amend the penal law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1145, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borello, Castleberry, Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffel, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Quintero, Murray, Oberaco, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Ross, and Steck, Tedisco, Wasn't, Weber, and White, ayes 38, nays 22.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 1148, Senate Print 10106 by Senator Stuart Cousins, an act to amend the criminal procedure law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1148, voted in the negative are Senators Brisport and Kruger, ayes 58, nays 2.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1151, Assembly number 10835A by Assembly Member Griffin, an act to amend the civil service law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 1181, Senate Print 5998C by Senator Scoofus, and that to amend the domestic relations law.
Read the last section.
Section 7, this act shall take effect on the 270th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Scoofus to explain his vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Briefly, I want to express my gratitude to colleagues on both sides of the aisle who have long supported this bill. I was honored to carry the torch after former Senator Anna Kaplan. I did not return to the chamber. Jacqueline Franchetti, the mother of Kira, reached out to me asking if I would continue sponsoring this bill in this chamber. And of course, I said yes. We worked very hard, including with Assemblyman Andy Hevesy. Over the course of many years, we've passed this bill before. And we believe now OCA is in a good place, and many other stakeholders are in a good place. And we're hopeful that this will be the first time that the bill passes both houses. This is a really critical piece of legislation. In too many family courts around New York State, we have instances, we have some judges who, yes, they may prioritize the health and wellness of a child, but some do not make it the top, the number one priority of custody cases. And of course, I think everyone here in this chamber would agree that that ought to be the number one, the top priority. That's what this bill does. It makes sure that dealing with allegations that may impact a child's safety aren't deferred, aren't dealt with some time down the road in some subsequent hearing. They're dealt with immediately, because unfortunately, in Jacqueline's case, not dealing with those red flags cost her daughter her life. There are too many other children who are dying at the hands of violent domestic partners or spouses, and this bill will help save lives and put an end to that. So I thank my colleagues again. I vote yes.
Senator Scoofus to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1183, Senate Print 8118C by Senator Kavanaugh, an act to amend the real property law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 90th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to counter 1183, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Canzeri Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Griffo, Lanza, Martins, Matera. Also Senator Hellman, Murray, Obaracker, O'Mara, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rouse, and Stack, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 39, nays 21.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1188, Senate Print 9773 by Senator Sepulveda, an act to amend the judiciary law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 30th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Swift, and Zone.
Announce the results.
In relation to counter 1188, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Canzeri Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Obaracker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, Weber, and also Senator Martins. Ayes 43, nays 17.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1205, Senate Print 4757 by Senator Bailey, an act to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 1st of April.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Swift, Zone.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1205, voted in the negative, Senator Walzett. Ayes 59, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1213, Assembly number 10,135 by Assembly Member Barrett, an act to amend the public service law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Swift, Zone.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1222, Senate Print 2377 by Senator Matera, an act to amend the public authorities law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Swift, Zone.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1231, Senate Print 1965 by Senator Rivera, an act to amend the public health law.
Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect on the 90th day and shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Swift, Zone.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1231, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Canzeri Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martinez, Martins, Matera, Murray, Obaracker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rouse, and Stack, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Also Senator Skoufis. Ayes 36, nays 24.
The bill is passed. Senator Serrano.
Mr. President, Senator Ramos wanted to explain her vote on calendar 1151. Upon consent, we've agreed to allow her to speak on that now.
Senator Ramos to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an important bill to state on the record workers deserve to know who is actually communicating with them. Across the country, we have seen outside organizations send deceptive mailers, emails, and communications designed to look like they come from a workers' union when they did not. The goal is often confusion, to mislead workers and interfere with the relationship between workers and the organizations they have chosen to represent them. This legislation prohibits the false impersonation of employee organizations and their representatives and gives the Attorney General the authority to take action against those who intentionally engage in these deceptive practices. And I want to take a moment to address concerns that have been raised by some rank and file union members and reform advocates. I want to be very clear about legislative intent on the record. This bill is about fraud and deception. It is not about silencing criticism. It's not about limiting union democracy. It is not about preventing members from organizing, advocating for reform, running for office, criticizing leadership, distributing literature, participating in caucuses, or engaging in vigorous debate about the future of their unions. A healthy labor movement depends on active, engaged members who are willing to ask questions, challenge leadership, and advocate for change. Nothing in this legislation should be construed as restricting those rights. The target of this bill is much narrower. If you want to criticize a union, you have that right. If you want to disagree with the union, you have that right, but you do not have the right to pretend to be the union in order to mislead workers. Workers deserve honest information, they deserve transparency, and they deserve the freedom to make informed decisions without being subjected to fraud. I vote aye. Thank you.
Senator Ramos will be recorded in the affirmative. The Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1243, Senate Print 2317A by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the General Municipal Law.
Read it.
We did 1213. I haven't marked it 1213.
1240. Okay. Yeah. Secretary Reed. Yeah.
Calendar number 1243, Senate Print 2317A by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the General Municipal Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zona.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1243, voted in the negative are Senators Baskin, Borrello, Bynum, Kanzani Fitzpatrick, Galvin, Griffo, Martinez, Martins, Obereko, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Tedisco, Wozik, and Zellner. Ayes 45, nays 15.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1266, Senate Print 5713 by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the Railroad Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 30th day if shall come a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1266, voted in the negative, Senator Wozik. Ayes 59, nays 1.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1281, Assembly number 11,233A by Assembly Member Magdarelli, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect March 1st, 2028.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Ryan to explain his vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Quickly rise on this bill. I think, I think one of the greatest and best duties that we have are to protect and make laws that are beneficial to all those in our armed forces. Under current law, as it is generally, only a driver's license can be renewed. Vehicle registrations be renewed within 60 days. If you are a veteran and you have orders to deploy, that isn't working out for you. So what this does is gives them the ability to pre-renew, I guess, their registrations. May seem like a small thing, but often it's the small practical changes that have the greatest impacts on some of our New Yorkers' lives, especially those that have stepped up to serve our country. And I truly believe that our service members should not have to worry about a vehicle registration while they are fulfilling their obligations to serve our great nation, either out of state or overseas. So small procedural change, but again, anything that we can do to help our veterans, those heroes that put our country before themselves, I proudly vote in the aye, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Senator Ryan to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1307, Senate Print 7421B by Senator Martinez, an act to amend the Environmental Conservation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 60th day if shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1307, voted in the negative are Senators Griffo, Martins, Obaracker, O'Mara, and Walzett. Ayes 55, nays 5.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1337, Senate Print 687 by Senator Martinez, an act to amend the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 1st of July.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Solkuden, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1337, voted in the negative, Senator Walzett. Ayes 59, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1343, Assembly number 3397A by Assembly Member Raga, an act to amend the Veteran Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Solkuden, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1350, Assembly number 329C by Assembly Member Jackson, an act to amend the Mental Hygiene Law.
Read the last section.
Section 8, this act shall take effect on the same date and in the same manner as the laws of 2022.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Solkuden, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1353, Assembly number 6285 by Assembly Member Otis, an act to amend the Public Service Law.
Lay it aside.
Got it? Calendar number 1354, Senate Print 4462B by Senator Mayer, an act to amend the Social Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Solkuden, Zellner.
Senator Mayer to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I couldn't be more pleased that we are going to pass this bill today to help the parents, if it passes in the Assembly, and primarily the mothers of medically fragile children. These are children who basically require 24-hour care as a result of medical issues that they have, and they are approved under the state's Medicaid program for private duty nursing. But there's not enough private duty nurses, and what happens as a practical matter is the mothers basically have to give up their jobs in order to provide 24-hour care or to supplement the private duty nurses they can have. And we have not found a way to reimburse these mothers for the equivalent of private duty nursing, for which they must be certified and trained and supervised. I've had the honor, and truly the honor, of meeting not only the children, but the parents of these children. They face an extraordinary challenge, and they have devoted their lives to the care and well-being of their children as any mother or father would do. But the state simply has not kept up its part of the bargain. And so this bill, which was really pushed by a group, the Voices of the Medically Fragile, these parents had got together and said, we need to have a voice. And today we are giving them a voice by saying the state must find a way through the Medicaid program to reimburse these parents as they provide this essential care. I'm proud to vote yes. I thank them for their advocacy. We're not finished. The bill, we would love it to pass in the Assembly, but this is a change that is long overdue. I proudly vote aye.
Senator Mayer to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1355, Senate Print 4707B by Senator Stavisky, an act to amend the Education Law.
Read the last section.
Section 8, this act shall take effect on the 1st of January.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Solkuden, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 1356, Senate Print 4917B by Senator Scarcella Spanton, an act to amend the Insurance Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 1st of January.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Solkuden, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1386, Assembly number 9581B by Assembly Member Bronson, an act to amend the Labor Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Solkuden,
Senator
Zellner.
Hinchy to explain. Senator Borrello to explain his vote first.
Thank you, but I appreciate the ladies first thing, but I'll speak first. So this bill, I'm opposed to this bill. This bill will require any company of 50 or more employees to have to submit a report on how AI has impacted jobs. Now, we are all concerned about the impact of AI on employment in New York State, but this is a very onerous bill with a $500 per day fine, I believe, for those that don't comply. And the real question is, how do we really know how AI is impacting it? I mean, if I hire someone to do an ad for me, and instead of hiring that person to run ads and do marketing, I use ChatGPT or whatever, I'm not sure if that counts exactly. And look, if the Department of Labor wants to know the impact of AI on jobs, they can find out. They can do surveys, they can contact employers, and they probably should. They probably should, because we're driving enough business out of this state without trying to figure out how AI is doing it even better than New York State government is. And I guarantee you it's not. So I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Senator Burrell to be recorded in the negative. Senator Hinchey to explain her vote. Senator
Thank you,
Hinchey to
Mr.
close, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to proudly vote aye for this bill, and I want to thank the leader for bringing it to the floor. AI is here. No one is disputing that. And there are a lot of really great ways that we can use that in our lives that are already happening. However, it is having a major impact on our workforce. In fact, we have seen numerous companies laying off not 5, 10, 15 people, thousands of people at a clip. That is thousands of people who are unemployed overnight. We don't know what the scale of this will be. We don't know what the impact to our workforce will be. We don't know what the need for our unemployment systems will be because of the rise in AI in our workforce. What our bill is doing is collecting the data to make sure that we know what is needed to not just retrain employees and workers for the future, but to know what kinds of jobs we should be retraining for, and to also make sure that we are helping people stay in the roles that they should be in today so that we don't have a whiplash effect, as we have seen with some companies where they have laid off thousands of people, realized that they've overcorrected, and tried to then rehire a few back. Our bill is incredibly important to understand the landscape, to actually bring in the Department of Labor to really track what's happening. And we've modeled our bill off of existing systems that already exist, like the WARN Act. So this is not deeply onerous for companies because they are used to these systems. I am really proud that we will be the first state in the country, although there is a federal bill very similar to ours, a bipartisan bill, I should say, very similar to ours that is being prioritized at the federal level. But we will be the first state in the country to actually start to track this data. And that's incredibly important, and for that, I vote aye. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hinchey to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to count of 1386, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Councilman Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Orr, Palumbo, Rose, Rouse, Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, Weapon, White, ayes 39. Also, Senator Martins, ayes 38, nays 22.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1387, Senate Print 8837 by Senator Hinchey, an act to amend the general municipal law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Sukkot, and Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1388, Senate Print 8858 by Senator Bernardes, an act to amend the general business law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect July 1st, 2027.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Sukkot, and Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1389, Assembly number 10030B by Assembly Member Weapon, an act to amend the insurance law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect January 1st, 2028.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1389, voted in the negative are Senators Walzett and Rhodes. Ayes 58, nays 2.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1390, Senate Print 9021 by Senator Harkam, an act to amend the civil rights law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Sukkot, and Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1394, Assembly number 10184 by Assembly Member Carroll, an act to amend the real property tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Sukkot, and Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1394, voted in the negative are Senators Fahey and Skoufis. Ayes 58, nays 2.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1395, Assembly number 10158 by Assembly Member Carroll, an act to amend the real property tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Sukkot, and Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1395, voted in the negative, Senator Skoufis. Ayes 59, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1396, Assembly number 9600A by Assembly Member Raj Kumar, an act to amend the mental hygiene law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Sukkot, and Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1397, Senate Print 9115A by Senator Harkam, an act to amend the environmental conservation law.
Read the last section.
Section 6, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Sukkot, and Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1397. Voting in the negative are Senators Borrello, Chan, Martins, Oberacker, Rhodes, Ryan, Steck, and Walzek. Ayes 53, nays 7.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1398, Senate Print 9199 by Senator Scarcella Spanton, enacted in the Public Service Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action took effect on the 1st of April.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Chianars, Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1398, voted in the negative, Senator Walzek. Ayes 59, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1400, Senate Print 9278A by Senator Fernandez, enacted in the State Finance Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action took effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Chianars, Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1401, Assembly number 10415A by Assembly Member Magnarelli, enactment of the Public Service Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action took effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Chianars, Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1402, Senate Print 9310 by Senator Brisboard, enact to amend the Limited Liability Company Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this action took effect on the 365th day after the shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Chianars, Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results. Sorry.
In relation to calendar 1402, voted in the negative are Senators Martins, Helming, and Walzek, also Senator Weber. That is ayes 56, nays 4.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1404, Senate Print 9349 by Senator Zellner, enact to amend the insurance law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Chianars, Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Zellner to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Across New York, volunteer firefighters and EMS personnel play a critical role in keeping our communities safe. They're the people who show up when an emergency happens, and many of them do it while balancing jobs, families, and countless other responsibilities. Part of that commitment is training. The Emergency Vehicle Operator course helps first responders safely operate emergency vehicles in difficult situations and prepares them for the realities of the job. This bill is simple. It recognizes that training and creates an opportunity for insurance companies to provide a premium reduction for volunteers who complete it. At a time when many volunteer departments are facing recruitment and retention challenges, we are looking for practical ways to support the people who continue to answer the call. This won't solve every challenge facing volunteer fire and EMS services, but it's a common sense step that recognizes the value of their training and helps support the volunteers our communities depend on every day. For those reasons, I vote in the affirmative.
Senator Zellner to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1405, Senate Print 9370 by Senator Comer, enactment of the State Finance Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action took effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Chianars, Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1406, Senate Print 9419 by Senator Adabo, enactment of the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this action took effect on the 30th day after shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Chianars, Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1407, Assembly number 65B by Assembly Member Hevesy, enactment of the Social Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action took effect on the 180th day after shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Chianars, Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Mayer to explain her vote.
Mr. President, and I could not be more pleased today to vote on a bill that establishes a statewide supervised visitation initiative to support safe and structured parenting time for children and families across New York. I have to give tremendous credit to the Women's Bar Association of the State of New York and multiple judges of the Office of Court Administration who recognize that more than half of New York's counties lack any supervised visitation program, and where it is offered, the need far exceeds capacity. In fact, judges are unable to make thoughtful decisions about custodial and visitation arrangements because they do not have access to supervised visitation, which allows them to have evaluators determine what's in the best interest of the children. This bill, which was carried by our colleague before he left, Senator Hoyman Siegel, is extremely important to the future of reuniting families and giving the best interests of the children decision-making based on real evidence of supervised visitation. I'm so grateful for the advocacy of judges who on their own reached out about their frustration with the lack of programs. As I said, the Women's Bar, and also the parents and children, particularly those without additional resources, who are stuck on the bottom of the waiting list, waiting to have supervised visitation and evaluation so they can visit with their kids in safety and comfort and knowing it is in the best interest of their children. I could not be more pleased that this bill has finally made it to the floor. Thank you to the Majority Leader for understanding the priority of this issue. I proudly vote aye.
Senator Mayer to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1409, Assembly number 10312A by Assembly Member Parlin, enacted by the Public Health Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zelman.
Announce result.
In relation to calendar 1409, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Canzeri Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Patera, Oberack, O'Mara, or Palumbo, Rhodes, Ralston, Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 39, nays 21.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1410, Assembly number 9140 by Assembly Member Rosenthal, enactment of the Public Health Law.
The bill is laid aside.
Calendar number 1414, Senate Print 9679 by Senator Baskin, enactment of the Private Housing Finance Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zelman.
Senator Baskin to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill seeks to codify our universal and successful block-by-block home ownership program, which provides funding to create new, affordable homes on vacant lots. I want to recognize the creator of this program, our former colleague and current City of Buffalo Mayor, Sean Ryan, for his forward-thinking approach on how to address urban, vacant, residential land. There's a housing advocate in my district who creatively calls this bill the Filling Your Smile program. We are proud of our neighborhoods, but we know that when those neighborhoods smile, there are gaps in the smile because of vacant lots that surround our beautiful homes. So we've got to take our neighborhoods to the dentist and fill in our smiles. I'm grateful to our Majority Leader, Andrea Stewart-Cousins, for putting over $100 million into this budget program over the last 3 years. This investment has the potential to create over 250 new homes across Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse, Binghamton, and Albany. New homes that will be affordable, new homes that will be accessible, new homes that will help families seeking the American dream of home ownership. But we know that these 250 homes are just a drop in the bucket when we consider the needs of our constituents. The Block by Block program is how we rebuild neighborhoods and strengthen financial security and independence of families. These are the two goals that are core to our efforts to serve our constituents, regardless of whether you are in the majority or the minority. So let's codify this program so we can bring this program across the entire state to every neighborhood struggling with vacant lots and fill in those gaps of our community. Let's help our community smile become beautiful, shiny homes. I vote in the affirmative, and I ask my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Baskin to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1414, voted in the negative are Senators Canzeri Fitzpatrick, Martins, Patera, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 54, nays 6.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1415, Senate Print 9728 by Senator Brooke, an act to amend the Social Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action take effect on the 180th day of child become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Cooper, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zelman.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1416, Senate Print 9815 by Senator Kruger, an act to amend the insurance law.
Read the last section.
Section 6 is action take effect January 1st, 2027.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zelman.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1416, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Barello, Kanzari Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, Oberack, O'Mara, Or, Palumbo, Rhodes, Ralston, Stack, Tedisco, Walzak, Weber, and White, ayes 38, nays 22.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1418, Senate Print 9858A by Senator Hinchey, an act to amend the penal law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1419, Senate Print 9880 by Senator Clear, an act to amend the social services law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 180th day of shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1420, Senate Print 9887 by Senator Webb, an act to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 180th day of shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1421, Senate Print 9889 by Senator Zellner, an act to amend the private housing finance law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 60th day of shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
In relation to calendar 1421, voted in the negative, Senator Walzak, ayes 59, nays 1.
Can you hold, Senator Zellner, you wanted to explain your vote on calendar 1421? Senator Zellner to explain his vote.
This is the, Madam President, I rise today in support of the vacant rental improvement program. And before I begin, I want to join my colleague April Baskin in thanking and recognizing your former colleague, Mayor Sean Ryan, who introduced this bill during his time in the Senate. Sean's been a longtime champion for housing, and I'm proud to carry this bill forward. The reality is that New York doesn't just have a housing shortage. We have housing sitting vacant while families struggle to find a place they can afford. In Buffalo, in Tonawanda, in Amherst, and in communities across upstate, people are searching for affordable housing. At the same time, apartments that could be housing working families remain empty because the costs and barriers to bring them back online are simply too high. If we're serious about addressing affordability, we have to be serious about increasing supply. And one of the fastest ways to do that is by making it easier to put existing housing back into ease. An empty apartment doesn't help anyone. It doesn't help a family looking for a home, a neighborhood trying to grow, or a community working to address affordability. This isn't a silver bullet, no bill is, but it's a practical step and cuts through red tape, creates opportunities, and gets more housing into our communities. I vote aye. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Zellner to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the result.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1422, Senate Print 9897 by Senator Zellner, an act to amend the public health law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 30th day of shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
In relation to calendar 1422, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Barello, Kanzari Fitzpatrick, Chan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberack, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, Walzak, Weber, and White. Ayes 42. Also Senator Palumbo. Ayes 41. Nays 19.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1423, Assembly number 10,419 by Assembly Member Solage, is an act to amend Chapter 581 of the laws of 2005.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1421, Assembly number 11,004 by Assembly Member Solage, an act to amend Chapter 492 of the laws of 1993.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1425, Assembly number 11,006 by Assembly Member O'Farrell, an act to amend Chapter 629 of the laws of 2005.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1426, Assembly number 11,376 by Assembly Member Septimo, an act to amend Chapter 307 of the laws of 2005.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1428, Senate Print 9989 by Senator Weber, an act authorizing Tovis Dovid Community Colon Incorporated to receive retroactive real property tax exempt status.
Read last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
In relation to calendar 1428, voted in the negative are Senators O'Mara and Skoufis. Ayes 58, nays 2.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1429, Assembly number 11,368 by Assembly Member Cook, an act to amend Chapter 534 of the laws of 1993.
Read last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1432, Assembly number 563A by Assembly Member Poland, an act to amend the executive law.
Read last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect 1 year if it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1433, Assembly number 11,234 by Assembly Member Weber, an act to amend the real property tax law.
Read last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1434, Assembly number 11,392 by Assembly Member Lashad Hermelin, an act to amend Chapter 550 of the laws of 2013.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1435, Assembly number 10,922 by Assembly Member Burke, an act to amend the local finance law.
Read last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce result.
In relation to calendar 1435, voted in the negative are Senators Walzek and White, ayes 58, nays 2.
Bill is passed.
Also Senator Palumbo, pardon me, ayes 57, nays 3.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1436, Assembly number 11,358 by Assembly Member Ramos, an act to amend Chapter 130 of the laws of 1998.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1437, Assembly number 3191A by Assembly Member Lunsford, an act to amend the penal law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1437, Senator Salazar, ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1438, Senate Print 10,445 by Senator Gianaris, an act to amend the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 6, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1439, Senate Print 10,464 by Senator Bottcher, an act to amend the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1440, Assembly number 9693 by Assembly Member Cashman, an act to amend Chapter 138 of the laws of 1998.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1441, Assembly number 11,372 by Assembly Member Schiavone, an act to amend Chapter 435 of the laws of 2014.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1441, voted in the negative, Senator Martinez. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1442, Assembly number 11,464 by Assembly Member Romero, an act to amend Chapter 141 of the laws of 2014.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1442, voted in the negative are Senators Brisport and Martinez. Ayes 58, nays 2.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1443, Assembly number 11,377 by Assembly Member Griffin, an act to amend the Environmental Conservation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1443, voted in the negative, Senator Skoufis. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1510, Senate Print 10,208 by Senator Kavanaugh, an act to amend the multiple dwelling law.
Read the last section.
Section 20, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce result.
In relation to calendar 1510, voted in the negative, Senator Walzek. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1581, Senate Print 10,321 by Senator Bynum, an act authorizing the assessor of the County of Nassau to accept an application for exemption from real property taxes.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1581, voted in the negative are Senator Skoufis and O'Mara. Ayes 58, nays 2.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1613, Senate Print 4602B by Senator Bernardes, an act to amend the election law.
The bill is laid aside.
Calendar number 1635, Senate Print 8451B by Senator Fahey, an act to amend the general business law.
The bill is laid aside. Senator Gianaris.
That completes the reading of the calendar. Calendar, Madam President?
That completes the reading of today's calendar.
I believe Senator Gonzalez was out of the room when calendar 854 came up, and she would like the opportunity to explain her vote on that. If we can recognize her, please.
Senator Gonzalez to explain her vote on calendar 854.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today to explain my vote on my bill S9051B. A few weeks ago, we were joined in this chamber by Maria Rain, the mother of Adam Rain, who committed suicide with the help of ChatGPT. She came to shine light on an issue that is pervasive across the country. According to the Center for Countering Digital Hate Research, their Killer Apps report found that 8 in 10 AI chatbots were regularly willing to assist young users in planning violent attacks, including school shootings, religious bombings, and high-profile assassinations. Perplexity and Meta AI were willing to assist would-be attackers in 100% and 97% of responses, respectively. Character AI actively encouraged violence in multiple scenarios. DeepSeek went as far as wishing the would-be attacker a happy and safe shooting. Over the last year, we have seen an increase in the number of minors who have self-harmed or committed suicide with the help of these chatbots. We have seen school shootings. We have seen the result of non-regulation. I am so proud to pass this bill through this chamber. I want to thank our colleagues for voting in support of this bill. I want to thank the Attorney General's office for being a close sponsor and partner in this process. I want to thank Common Sense Media, which has represented thousands of parents across this country. I want to thank, of course, my staff, Elon Silver, for the dedication on this bill. And I truly am looking forward to building on this progress to say that big tech and chatbots should be regulated, and certainly that our children should be protected. So thank you again, Madam, now Mr. President, for the time to explain my vote. I proudly voted aye. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez was recorded in the affirmative on the aforementioned bill. Senator Gianaris.
Mr. President, we're now going to pull a bill off of the controversial calendar to take up our first debate of the day, calendar 1009, please.
Secretary, ring the bell. The Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1009, Senate Print 8616B by Senator Gianaris, an act to amend the general business law.
Senator Walzek, why do you rise?
Through you, Mr. President, I wonder if the sponsor would yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes, I do.
The sponsor yields.
And through you, Mr. President, in your legislative findings, you identified dynamic pricing and surveillance pricing. You identified dynamic and surveillance pricing as a problem for consumers, as well as identifying this pricing scheme as a threat to jobs in the state of New York. This bill would prohibit grocery stores and pharmacies from using electronic shelving labels. Does it also ban those for gas stations? And through you, Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Through you, Mr. President, would it also prohibit them in department stores?
I couldn't hear you.
Department stores?
No.
Through you, Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield? Sponsor yields.
Would the electronic shelving labels also, through you, Mr. President, also be banned in home improvement stores?
Big box. Well, it covers a store over 10,000 square feet in size that sells primarily household food stuff for off-site consumption and/or prepared foods. of the floor are dedicated to the sale of non-taxable merchandise, including the sale of fresh produce, meats, fish, poultry, deli products, dairy products, canned foods, dry foods, beverages, baked foods, and/or prepared foods. Also that, right? Drug retail. Also, drug retail establishments, which means a retail store that sells a variety of prescription and non-prescription medicines and miscellaneous items, such as drugs, pharmaceuticals, sundries, fresh produce, meats, poultry, fish, etc. So I guess it depends, because a lot of these stores do many different things these days.
Through you, Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
And through you, Mr. President. So that would be the food retail establishment as well as the drug retail establishment definitions that you just read. Why just grocery stores and pharmacies in the state of New York?
Well, I think one thing we've heard from the public is that in their great concerns about affordability that we're dealing with, that grocery stores tend to be at the top of the list. In addition, when we're talking about the kind of very large stores, right, because you're talking about 10,000 square feet or more, not your corner grocery store, those are the large entities that are most experimenting with the technology we're dealing with in the bill.
And through you, Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Through you, Mr. President, did you know that the average grocery store is about 40,000 square feet? So it would actually, the average grocery store. Do you know the average grocery store is about 40,000 square feet?
I do not know that, and I don't take your word for it, Senator Walchik.
And through you, Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yield.
If enacted, all the grocery stores and pharmacies would have to go back to paper tags if they did currently have the digital tags for pricing within 6 months if this is enacted. Is that correct?
Yeah, and let me just, back to the previous question, I also suppose it depends where you are. Because in New York City, 40,000 square feet for a grocery store is a very large grocery store. Yes, you are correct in your question.
And through you, Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Through you, Mr. President, I also share concerns, as I know much of this body does, about the pricing and affordability in grocery stores. If we're expecting them to change out all of their tags and do pricing in a new way, what do you anticipate that will cost grocery stores and pharmacies across the state of New York if this is implemented?
To a shelf, remove a device, and put a piece of paper in its place. I can't imagine it would be terribly expensive for these very large stores we're talking about.
And through you, Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Through you, Mr. President, I know much of your concern in consumer protection was about dynamic pricing, surge pricing, and individual sort of privacy in pricing. What if the displays are electronic but just static and there's no application of that actual surge pricing or any of those concerns? Would a grocery store or a pharmacy be able to continue to have an electric tag that just displays that price statically?
The one you're wearing on your lapel?
Like that.
Like that? No, they would not, and I'll tell you why. Because the concern is once technology like that is in place, it's very difficult to know whether it is in fact static or not. And the best way to ensure that we're not getting to the point that the technology is being used for surveillance pricing, which we certainly want to not allow, is to not allow that technology in place at all. Like, I don't know right now if that thing's capable of scanning the back of Senator Borrell's head and telling you all sorts of his private information that could be downloaded publicly.
And through you, Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Through you, Mr. President, I certainly hope not. But as you mentioned, you know, and this has come up in the online sphere, we've taken up legislation in this chamber addressing some of that dynamic or surveillance pricing in the online sphere. Are there any examples in the state of New York in grocery stores or pharmacies where brick and mortar stores have been found to be using dynamic surge or surveillance pricing?
Well, I mean, what we do know is that Walmart is rolling out the digital shelf labels in over 2,000 locations, and they have also applied for 2 patents related to machine learning that certainly would raise a flag for me that they may be interested in going down this road and using these devices for the kinds of things we're not trying to allow. In fact, the promotional materials for the entities and the companies that make the electronic shelf labels specifically promote the fact that they can be used for the types of things we're trying to prohibit. And so I think getting at the device, the makers of which are explicitly saying can be used for surveillance pricing, is the easiest way to ensure proper enforcement.
And through you, Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Sorry, Senator Walsh.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yield.
And through you, Mr. President, in Nevada and Colorado, where they both have seated attorney generals that happen to be Democrats, they've used electronic pricing in stores to actually use that data to go after price gouging and price surging. Are we taking that tool away from the Attorney General's office when we take electronic price tags out of the stores and making it more onerous for them to investigate if this bill goes through?
Not according to our Attorney General, who has made this bill and one other her top legislative priorities as we conclude the session.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Walzig. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Senator Gianaris.
Mr. President, we have agreed to restore this to the non-controversial calendar.
On consent, the bill is restored to the non-controversial calendar. Secretary Reed. Read the last section.
Section 7 is action to effect on the 180th day of shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, or so cousin Zelman.
Senator Borrello to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to just take a moment to say that, I understand the, kind of the big brother aspect of this, but the reality is it is becoming more and more difficult to run a brick and mortar business in New York State, and that's who this is going to impact most. The whole idea of being able to, on the fly, be able to change the price electronically versus having to do it manually is actually turned out to be better for consumers. Studies have shown, extensive studies, that this has actually provided more discounts to consumers and the nimbleness of being able to change that. So I understand the fear, but the reality just doesn't match the fear. And ultimately, we are watching our communities, our downtowns, lose more and more brick and mortar businesses. They employ people. They pay property taxes. They are members of our community that contribute. And things like this that can make it a little bit easier to do business in New York State are usually, and always, in my opinion, always a good thing. And they should have the freedom to do that and not continue to make it more and more difficult to not only do business here, but to be able to provide affordable items to people. So I'll be voting no on this, and I would encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Borrello to be recorded in the negative. Senator Walzig to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I share some of the concerns in the sponsor when it comes to price gouging, price surging. Obviously, we want to manage New York State in a fair way and protect our consumers because we're concerned about high prices in groceries. And I'm concerned that this bill, the way that it's written right now, will really just raise prices and create one more hurdle for New York State's businesses when it comes to your average grocery store, your average pharmacy, your community pharmacy, who have instituted these tools to save cost for their business. And now we're going to tear them away and in 6 months' time frame expect them to do their business the old way in an entirely new way after they've invested in some of the technology. So I think there's some changes that should be considered if we bring this bill back forward, but I'll be a no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Walzig to be recorded in the negative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1009, voted in the negative.
Wait, I'm sorry. I apologize. Senator Gianaris to explain his vote.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I heard my colleagues' arguments. I wanted to respond for a moment. The notion that getting rid of the device who's designed to allow increasing in prices would somehow result in an increase in prices is an oxymoron. I mean, if you look at Toshiba, IBM, Vusion, and Solem, who market these products to retail stores, they specifically tell them is that the popularity of these ESLs, or electronic shelf labels, is from retailers who are looking for ways to improve their profitability and have prices that dynamically change anytime you want. That's a quote from Toshiba, which makes these things. IBM, electronic shelf labels. If need be, you can drive prices up in order to maximize margins. That's in their marketing materials to retail establishments. So we can talk about the technology and whether it does the facial scans, which is a completely creepy and scary thing. But let's be clear, even the simple, the digital price tags themselves are specifically designed to allow a retailer to increase prices and maximize their profit on the back of consumers. That's why this is so important. I vote yes, Mr. President.
Senator Janaris will be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar, 1009, voted in the negative are Senators Gallivan, Helming, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, Tedisco, Walzik, Weber, and White, also Senator Borrello. Ayes 50, nays 10.
The bill is passed. Senator Janaris.
President, we have another member who missed the chance to explain their vote, so please call on Senator Fernandez to explain her vote on calendar 1400.
Senator Fernandez to explain her vote on calendar 1400.
Thank you so much, and apologies for my absence before, but I wanted to speak to explain my vote on S9278A, which makes a simple but critical important clarification. Any interest earned on money deposited into the opioid settlement fund must remain in that fund and be used for the same life-saving purposes for which the settlement dollars were intended. New York and local governments secured opioid settlement agreements from the manufacturers, distributors, and retailers that helped fuel this epidemic because communities suffered profound harm. Families lost loved ones, children lost parents, entire neighborhoods were devastated by addiction, overdose, and the lasting consequences of this public health crisis. The purpose of these funds is to help right that wrong through prevention, treatment, recovery, harm reduction, and support for those impacted by the opioid epidemic. This bill recognizes a basic idea. If the principal belongs to the opioid settlement fund, the interest generated by that principal should belong there as well. Some may ask why we need this clarification. Unfortunately, in recent events in Nassau County, there were more than $13 million in interest on opioid settlement funds that were transferred to the general fund, have shown us exactly why this bill is so important. Regardless of one's views on whoever's involved, the situation exposed a loophole. While many people assumed that interest earnings would automatically remain dedicated to the opioid abatement, there was no clear statutory requirement ensuring that outcome. As a result, millions of dollars that originated from the settlement funds intended to address addiction became subject to competing budget priorities. This is exactly the kind of ambiguity that this legislation resolves. At a time when communities across New York continue to confront addiction, fentanyl-related deaths, and the ongoing need for treatment and recovery, services should be maximizing every available resource, not creating opportunities for those resources to be diminished. I urge my colleagues, thank you for voting yes, because I assume it passed, but let's ensure that every dollar intended to combat the opioid epidemic, including every dollar and interest earned, remains dedicated to that mission. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I vote aye.
Senator Fernandez will be recorded in the affirmative on the aforementioned bill. Senator Janaris.
Mr. President, let's take up the supplemental calendar at this time.
There's a substitution at the desk. Secretary will read.
Senator Clear moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance Assembly Bill number 4195A and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 118A, third reading count of 1697. Senator Parker moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 5404C and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 1335C, third reading count of 1701. Senator Kavanaugh moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance Assembly Bill number 1191B and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 1455B, third reading count of 1702. Senator Comrie moves to discharge from the Committee on Transportation Assembly Bill number 1673 and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 4230, third reading count of 1705. Senator Fahey moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance Assembly Bill number 38 and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 4593, third reading count of 1707. Senator Jackson moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance Assembly Bill number 9665, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 4894, third reading count of 1708. Senator Claire moves to discharge from the Committee on Aging Assembly Bill number 3602, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 6043, third reading count of 1712. Senator Scarcella Spanton moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance Assembly Bill number 8482A, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 6736A, third reading count of 1714. Senator Claire moves to discharge from the Committee on Consumer Protection, Assembly Bill number 10137, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7585A, third reading count of 1716. Senator Ryan moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance, Assembly Bill number 9162A, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7633B, third reading calendar 1717. Senator Claire moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 3598, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7819, third reading calendar 1719. Senator Walzek moves to discharge from the Committee on Investigations and Government Operations, Assembly Bill number 8143A, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7867A, third reading calendar 1720. Senator Comrie moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 8638B, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8015B, third reading calendar 1721. Senator Bridgeport moves to discharge from the Committee on Children and Families, Assembly Bill number 8248A, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 82058, third reading calendar 1722. Senator Henchy moves to discharge from the Committee on Codes, Assembly Bill number 8022A, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8217B, third reading calendar 1723. Senator Comrie moves to discharge from the Committee on Codes, Assembly Bill number 8675C, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8302D, third reading calendar 1729. Senator Claire moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance, Assembly Bill number 9058A, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8472A, third reading calendar 1734. Senator Rivera moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 10576, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8838A, third reading calendar 1735. Senator Harkin moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11030A, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8865A, third reading calendar 1737. Senator Griffin moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance, Assembly Bill number 10263A, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9068A, third reading calendar 1740. Senator Ryan moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance, Assembly Bill number 9001, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9221, third reading calendar 1742. Senator Palumbo moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 10478, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9363, third reading calendar 1744. Senator Rollison moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 10391, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9453, third reading calendar 1746. Senator Gurnardis moves to discharge from the Committee on Internet and Technology, Assembly Bill number 5175A, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9508, third reading calendar 1747. Senator Claire moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 8313B, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9723A, third reading calendar 1752. Senator Scarcella Spanton moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance, Assembly Bill number 8061, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9940, third reading calendar 1758. Senator Gianaris moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11199A, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10079, third reading calendar 1761. Senator Fernandez moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11180B, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10156B, third reading calendar 1763. Senator Skoufis moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11437, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10172, third reading calendar 1764. Senator Palumbo moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11532, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10614, third reading calendar 1774. Senator Gonzalez moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11540, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10616, third reading calendar 1775. Senator Baskin moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11547, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10628, third reading calendar 1779. Senator Jackson moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11534, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10629, third reading calendar 1780. Senator Gurnardis moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11555, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10636, third reading calendar 1783. Senator Gianaris moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11558, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10640, third reading calendar 1785. Senator Comrie moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11559, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10641, third reading calendar 1786. Senator Gonzalez moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11560, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10642, third reading calendar 1787. Senator Stuart Cousins moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11561, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10644, third reading calendar 1788.
Substitution so ordered. The Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1696, Senate Print 82B by Senator Liu, enactment of the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 1st of July.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1697, Senate Print 4195A by Senator Hinman, Assembly Number 4195A by Assemblymember Hinman, enactment of the elder law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect 1 year if it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR Schuster, Ort, Sewell-Cutton, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1698, Senate Print 845A by Senator Salazar, enactment of the public health law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR Schuster, Ort, Sewell-Cutton, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1698, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Baskins, Kenzan Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Lanza, Martins, Matera, pardon me, Senator Bynum, in relation to calendar 1698, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Baskin, Bynum, Kenzan Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Borrello, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 40, nays 20.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1699, Senate Print, 1004B by Senator Brute, enactment of the criminal procedure law.
Read the last section.
Section 14, this action to effect on the 90th day if shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR Schuster, Ort, Sewell-Cutton, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1699, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Kenzan Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rollison, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 46, nays 14.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1700, Senate Print 1086D by Senator Rivera, enactment of the civil rights law.
The bill be laid aside for the day.
Calendar number 1701, Senate Print, Assembly number 5404C by Assemblymember Stern, enactment to amend the general municipal law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action to effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, GNR Schuster, Ort, Sewell-Cutton, Zellner.
Announce the
In
results.
relation to calendar 1701, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Chan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, and White. Ayes 47, nays 13.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1702, Assembly number 1191B by Assemblymember Boris, enact to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cutton, Zellner.
Announce the
In
results.
relation to calendar 1702, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kazan Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Obarack, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, State, Tedisco, Walzett, Reverend White. Ayes 40, nays 20.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1703, Senate Print 1511A by Senator Liu, enactment of the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1703, voted in the negative, Senator Walzett. Ayes 59, nays 1.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 1704, Senate Print 3622 by Senator Ort, enactment of the Highway Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 1705, Assembly number 1673 by Assembly Member Weapon, enactment of the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 1st of November.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1705, voted in the negative are Senators Galvin, Helming, and Walzett. Ayes 57, nays 3.
Bills passed.
Calendar,
So, substitution at the desk. Secretary Reed.
Senator Comrie moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 4619B, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 4527B, third reading calendar 1706.
Substitution so ordered. Secretary Reed.
Calendar number 1706, Assembly number 4619B by Assembly Member Solage, enactment of the tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Yeah. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1706, voted in the negative are Senators Griffo, Kruger, and Senator May. Ayes 57, nays 3. Oh, excuse me, also Senator Henchy. Ayes 56. Also Senator Fahey. Ayes 55, nays 5.
Bills passed.
Also Senator Matera. Ayes 54, nays 6.
Bills passed.
Also Senator Murray. Ayes 53, nays 7.
The bill remains passed.
All right. Calendar number 1707, Assembly number 38 by Assembly Member Burdick, enacting in relation to directing the New York State Department of Labor to establish a voluntary training and certification program.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 90th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Dabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1708, Assembly number 9665 by Assembly Member Cashman, enact to repeal paragraph G of subdivision 4 of section 209 of the Civil Service Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1709, Senate Print 5711C by Senator Skoufis, concurrent resolution of the Senate and Assembly proposing amendments to section 21 of Article 6 of Article 13 and section 6 of Article 4 of the Constitution.
Call the roll in resolution.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Skoufis to explain his vote on the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to thank my colleagues for their support, if they're supporting this, and I appreciate the vigorous debate that we've had on generally this issue over the last several years. This constitutional amendment is important because it finishes the job, or seeks to finish the job, that we started several years ago. We were constitutionally constrained from moving a number of offices statutorily, and those include, for example, county clerk, sheriff, DAs, judicial offices, cities, among a couple of others. We moved everything that we could statutorily, but those were some that we could not. And so this constitutional amendment seeks to transition the balance of those offices and ensure that outside of New York City, we do have a full transition from odd to even year election cycles when far, far more voters are engaged and cast a ballot and will have a say in who their local town supervisors are, county executives are, county legislators are, town council members are, and a host of other very important local office holders. And importantly, I want to thank the Majority Leader, as well as a number of others who helped put together and advance this bill, including the Board of Elections, the Attorney General, the Assembly Speaker, and Assemblyman Jonathan Jacobson have been very engaged on this issue, and I hope that they move forward with this bill over the next however many 24 hours or so. But this is good for democracy, and importantly, we don't materialize the savings that we talked about 3 years ago without doing this. And this was raised 3 years ago in our debate, that we would have these outstanding offices still on the ballot without or absent a constitutional amendment. Odd-year elections would still have to be administered without this constitutional amendment. This amendment will save hundreds of millions of dollars every couple of years on odd-year cycles throughout the state. For that and many other reasons, I vote yes. Thank you.
Senator Skoufis to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Martins to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. It should not come as a surprise to anyone in the chamber, once again, that the legislation excludes almost half the state of New York by population by excluding the largest city in the state of New York, the nearly 9 million people who live in the great city of New York. Now, if you look at the statistics, Mr. President, you'll see, and I'm sure everyone here recognizes it, if we have an area of this state where the population has consistently not come out to vote, where there is a need for engagement and to encourage people to vote, it's precisely in the city of New York, and they've been excluded. What it does is it does provide all of our local communities, villages and towns and counties with influences far beyond the local issues that have historically been those that drive local elections. And I think, Mr. President, obviously that was done with a purpose in order to undermine those local communities. And that should also be clear, regardless of what the rhetoric is here. It's a bad bill. It continues to be a bad bill, and I'll continue to be voting no.
Senator Martins to be recorded in the negative. Senator Rhodes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to follow Senator Martin's eloquent points, I do recall as being one of the senators who debated that original bill 3 years ago that one point that was raised was the fact that the city of New York was excluded. And the explanation that we were given from the other side of the chamber was that we needed a constitutional amendment in order to be able to include the city of New York. Well, here today we have that constitutional amendment. We're going through the process. We're inconveniencing the rest of the entire state, yet somehow the city of New York is still not included in the constitutional amendment. Mr. President, this is a sham. It's been a sham since the beginning. I am voting no.
Senator Rhodes to be recorded in the negative. Senator Murray to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. As my colleagues have pointed out the obvious, this is nothing but political. I mean, when we hear that it's going to save money, well, that's wonderful, because all of a sudden money is important. It wasn't important when we want to have pop-up election sites, which would increase costs, printing of all the ballots and things like this. There's even a bill that would now make all election commissioners full-time, even in counties where they're really not necessary, which would again increase costs. But all of a sudden this will save money. As has been pointed out, it was interesting that New York City was excluded, and the excuse was, well, it's constitutional. Well, we're certainly changing the Constitution now. So it actually did go before the voters in New York City who said, no, overwhelmingly, no, we don't want it. But yet we're still going to ram it down the throats of the rest of the state. And it's completely political. Here's the thing. Voters have the choice. There's nothing different in the process of voting in an odd year as opposed to an even year. It is the exact same process. The voters can go to the polls if they want. Nothing is keeping them from going to the polls in an odd year or an even year. So the thought that we're doing it to increase participation, look, it's up to the voters. If they want to participate, nothing's holding them back now. This is nothing but politics at its worst, just like the redistricting we've talked about and everything else. More and more of just bad politics, so I'll be voting no, Mr. President.
Senator Murray to be recorded in the negative. Senator Canzoneri Fitzpatrick to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've heard from my other colleagues about the fact that this bill is not a good thing for voters. Certainly in my area, where the ballot will now be even longer, there will be so many open positions on one ballot that our voters will never make it to the end of the ballot because there's just too many. And those are the things that I think will discourage people from coming out and voting, the exact opposite intent of what we want to do. We want people to come out and vote. So I'll be also voting in the negative. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Cantaneri Fitzpatrick to be recorded in the negative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 17...
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Senator Ryan to explain his vote.
I just want to say, I was going to comment on it. One thing that was said was saved about the hundreds of millions of dollars. We hear a lot about unfunded mandates and unfunded mandates and unfunded mandates. So somebody who came from town government and county government, this is what I would like to refer to. Sometimes we do as a reverse unfunded mandate. So I'll be in the affirmative. Thank you.
Senator Ryan to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator White to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm kind of confused by this bill because we spend so much time passing bills and spending money to make voting easier at every expense, and yet this bill will create a ballot that is pages long that is bound to deter people from going out to vote. It's just a terrible idea, and it's counterproductive to everything that this majority has done, and so I'm a no.
Senator White to be recorded in the negative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1709, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Cantaneri Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, Obraco, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rouse, and Steck, Tedisco, Wozick, Weber, and White. Ayes 38, nays 22.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1710, Senate Print 5754B by Senator Martinez, an act to amend the retirement and Social Security law.
Read the last section.
Section 6 is act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Storcuttens, Zellner.
Hey, what's that? I didn't have anything up here. Is there? We might have.
Ayes 60. Calendar number 1711, Senate Print 6008B by Senator Baskin, an act to amend the highway law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Storcuttens, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1712, Assembly number 3602 by Assembly Member Seawright, an act to amend the elder law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Storcuttens, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1713, Assembly number 8482A by Assembly Member Cruz, an act to amend the workers' compensation law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Storcuttens, Zellner.
Okay, got it.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bill's passed. Senator Giannaris.
Clarify in 1710 that we did have a home rule message on that bill from what I understand.
So we need to make sure there's a home rule message at the desk in relation to calendar 1710. Do we need to reread that last section? Okay, just clarified. Excellent. Secretary Reed.
Calendar number 1714, Senate Print 6736A by Senator Fahey, an act to amend the social services law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 1st of April.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Storcuttens, Zellner.
Senator Fahey to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to vote aye on this bill. Glioblastoma, many of us are familiar with it as a highly aggressive brain cancer with very limited treatment options and very low survival rates. This technology or this treatment, TT Fields, is a wearable device, and it is the first therapy in over 10 years proven to increase survivability on newly diagnosed glioblastoma patients. This bill will ensure that Medicaid patients have access to this FDA-approved National Comprehensive Cancer Network preferred treatment, which closes a gap for closes a healthcare gap for some of the sickest, most vulnerable New Yorkers. TTS Fields, again, this treatment, again, represents the most significant advancement in over a decade. It corrects a critical inequity in healthcare by ensuring Medicaid fee-for-service beneficiaries have equal access to this life-extending treatment. It's endorsed by major cancer centers, medical societies, patient advocacy groups, and more. I have to say, as somebody who has been all too familiar with cancer, in patients, we sought every patient, every treatment for my son to try to extend his life, and I'm just deeply honored to be able to sponsor a treatment like this, a bill like this, that may help extend other lives and address this glaring inequity in cancer care and Medicaid treatment for this, again, safe, effective, and life-extending treatment. And with that, Mr. President, I'm very honored to vote aye. Thank you.
Senator Fahey to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Aye, 60.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1715, Senate Print 6983A by Senator Bridgeport, enacted from the Public Health Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zalman.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1715, voting in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Rhodes, Stead, Walton, and White. Ayes 52, nays 8.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1716, Assembly number 10,137 by Assembly Member Wright, enacted from the General Business Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1717, Assembly number 9162A by Assembly Member Fefa Romano, enacted from the Retirement and Social Security Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Ryan to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm going to rise in support of this bill establishing a 25-year retirement for our 911 emergency communication personnel. You know, when somebody calls 911, it's usually at the worst moments of their life. These professionals are the first point of contact before a police officer arrives on the scene, before a firefighter reaches the scene, before an ambulance pulls up. A dispatcher is already hard at work. They assess the emergencies, they gather critical information, direct resources, provide instructions. That can't go unnoticed, and it's a terribly, terribly difficult job. And all too often, they are the true unsung heroes of all these, the emergencies. So we rely on these operators to handle life or death situations 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So by creating an optional 25-year retirement plan, we acknowledge that their career and their hard work responding to emergencies behind the headset it's an excruciatingly difficult and demanding job, and we actually just need to help them help recruit and retain employees. So I'm probably going to vote in favor of this, and I'll definitely want to give some acknowledgement to my partners who helped get this over the finish line. Obviously, hardworking men and women of CSEA, DC 37, and AFSCME Council 66 and 82. On behalf of these heroes that do this behind the scenes every day, I vote in the affirmative. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Ryan to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Rollison to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Ryan for moving this bill forward. As I've said many times here on the floor, as a former cop and starting in the 1980s, before there were 911 centers, we had to rotate through what we call the front desk as police officers when the police assistant was off. No one wanted to do that job because the pressure was tremendous with the amount of phone calls, answering the radio, working on the computer, and doing all those other things. It has evolved tremendously over the years. So last year in the city of Poughkeepsie, they had 130,000 phone calls into their 911 center. 33,000 were for the police, 6,000 for fire, 9,100 for EMS, and everything else was just people calling 911 wanting to talk to the water department. You know, the pressure that goes inside that job and that headset, as Senator Ryan said, is tremendous. We owe this to them. And also Mr. President, everything in the public safety world generally starts with a phone call, and it starts with them. I proudly vote aye.
Senator Rollison to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1718, Senate Print 7802A by Senator Harkam, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
There is a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect on the 90th day, which shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Swilcutt, and Zona.
Senator Harkam to explain his vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in support of Jake's Law. I want to thank our Majority Leader for bringing this to the floor today. Jake Arcara was just an everyday guy. Brought a smile to everybody's face. Everybody loved him. Grew up in the town of Yorktown, was engaged to be married to his fiancee, Katie. They were going to get married in 2023. He was a 4-year employee of the Yorktown Highway Department, where his colleagues described him as loyal, warm-hearted, funny, hardworking, and a genuine guy. Tragically, Jake was killed on the job on September 14th in 2022. He was working at a construction site when an out-of-control resident drove their vehicle through the warning flags and into Jake, killing him at the scene. This crash highlights the dangers faced by our local highway construction workers, and we've taken action in New York State where we now have cameras along work sites, DOT, and the New York State Thruway. This legislation will create a first-of-its-kind program in New York State to allow the town of Yorktown to work with DOT to establish a work zone camera program at the local level in the town of Yorktown, hopefully keeping other highway workers safe and holding drivers accountable who drive recklessly in work zones. I want to thank Jake's mother, Kelly Arcara, who's turned pain to purpose, who's worked for a couple years with us on this bill. She's come up to Albany to speak on this bill. I want to thank Jake's colleagues at the Highway Department, the town of Yorktown, and of course, my friend over in the Assembly, Assembly Member Matt Slater. I think this is a bill that has potential to really impact not just the safety in the town of Yorktown, but depending on how this project goes, in many more municipalities throughout the state. For those reasons, I vote aye, Mr. President.
Senator Harkam to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1718, voted in the negative, Senator Lanza. Ayes 59, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1719, Assembly number 3598 by Assemblymember Schiavone, an act to amend the Mental Hygiene Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Swilcutt, and Zona.
Senator Palumbo to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to first thank Senator Clear for bringing this to the floor. This is a bill that I had a couple of years ago, and Senator Clear expressed an interest in fixing issues with the guardianship process, which she does on so many different bills. So thank you for getting this to the finish line. As you can hear from the substitution, it did pass the Assembly as well. What this bill does is it enacts Carolyn's Law, which fixes a very meaningful gap in the guardianship law. As people know, as you all know, when someone's appointed by the court, a guardian is appointed because of someone's age or illness or disability. They take control of all their financial and personal needs, and there are times, most of the time, or oftentimes, it's a complete stranger, or sometimes it's a family member. And with the family dynamics being what they are, individuals have no opportunity, or they need to go through a very lengthy court process just to visit with their loved one. And we know many, many stories. When I drafted this bill initially, our office was inundated by people around the country who suffered from this. We know there are issues with access to Wendy Williams. Everyone remembers the radio host Casey Kasem, who didn't see his family for the last year and a half of his life. There was no allegations of abuse of any kind. There was just a difference of personality. What this does is allows a motion to be filed by order to show cause, and in hearing within 10 days, and it is presumed that you can simply visit with your loved one. Believe it or not, that is a huge problem and issue in the guardianship process. And it can be supervised or otherwise, just as if you would visit a child. You want to visit your sick or ailing mother or grandparent, you can see them. That's what this does, and it's named after Carolyn Montanti, where this issue arose and was brought to my attention by her daughter, Christine. So thank you so much for bringing this to the floor. Senator Clear, I greatly appreciate you moving this to the finish line and playing quarterback. I proudly vote aye, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Senator Palumbo to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1720, Assembly number 8143A by Assemblymember Barclay, enactment of the tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action take effect on the 1st of January.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zona.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1720, voted in the negative, Senator Scoofus, ayes 50. Also, Senator Martinez. Also, Senator Kanzani Fitzpatrick.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1720, voted in the negative are Senators Kanzani Fitzpatrick, Lanza, Martinez, Scarcella Stanton, and Scoofus. Ayes 55, nays 5.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1721, Assembly number 8638B by Assemblymember Kim, enact to amend the general business law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action is effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zona.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1721, voted in the negative, Senator Scoofus. Ayes 59, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1722, Assembly number 8248A by Assemblymember Hevesy, enact to amend the social services law.
Read the last section.
Section 6 is action to effect on the 30th day, which shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zona.
Announce results.
Ayes 60. Oh,
The bill is passed.
excuse me. In relation to calendar 1722, voted in the negative, Senator Walzing. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1723, Assembly number 8022A by Assemblymember Stett, enact to amend the criminal procedure law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zona.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1724, Senate Print 8237 by Senator Parker, enact to amend the public authorities law.
Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zona.
Announce results. Ooh, sorry, too fast. Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1724, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Kanzani Fitzpatrick, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, O'Mara, Orr, Tedisco, Walzing, and White. Also Senator Chan. Ayes 47, nays 13.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1725, Senate Print 8239 by Senator Ramos, enact to amend the labor law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zona.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1726, Senate Print 8240 by Senator Ramos, enact to amend the workers' compensation law.
Read the last section.
Section 16, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zona.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1726, voted in the negative are Senators Kanzani Fitzpatrick, Palumbo, Rhodes, and Walzing. Ayes 56, nays 4.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1727, Senate Print 8246 by Senator Myrie, enact to amend the state finance law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zona.
Announce result.
In relation to calendar 1727, voted in the negative, Senator Walzek. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1728, Senate Print 8253 by Senator Bridgeport, an act to amend the abandoned property law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cutton Zone.
Announce result.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1729, Assembly number 8675C by Assemblymember Bronstein, an act to amend the penal law.
Read the last section.
Section 11, this act shall take effect on the 90th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cutton Zone.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1729, voted in the negative are Senators Bridgeport and Gonzalez. Ayes 58, nays 2.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1730, Senate Print 8364 by Senator Webb, an act to amend the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Cooper, Ort, Sewell-Cutton Zone.
Announce results.
Ayes 60. Oh, excuse me. In relation to calendar 1730, voted in the negative are Senators Martinez and Scoopus. Ayes 58, nays. So, pardon me. In relation to calendar 1730, voted in the negative are Senators Martinez and Walzek. Ayes 58, nays 2.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1731, Senate Print 8385 by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the state finance law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 60th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cutton Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1732, Senate Print 8407 by Senator Fahey, an act to amend the social services law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cutton Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1733, Senate Print 8410 by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the vehicle and traffic law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cutton Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1734, Assembly number 9058A by Assemblymember Wright, an act to amend the Administrative Code of the City of New York.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 90th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cutton Zoner. In relation to, excuse me,
Announce results.
in relation to calendar 1734, voted in the negative are Senators O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, and Senator White. Ayes 56, nays 4.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1735, Assembly number 10576 by Assemblymember Lucas, an act to amend the social services law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 90th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cutton Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1736, Senate Print 8852C by Senator Harcum, an act in relation to authorize the County of Putnam to lease certain lands used as parklands.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 6, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cutton Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1737, Assembly number 11030A by Assemblymember Levenberg, an act to amend the Public Service Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 90th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cutton Zoner.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1737, voted in the negative, Senator Walzek. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1738, Senate Print 8926 by Senator Ryan, an act to amend the Public Authorities Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 120th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cutton Zoner.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1738, voted in the negative are Senators Helming, Kruger, Rhodes, Walzek, and White. Ayes 55, nays 5.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1739, Senate Print 8965 by Senator Henchy, an act to amend the Public Health Law.
Read the last section.
Section 9, this act shall take effect 18 months after it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cutton Zoner.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1739, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kanzani Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Patera. Murray, O'Braco, O'Mara, Or, Palumbo, Rhodes, Ralston, Steck, Tedisco, Wozzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 38, nays 22.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1740, Assembly number 10,263A by Assemblymember Buttonshin, enactment of the Retirement Social Security Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1741, Senate Print 9138 by Senator Palumbo, an act relating to a death benefit option for the beneficiary of Justice Jerry Garguilo.
Read the last section.
Section 5, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Palumbo to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I just rise briefly to explain the life of Judge Gargiulo, who was beloved by everyone. He was a lawyer's lawyer when he practiced. And Judge Gargiulo became a Supreme Court judge, and because of his skill as a lawyer, presided over the most complex cases, brain damaged baby cases, asbestos cases. And then he presided over the opioid litigation. He was the coordinating judge. And for those of you who don't know, you have a coordinated practice or a coordinated judge so that all venues don't have inconsistent decisions and they all go to one judge. So as a reminder, the opioid litigation in the state of New York, which resulted in billions of dollars recovered in the settlements, it involved 62 counties, 10 cities, including New York City, 67 smaller municipal corporations, townships, villages, and judges, eventually the state of New York. The named defendants were manufacturers, distributors, large retail pharmacies. 40 defendants were named. At times, there were participating lawyers exceeding 100. They converted Touro Law School to a courtroom. There were over 350 written decisions and directives, and it involved 357 motion sequences. So Judge Gargiulo was this coordinating judge, and as the litigation was winding down, he did not want to dump this on his colleagues. So as a result of his dedication to the state of New York, to the practice of law, and his colleagues on the judiciary, he hung around and was certificated twice and was retiring this past December. Very sadly, Judge Gargiulo unexpectedly in September of 2025 passed away. So we've had many of these, as we call death gamble bills, that have come through this House. But the only reason why Judge Gargiulo was not with his feet up by the pool was as a result of that opioid litigation, and he wanted to see it through to the end, which thankfully he did. So I proudly vote aye, Madam President, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Senator Palumbo to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Matera to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to thank my colleague, Senator Palumbo, for this very, very special bill, for a very, very special person, a special judge. He was the people's judge, and he passed away sitting on the bench. He passed away. His family, everybody misses him. He's the type of salt-of-the-earth type of man. He was somebody that, in other words, you were in your town in St. James, and you see him at your regular local stores, the restaurants, 7-Eleven, and he would sit there, and he was just a word of wisdom. And he was definitely a mentor to me, someone that swore me in my office, and it just meant so, so much to me. And when the passing of him, we were all shocked, and we're still grieving over this, Madam President, because he's the type of person that would have been on TV, like a Judge Judy, that type of person, that he's a caring type of person, that give people breaks. That's what Judge Gargiulo is all about. And what a family man, with him being with his wife and his daughters, and Nicole Gargiulo is very, very special to me in the town of Smithtown and what she does. But he's just a fixture, and his name will always be there. It'll be etched in stone in the great town of Smithtown. Thank you so much, and I proudly vote yes. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Matera to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1742, Assembly number 9001 by Assemblymember Steck, an act to amend the mental hygiene law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1743, Senate Print 9287A by Senator Hinchey, an act to amend the real property tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1743, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Kanzani Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Griffo, Lanza, Martins, Oberacker, O'Mara, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 49, ayes 11.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1744, Assembly number 10,478 by Assembly Member Schiavone, an act in relation to increasing the term of office from 2 years to 4 years for the trustees of the freeholders in commonality of the town of Southampton.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cuttings, Zellner.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1744, voted in the negative are Senators Ryan and Skoufis. Ayes 58, nays 2.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1745, Senate Print 9441 by Senator Chan, an act to amend the multiple dwelling law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action shall take effect on the 1st of January.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cuttings, Zellner.
Senator Chan to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. So, this bill was actually born from the great fire of the Chan household on Thanksgiving of 2025, as my colleagues have heard this story many times and saw video clips of. So there I was, me and my daughter were toasting some marshmallows by the oven, and the torch that I was using caught fire, and my hand was engulfed in this fire. Now, I could have dropped the can of gas on the floor, but my police experience tells me that that can could have bursted into flames, and my daughter was standing right there. So I made a choice of holding on to that can with all my might and running it 6 seconds out my front door and dropped it in my front stoop. Now, I do have fire extinguishers on every floor in my house. I didn't have time to grab it, so eventually I did go in there and grab the fire extinguisher and put out that fire. Now, my hand still bears the scars from 7 months ago, and I thought, in case that can of gas would have dropped on my floor, that would have been the first time I needed that fire extinguisher. Why doesn't every small apartment, small dwelling, 1, 2, 3 family units have this fire extinguisher in there? And I realized that in the news every day I read about small fires where tenants ran out and called 911 and turned into a big fire. I've seen it as a cop as well. So I thought it might be a great idea if we recruit and mobilize every tenant in these apartments, small dwellings, as a first-line firefighter. One little fire extinguisher that costs $20 can save many, many lives down the road, as well as property damage. So that gave me a great idea. I want to thank my colleagues for supporting this bill, and I urge everyone to vote up on it. That's why I vote yes. Thank you.
Senator Chan to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1746, Assembly number 10,391 by Assembly Member Jacobson, an act to amend the vehicle and traffic law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this action take effect on the 30th day, and shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cuttings, Zellner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1747, Assembly number 5175A by Assembly Member Solage, an act to amend the general business law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action take effect on the 90th day, and shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cuttings, Zellner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1748, Senate Print 9509 by Senator Ort, an act to amend the highway law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cuttings, Zellner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1749, Senate Print 9606 by Senator Ort, an act to amend Subpart H or Part C of Chapter 20 of the laws of 2015.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cuttings, Zellner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1750, Senate Print 9654 by Senator Murray, an act to amend the highway law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cuttings, Zellner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1751, Senate Print 9682 by Senator Liu, an act to amend the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action takes effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cuttings, Zellner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1752, Assembly number 8313B by Assembly Member Anderson, an act to amend the public housing law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action takes effect on the 120th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cuttings, Zellner.
Announce the result.
In relation to calendar 1752, voted in the negative. Senator Walton. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill is passed. You're skipping. The bill number S9725B was not reported from rules and therefore should not appear on the calendar.
Calendar number 1754, Senate Print 9736 by Senator Kavanaugh, an act to amend the penal law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zoner.
Senator Murray to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. This one baffles me. Look, I know, I get it. You don't like guns. You don't like the NRA. But what we're saying with this bill is that training by the United States Army, training by the United States Navy, training by the U.S. Marine Corps, or the Adjutant General of this state, or by the NRA is not good enough. No, we didn't train them. They're not good enough to train people with the use of guns. You've got to be kidding me. Can we at least live in the real world? This is ridiculous. I vote no.
Senator Murray to be recorded in the negative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1754, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kanzani Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffel, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Patera, Murray, Obrecht, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Rollison, Senator Palumbo, Senator Tedisco, Senator Steck, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 38, nays 22.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1755, Senate Print 9904 by Senator Ramos, an act to amend the labor law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zoner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1756, Senate Print 9905 by Senator Jackson, an act to amend the retirement and Social Security law.
Read the last section.
Section 12, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zoner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1757, Senate Print 9906 by Senator Myrie, an act to amend the criminal procedure law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zoner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1758, Assembly number 8061 by Assembly Member Bronson, an act to amend the Veteran Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 90th date and shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zoner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1759, Senate Print 9982A by Senator Tedisco, an act in relation to authorizing Kurt Nolan to receive certain credit under sections 384-D and 384-E of the Retirement and Social Security Law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zoner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1760, Senate Print 10058C by Senator Harkam, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 30th day and shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zoner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1761, Assembly number 11,199A by Assembly Member Reyes, an act to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 180th day and shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zoner.
Senator Chan to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. So I rise once again, and once again I call up on my own experience as an NYPD police officer and police supervisor of 27 years. Let's go back about 30 years, and when I first became a police officer, I carried what is known as a Motorola Sabre radio. It was this big, heavy, prehistoric radio, and it wasn't encrypted. So now, once again, we're talking about having no encryption on our police radios. I'll tell you what happened when we didn't have these encrypted radios. There was reporters and members of the media and press just following the cops around in the Lower East Side where I worked. And some of the problems that we came across were they would get in the way when our investigation wasn't over. They would get in the way and identify victims when they were not supposed to identify. They would broadcast a news article before the investigation was complete, in essence, tipping off the criminals of an ongoing investigation. The reasons why we shouldn't have the media monitor the radio is just endless. There's a lot of sensitive information over the radio, a lot of things that are not ready to be made public. Recently, my office a constituent came into my office. He was a victim of a TikTok scam, $400,000. So using my connections in the police department, we didn't just file a police report for him. I contacted the Financial Crimes Task Force. They set up a sting. They collared 3 Thai nationals, a part of an international organized crime ring that's scamming my constituents out of tens, hundreds of thousands of dollars. But the problem is, people were monitoring the police radio and it was made public, but the Department of Homeland Security took over that investigation. So now that investigation itself is jeopardized. So for many reasons like that, I'm going to have to vote down on this bill. It's not a good idea.
Senator Chan to be recorded in the negative. Announce the result.
In relation to calendar 1761, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Canzone Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Griffin, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Patera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rawson, Ryan, Steck, Tedisco, Walter, Weapon, White, ayes 37, nays 23.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1762, Senate Print 10,095B by Senator Rhodes, an act authorizing the Hicksville Water District to receive retroactive real property tax exempt status.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adopt. GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
In relation to calendar 1762, voted in the negative are Senators O'Mara and Skoufis, ayes 58, nays 2.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1763, Assembly number 11,180B by Assembly Member Parlin, enacted in the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 30th day, which shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
Ayes 60.
Bill is
Excuse me.
passed.
In relation to calendar 1763, voted in the negative, Senator Lanza, ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1764, Assembly number 11,437 by Assembly Member Sturpey, an act to amend the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
In relation to calendar 1764, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Canzone Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Lanza, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, Tedisco, and Weber. Also, Senators Palumbo and Helming, ayes 47, nays 13.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1765, Senate Print 10,196A by Senator Fahey, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 30th date, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
In relation to calendar 1765, voted in the negative are Senators Lanza and Chan, ayes 58, nays 2.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1766, Senate Print 10,223A by Senator Fahey, an act to authorize the South End Children's Cafe.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
In relation to calendar 1766, voted in the negative, Senator Skoufis, ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1767, Senate Print 10,443 by Senator Myrie, an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 60th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
In relation to calendar 1767, voted in the negative, Senator Walzig, ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1768, Senate Print 10,446 by Senator Kavanaugh, an act to amend Chapter 514 of the laws of 1983.
Read the last section.
Section 9, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce result.
In relation to calendar 1768, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Canzera Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Robinson, Stett, Tedisco, Walzak, Weber, and White. Senator Ort in the affirmative. Ayes 40, nays 20.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1769, Senate Print 10,489 by Senator Bino, enactment of local finance law.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce result.
In relation to calendar 1769, voted in the negative, Senator Skoufis. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1770, Senate Print 10,528 by Senator Oberacker, an act to amend the alcoholic beverage control law.
Read last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce result.
In relation to calendar 1770, voted in the negative, Senator Martinez. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1771, Senate Print 10,563 by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the election law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce result.
In relation to calendar 1771, voted in the negative, Senator Walzak. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1772, Senate Print 10,603 by Senator Weber, an act authorizing the Khan Kahal Square of Roman to receive retroactive real property tax exempt status.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce result.
In relation to calendar 1772, voted in the negative are Senators O'Mara and Skoufis. Ayes 58, nays 2.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1773, Senate Print 10,611 by Senator Stewart Cousins, an act authorizing the town of Greenberg to alienate and discontinue the use of certain parkland.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 6, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce result.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1774, Assembly number 11,532 by Assemblymember Schiavone, an act to amend Chapter 704 of the laws of 2023.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce result.
In relation to calendar 1774, voted in the negative, Senator Martinez. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1775, Assembly number 11,540 by Assemblymember Powers, an act to amend the alcoholic beverage control law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Result.
In relation to calendar 1775, voted in the negative are Senators Chan, Lanza, and Martinez. Ayes 57, nays 3.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1776, Senate Print 10,624 by Senator Bino, an act to authorize the Freeport Bible Center to file an application for a retroactive real property tax exemption.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce result.
In relation to calendar 1776, voted in the negative are Senators O'Mara and Skoufis. Ayes 58, nays 2.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1777, Senate Print 10,626 by Senator Gianaris, an act to amend the judiciary law.
The bill is laid aside. I think this is a bill.
Calendar number 1778, Senate Print 10,627 by Senator Mayer, an act to amend the general business law.
I think that's the one. I don't know. I'm not sure. Can we like Carly? Just to ask them.
Side temporarily, please.
Early.
Calendar number 1779, Assembly number 11,547 by Assembly Member People Stokes, an act to amend the state finance law.
Read the last section.
Section 6, Section 5, this act shall take effect upon the completion of all grants having been transferred from Health Research Incorporated.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the result.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1780, Assembly number 11,534 by Assembly Member Pfeffer Amato, an act to amend the civil service law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1780, voted in the negative, Senator Walzek. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1781, Senate Print 10,632 by Senator Martinez, an act to amend the penal law.
Read last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1782, Senate Print 10,635 by Senator Kavanaugh, an act to amend the multiple dwelling law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce
In
results.
relation to calendar 1782, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kanzeri Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martinez, Martins, Matera, Murray, Obrack, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Ralston, Skoufis, Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 36, nays 24.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1783, Assembly number 11,555 by Assembly Member Fefer Amato, an act to amend the General Municipal Law.
Read last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect July 1st, 2026.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1784, Senate Print 10,639 by Senator Giannaris, an act to amend the election law.
The bill is laid aside.
Calendar number 1785, Assembly number 11,558 by Assembly Member Kim, an act to amend Chapter 704 of the laws of 1991.
Read last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1785, voted in the negative, Senator Skoufis. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1786, Assembly number 11,559 by Assembly Member Pretlow, an act to amend the New York State Medical Care Facilities Finance Agency Act.
Read last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1787, Assembly number 11,560 by Assembly Member Barrett, an act to amend the Environmental Conservation Law.
Read last section.
Yes, sir.
Oh, the bill is laid aside.
Calendar number 1788, Assembly number 11,561 by Assembly Member Hasty, an act to amend Chapter 747 of the laws of 2023.
Read last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1788, voted in the negative are Senators Ort and Walzek. Ayes 58, nays 2.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1789, Senate Print 10,648 by Senator Savitsky, an act implementing an agreement between the state and an employee organization.
Of necessity at the desk.
There is a message of necessity at the desk.
Move to accept the message.
All those in favor of accepting the message, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The message is accepted. The bill is before the House. Read the last section.
Section 20, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed. Senator Giannaris, that completes the reading of the supplemental calendar.
Madam President, it's my understanding that the sponsor of calendar 1778, which happens to be you, would like to lay that bill aside for the day.
Bill is laid aside for the day.
Let's now move to the controversial calendar.
The Secretary will ring the bell. The Secretary will read.
Calendar number 644, Senate Print 1463B by Senator Kavanaugh, an act to amend the Environmental Conservation Law.
Senator Borrello, why do you rise?
Madam President, would the sponsor yield for a question?
Yes, through you, Madam
Senator
President.
Kavanaugh, do you yield?
Yes.
The senator yields.
Through you, Madam President. So obviously, You know, we have gone back and forth on this before, but it sounds like there has been some changes made to this. I guess most importantly, the idea of actually assessing a fee. Can you just explain the parameters of that? The
Yes.
fee?
Yeah, this is the 5th time that this chamber has considered this bill, and we're actually running this as an experiment because previously many of my colleagues stood up and said that, you know, there are many wonderful programs that are wonderful partly because they have their fee. So we've added the fee to see if, you know, the wonderfulness is still perceived by everyone in the chamber. But yes, we have amended this program so that there will be a fee at the point of purchase when someone purchases a mattress, and that fee will be collected. There'll be an audit to ensure that that covers the cost of the collection program and the extended producer responsibility program, and no more than that cost, and that will go to either the representative organization that represents the manufacturers or the individual manufacturers if they're complying with EPR separately.
Thank you. Madam President, the sponsor continue to yield.
You continue to yield?
Yes, Madam President.
Sponsor yields.
So you mentioned that this is going to be a very, very tight assessment. In other words, you're going to try to figure out a way how it's going to be a fee assessed for only the cost of the program. I agree that that should be the case. This should not be a profit, a profit center for anyone. But that seems like a pretty complex thing to be able to calculate. How is that? Who's going to do that, and how's it going to happen?
Through you, Madam President, it'll be done in a manner that's similar to the 4 other states that have this program, that have such a fee. The bill specifies that it needs to cover the cost over multiple years. So again, you're getting the fee from the consumer at the point that they purchase the mattress. It's going to this organization, and then the organization will, over time, have to, spend that fee to cover the costs. The costs of the program change over time because they have increasing responsibility to collect mattresses, but it will be the producer responsibility organization. When they submit their plan to the DEC, they will submit a plan to collect the fee, an amount of the fee, and some evidence that that fee has been audited, presumably by somebody independent selected by the manufacturers to ensure that it is the right amount and no more. But it's not going to be, the fee is not going to be set directly by, the DEC will have to approve the plan, the fee as part of the larger provision of the bill that has them approving the overall plan, but the fee will be set by the collective wisdom of the manufacturers who are participating in the Producer Responsibility Organization. And I would note that the International Sleep Products Association is now in support of this bill, as are NICOM and the many environmental groups that have been supporting it from the beginning.
Madam President, sponsor continue to yield.
Would you continue to yield?
Yes, Madam
Sponsor
President.
yields.
Yes, I know that your changes have garnered the support of the International Sleep Association. So congratulations on that, and sincerely, that's that was able to happen. But you mentioned other places where we've always referenced the tires and paint and as examples of how this could happen. But how is this from a logistical standpoint? Like when you go and you get rid of an old tire, you're taking it someplace maybe to have the new tires put on, and they take the old tire and charge you a fee. You take your paint to a store, they charge you the fee. What's going to happen with a mattress now? Someone decides they don't need their mattress anymore. What's the process going to be to dispose of that mattress?
The industry, the producers theoretically can comply with this program by themselves if they were like a particular brand or a particular company and they wanted to just collect their own mattresses and proceed. But the way this has happened in every other state and the way we expected it would happen here is that the industry as a whole would create a producer responsibility organization that would collectively set up sites that meet a convenience standard. So there have to be sites in every part of the state. They have to be additional sites for every 30,000 people. So there are criteria in the bill that that are intended to make the collection and the drop-off of mattresses convenient for consumers. We know, of course, also a lot of mattresses are delivered directly to consumers. In some cases, they're still delivered in a truck, and a producer might be wise to arrange for the truck to take the old mattress and bring it back. But the program is not, it's not that prescriptive as to how they do it, other than they have to present a plan that meets a convenience standard. DEC has to approve that plan, and then presumably from that point forward, it'll be convenient to the consumer. The plan also is supposed to indicate the manner in which they will publicize the plan, any incentives they'll give to retailers to participate in the plan. So there's a variety of things that are intended. And as has been noted on this floor before, these programs have worked very well in other places and collected a great many mattresses that otherwise go to landfill. And that's, of course, a tremendous loss of resources, about 23 cubic feet of valuable materials in every mattress that gets disposed of.
Madam President, sponsor, continue to yield.
Yes,
Sponsor yield.
I think we've all seen, commercials on TV. You can buy a mattress online, you can buy it on Amazon, and it's becoming more and more popular to do it that way. So if someone sells a mattress into New York State, they ship it in New York State, but not a brick and mortar mattress store, will they be required to collect and redeem this fee?
Through you, Madam President, yes. The fee will be collected at the point of sale. So if you're selling a mattress to a New Yorker and not collecting that fee, it will be violating that law. But more importantly, the DEC or perhaps the Attorney General or others could go after that participant in the marketplace for violating the law. But the more likely way that that is discovered is the industry itself, recognizing that the industry as a whole has an obligation to meet increasingly ambitious standards for collecting and recycling mattresses, and knowing that that program is going to be funded by fees collected from retail sales will certainly be, people are usually aware in the market if somebody's competing with them, and if somebody is selling mattresses without collecting a fee, and more specifically without remitting that fee to the PRO itself presumably would have a great interest in ensuring that that fee is properly collected. And again, there's nothing, we've talked about this a little bit on this floor before, but there's nothing in this bill that distinguishes out-of-state or out-of-country producers from in-state. If you are selling mattresses in New York, if you're selling mattresses to New Yorkers to be used in New York, you must participate both in a PRO and in collecting the fee, and also in ensuring that your mattresses are properly recycled.
Madam President, sponsor, continue to yield.
You continue to yield.
Yes, Madam President.
So I know the goal of this is ultimately to have these mattresses recycled. Mattresses are made up of several different materials. There's a wide variety of ways to make a mattress, and the recycling of it, I think, is going to be a challenging part. But one promising thing that I've been recently made aware of is something called pyrolysis. I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's essentially a high heat. Is that going to be incorporated into the definition of recycling for the purposes of this bill and this program that we're going to create in New York State?
Through you, Madam President, the pyrolysis and some other chemical processes that are sometimes referred to as advanced recycling by the industry are not included in this bill as a form of recycling. So we are not, sometimes people say we're banning advanced recycling, we're banning pyrolysis. We are not doing any such thing. To the extent those processes are economically sensible, they will continue. They probably become more economically sensible if everybody has to collect mattresses and there are materials in those mattresses that would be useful inputs for that kind of process. But for now, the perception that motivates this bill is that those processes are not advanced enough in terms of their environmental sustainability to warrant allowing mattress producers, again, who have the obligations here, to use those processes and count them toward the recycling goal. And there are a lot of recyclable materials in mattresses that are far easier to recycle, and in the view that motivates this bill, more beneficial to recycle in more conventional ways. But again, that technology could evolve over time. And again, if I were in that business and I thought there was some useful material in mattresses that I could put through that process, it would probably be beneficial for me to have a program like this where all the mattresses are getting collected, and I can certainly buy the materials I want to process. But again, the industry itself that would be responsible for recycling has not objected. I know the Chemistry Council which I think has a larger fight over the role of pyrolysis in the world, has, is critical of that aspect of this bill.
Madam President, sponsor, continue view. Hello.
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes, Madam President.
Sponsor yields.
So I think we're all trying to head towards advanced recycling technology. It's really going to be the only way we're going to be able to address all the concerns that we hear here about things like single-use plastics and big ticket items like this that are made up of a lot of material. So are we restricting the use of pyrolysis as part of this recycling, or are we simply saying, it could be an option, but just technology's not quite ready yet? I just want to make sure what the guardrails are.
Through you, Madam President, there's nothing in this bill that will prevent somebody from using pyrolysis or any other chemical treatment of materials that are extracted from used mattresses. But mattresses are made up of, metal, wood, cloth, a whole bunch of materials, most of which would not be subject to pyrolysis one way or the other. The bill the purpose of having a recycling definition in this is to give specificity to the recycling targets that have to be met. So there's no point in now or in the future where 100% of mattresses would have to be recycled, but there's a target for the number that have to be recycled, and we want to make sure that target is being met by processes that we are confident are environmentally sustainable and responsible. But there's nothing in this bill that suggests people shouldn't try to, Eastman or other companies that are involved in setting up facilities to reprocess chemicals and other things would still be entirely free to do it. There's no restriction on that activity in this bill.
Great. Madam President, on the bill.
Senator Burrell on the bill.
Again, this may be our last debate, Senator Kavanaugh, and this one has been a real doozy. I think our fifth time now that we've debated this, but thank you again, once again. You are very knowledgeable on the bills that you sponsor. So, and I also want to compliment you on listening to the industry and making those adjustments that they have asked for. Nothing is perfect, and I think that the responses, the reactions that I've gotten are that this is better. In the end, it's still a producer responsibility bill, which still has some concerns for me. However, it's much better than it was before. And I really think we need to look down the road that if we are going to truly address this issue of the disposable society that we now live in, that we really need to embrace advanced manufacturing technology. And my understanding is pyrolysis has been around for centuries, if not thousands of years in one form or another. So it certainly should be something that we look toward the future as an option so we can do things like this. And again, taking plastic and making sure that we can actually reuse it as many times as possible. So a lot of consternation originally on this bill, but it seems to be much better, Madam President. So we'll see how that goes. Thanks.
Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Secretary will ring the bell. Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris, Kruger, Ort, Swilcuttins, Zellner.
Senator Walczak to explain his vote.
Madam President, and I know that the sponsor of this bill will be moving on to greener pastures, but I will say about the sponsor, it's been a thoughtful legislator, intelligent and hardworking. We don't always agree on policies, and certainly we've had spirited debates on this bill in particular in the past, some of them memorable, but he's always been open to conversation and listening, whether it be to the industry or the constituency or even legislators on the other side of the aisle with ideas. I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned from your leadership from that perspective. Unfortunately, I vote no, Madam President.
Senator Walczak to be recorded in the negative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 644, voted in the negative are Senators Bino, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Martinez, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, Ort, Rose, Ryan, Stett, Tedisco, Walczak, Weber, White, and Senator Martins. Also Senator Lanza. Ayes 42, nays 18.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1094, Senate Print 6230C by Senator Webb, enactment of the public health law.
Senator White, why do you rise?
I'm wondering if the sponsor would yield. I have but one question.
Yes. Through you, Madam President, I will yield. The sponsor yields.
Thank you. This bill authorizes camp operators and employees who are 18 years of age or older to administer medications and treatment to children in certain circumstances. Those medications include pain relief, motion sickness, drugs to treat asthma, epilepsy, anaphylaxis. I'm curious, with employees who are 18, 19, 20, they may not be familiar with how to dispense nasal spray, an inhaler, or an EpiPen. Does this bill provide training to administer those medications properly?
Madam President, they do, and it's under the direction of the nurse and the individual's primary care physician.
Thank you, Madam President. I actually, if I may, I have one more question.
Will the sponsor yield?
Could you just tell me where in the bill is...
The sponsor yield?
Do you yield? I'm sorry.
I'm a little 50-50 on it. No, I'm kidding. I will
sponsor
yield,
yields.
Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Webb. Can you just tell me where in the bill it says that they're going to receive that training?
President, although training isn't specifically spelled out in the bill, but most certainly the oversight with respect to doctor's order, also the nurse is most certainly spelled out. I will also say, Madam President, that for any administering of services that camp counselors provide, I know some folks in the chamber have maybe served as camp counselors or most certainly attended camp, that there's always training, even for things like CPR and other things of that nature.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator.
Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, the debate is closed.
Madam President,
Senator Generous.
we've agreed to restore this bill to the non-controversial calendar.
The bill will be restored to the non-controversial calendar. Read the last section.
Section 3, this action to effect on the 180th day shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort's, Cousin Zelman.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Senator Webb to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator White, for your questions. Always good to clarify things, and I know this is your last session, so thank you for most certainly being our ranker on women's issues. But to the bill, Madam President, as I mentioned, we know that going to camp is a great experience for a number of children across our state, especially, when you think about summer break. And for those who actually get the opportunity to go to summer camp, it's an opportunity to connect with new friends, also to step outside of your comfort zone, learn new skills, and your parents aren't with you at that time. But this means that many of our children who are going to camp, who may have health issues, are often not given the same opportunities. And so what this bill intends to do is that currently our law prohibits camp staff who are not licensed nurses from administering any medication, even simple ones such as Tylenol or Benadryl or even topical creams for poison ivy. This is medication that any parent would provide without a second thought at home. In 2003, we saw this gap when we passed similar legislation that allowed licensed daycare employees to administer medications, emphasis on when it's approved by a parent or a guardian. And camp counselors deserve that same trust, and this bill would most certainly give them that. Camp counselors are trained professionals. They're required to complete first aid training that includes lessons on how to administer epinephrine and CPR. And if we trust them most certainly to respond to life-threatening emergencies, we can most certainly trust them to give a child ointment for poison ivy, again, given guidance by medical practitioners. So again, this is common sense legislation. I want to thank the Assembly sponsor on this bill, Assemblymember Paulin, and also the Camp Counselor Association of New York, who also pushed for this bill, along with the Epilepsy Coalition of New York State and other advocates. I vote aye, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Webb to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce results.
Aye, 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1353, Assembly number 6285 by Assemblymember Otis, an act to amend the Public Service Law.
Senator Rhodes, why do you rise?
Madam President, I was hoping that Senator Comrie might be willing to yield to a few questions.
Senator Comrie, do you yield? Senator yields.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it. Mike? No. Senator, my understanding is that this bill actually amends the Public Service Law to add a requirement that the electric corporations and utilities submit an emergency response plan that includes time-based restoration schedules. Can you explain why this bill is necessary?
To you, Madam President. After the last storms, outage periods have grown as utility companies have become more dependent on mutual aid from other parts of the country. This bill would only work to address those issues up front, try to pre-predict the issues so that they could reduce the cost of reaching out to these emergency services as opposed to waiting until after a disaster to reach out to other states for help. Unfortunately, storms are getting worse, and the possibility for major outages are continuing to get worse year after year. We're entering into a hurricane season this year that expects to be, fortunately, I'm told, not as bad, but we want to make sure that when the utility company does make a plan, that they incorporate emergency services from other states in their plan, hopefully to save money overall.
Will the sponsor continue to yield?
Do you continue to yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
It's through you, Madam President. It's my understanding that based on the law as it exists without this amendment, utilities are already required to submit an emergency response plan. Is that not correct?
Yes. They're already, I'm sorry, to you, Madam President, they're already required to submit a response plan. This would just require them to include more detail to make sure that if there's a major emergency, that they have a built-in plan to get help from other entities.
And will the sponsor continue to yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Looking at the bill, specifically with respect to page 1 of the legislation, line 16, it talks about emergency response plans should include details of staffing, equipment, and a performance schedule with the goal of achieving restoration of service based on a time-based restoration schedule. What do you mean by a time-based restoration schedule?
To you, Madam President, right now, the Public Service Commission has been working to try to create a timeline for outages to make sure that service is restored as soon as possible to customers. The customers are not going 72 hours or more without service. And this is an attempt to try to pre-predict these things according to a schedule or algorithm that they're coming up with.
And will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will you continue to yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
And so with a time-based restoration goal or schedule, am I correct in my understanding that it would sort of be a concept of first person out of power is the first person restored? Is that essentially what that means?
Essentially, yes,
Okay.
Madam President.
And will the sponsor continue to yield?
You continue to yield, the sponsor yields.
There are other factors, though, that are considered in the existing law that, that utilities are supposed to include when submitting to the Commission their emergency response plan, such as individuals with critical medical equipment, hospitals, facilities that have essential electricity needs, like telecommunication companies, critical transportation needs, distribution companies. They're supposed to also consider employee safety. They're supposed to prioritize, for example, when there are areas with down wires, because that obviously is a safety concern. How do those instances, if they're supposed to consider that in their response plan as well, don't necessarily mesh with a time-based restoration plan?
Madam President, I would defer that actually, I would take, I don't agree, Senator. I think that as they are putting together their plan, they have to put those items in place and have to make an assessment of those items. They have to continually check with the hospitals and with folks with specialized medical equipment at their home every year. This is trying to just categorize all of that and document all of that so that they can be better prepared ahead of time when there's an emergency. This does not negate any of those issues. It only enhances the ability, which is what they're trying to do, for the Public Service Commission to understand how effective your utility could be at making the total repairs. Understanding that every storm has different variables, as you said, but to do their best to make a complete restoration as soon as possible.
Sponsor continue to yield.
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Based upon those variables, though, for example, if roads are blocked by downed trees, if it does become a safety hazard for workers because of flooding, for example, do you think it's feasible to create a time-based restoration schedule for utilities to follow when there are so many variables that they would have to consider?
I was just checking on a reference. Can you say the last part of that question again?
Sure. Obviously, we're in agreement that every storm is different. There are different variables. There are different circumstances that are beyond the control of utility. For example, if there is flooding in a particular area, or if there are downed trees, if there's a public safety reason why it's unsafe for utility workers to be able to go into an area, those factors would be inconsistent with a time-based restoration system. Is it really feasible to create a time-based restoration system when you have a wide variety of factors that may come into play that have to account in any emergency response plan?
Do you, Madam President? This is aspirational. This is an opportunity for the utilities to do a detailed study and also to inform the Public Service Commission of worst-case scenarios so that they can pre-plan to go to other states to be able to get the supplemental help, so that the supplemental help can be built into the plan. But storms are unpredictable. Utilities and light poles are unpredictable, so you can never have a 100% plan. This is aspirational, and it's asking the utilities to do more in their assessment while they're planning for a disaster from a breakdown of services.
Thank you, Senator Comrie, on the bill. Madam
Senator
President.
Rhodes on the bill.
Yeah, I certainly understand the motivation behind the bill. We've all had the experience where the power's gone out at our homes. If you don't have the backup generator, it's always frustrating when your lights go out at 9 o'clock at night and you wake up the following morning and see that your lights are still out. We all want to get our service restored as quickly as possible. we all feel the same way. From the perspective of a utility company, however, the way they generally operate is not based on first person out, first person restore. It's about trying to do the most good for the largest number of people that you can, which is why the law as it exists today calls on them to consider individuals that have in individual homes that have life-threatening conditions that need restoration of power in an expedient fashion. It's why they have to consider major hospitals. It's why they have to consider telecommunications. It's why they have to consider things that provide vital services in an emergency and address those situations first before they can move on. It's also why if they have the ability to, if you have 50,000 customers that are out, and 40,000 of those customers are out because of a large-scale situation that they're dealing with in a particular part of their district, they want to focus their resources first, not necessarily on the first person that lost power. They want to focus their resources on how quickly can they restore power to the 40,000 and then worry about the 10,000 individual cases where it may be one pole down or a wire down on someone's house. They try and account for the scale and how quickly they can restore power by addressing the most critical needs first that will restore power to the largest number of people. By requiring these emergency plans to actually focus on a first-in, first-fixed basis, a time basis, we're kind of doing the exact opposite and asking them to do two completely contrary things. In a perfect world, yes, it would be wonderful if your power goes out first, you're the first one that gets restored, but that's just not the way the system was designed to work and really is counter to the way the system is designed to work because, again, you want to maintain critical services, you want to provide to the people that are in the greatest needs. That's where the attention should be focused first. It also doesn't account for the fact that you are putting the workers' safety in certain circumstances in jeopardy. I think by switching to and requiring utilities to switch to a time-based accounting, service time-based accounting in their emergency plan, you're in many instances doing a disservice to not only the utilities but to worker safety and to the consumer who ultimately wants to have their power restored as quickly as possible. So thank you, Madam President. I'll be voting no. I would encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, Senator Rhodes. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Senator Gianaris.
Madam President, we've agreed to restore this bill to the non-controversial calendar.
Bill has been restored to the non-controversial calendar. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Orso, Cousins, Zellner.
Stand will.
To explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I do believe that as technology has become more sophisticated and the ability to do prediction services is more sophisticated, it's important that the utilities try to use every means necessary to pre-plan. I don't disagree with Senator Rhodes that we need to make sure that the utilities have the latitude. I just want to remind folks that this is not, there's no penalties associated with this. This is aspirational. We're asking the utilities to be predictive so that when they do need to reach out to other entities, that they can pre-plan that during the year as opposed to doing it on an emergency basis, which would cost more money. I do agree with Senator Rhodes that we need to make sure that these utilities are taking care of the most egregious areas first, and hopefully the Public Service Commission and the utilities can make sure that those plans are in works. But I just want to assure folks that we're not asking for penalties for this. We're not looking to put any undue burden on utilities. We would just ask them to come up with better predictive models. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Comrie to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the result.
In relation to calendar 1353, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Helming, Murray, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, and Walzig. Ayes 53, nays 7.
The bill is passed. Senator Gianaris.
The minority has agreed to remove the lay aside on calendar 1410. Let's restore that to the non-controversial calendar and take that up, please.
The bill is restored to the non-controversial calendar. Read the last section.
Calendar number 1410, Assembly number 9140 by Assembly Member Rosenthal, enactment of the Public Health Law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1410, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Councilman Fitzpatrick, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Oberacker, Ort, Rhodes, Rollison, and Senator Weber. Ayes 50, nays 10.
The bill is passed. Senator Gianaris.
Sorry. Also Senator Matera. Ayes 49, nays 11.
Bill remains passed. Senator Gianaris.
President, let's move on to calendar 1613, please.
Calendar number 1613 has been restored to non-controversial calendar. Excuse me, sorry. I apologize. Secretary will ring the bell. Read the last section.
Calendar number 1613, Senate Print 4602B by Senator Gennard is an act to amend the election law.
Senator Steck, why do you rise?
I just walked in the chamber, Mr. President. I don't have anything for you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, sir. I knew somebody had. I'm not doing this for my health either. Like, Senator Walzig, why do you rise?
Mr. President, would the sponsor yield?
Will the sponsor yield? The sponsor yields.
Appreciate my neighbor being a stand-in for a moment. Through you, Mr. President, this bill is pretty technical in its nature. We've dealt with a lot of different elections bills here. But this would change election law to address some rare scenarios. And thank goodness that they're rare. Currently, if there's a delay or a disruption at the polling site for voting, bipartisan elections commissioners can appeal to a local judge who is on call on election day, get an extension or a remedy for whatever disruption there was. It could be additional voting time that day, or in the case of early voting, on another day. Or if this is a massive thing, and New York State has experienced some of these on the primary in 2001, a massive thing, the governor could declare a state of emergency, and then that would allow us to have a different scenario for voting. What will this bill change when it comes to handling disruptions to our elections?
Through you, Mr. President, I appreciate my colleagues' indulgence. What this bill does is it errs on the side of presumption, allowing for, in the case that any voter is not able, if there's a disruption at a poll site that is greater than 1 hour, the presumption would automatically be that the time for voting on that day, or if, to the extent practicable, would be extended by that same period of time that the disruption prevented someone from voting. And that would be an automatic presumption that would then not require anyone to have to document the disruption, go get a lawyer, go to court, try to get before a judge to get an emergency order, and it would provide a uniform standard across the state, erring on the presumption that if there is a disruption that's greater than 1 hour, the presumption would be that that time would automatically be extended.
And through you, Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
I do.
Sponsor yields.
Was this at the request of the elections commissioners? I know they put out a policy agenda. The Democrat commissioners and Republican commissioners get together and they put together a priority list, the things that they agree on. Was this a part of that list?
Mr. President, not to my knowledge, though I will say we have public support of a number of election commissioners throughout the state, as well as a number of good government and election reform organizations as well.
And through you, Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Gladly.
Sponsor yield.
Through you, Mr. President, in your sponsor's memo, you enumerated a handful of times where elections have been disrupted in New York. One of them you named in my district, actually, in 2022. There was a fire at a fire hall. Don't worry, everybody is okay. An electrical fire that forced the Board of Elections to move that polling site temporarily. They said there was one voter at the fire hall at the time. Would this have triggered that? Because what they had to do is they let that voter, actually, they moved the machines outside, let that voter vote, and then announced that they would be moving to the DPW, to the Highway Department's location not far away, alerted the public, put up good signage. Both the Republican and Democrat elections commissioners came up with this secondary plan. Voting wasn't really disturbed. Nobody was inconvenienced. They saw it as a way to handle it flexible on Election Day without having a provision like this. Would this force them to have an hour of election of additional voting that day?
Through you, Mr. President, while I'm glad to hear that there was a minimal disruption in the circumstance, the election disruption that occurred in the senator's district, if the fire caused a disruption where a vote could not be cast for a period of greater than 1 hour, it would automatically extend the time by 1 additional hour, or whatever time the delay caused by the disruption was.
And through you, Mr. President, would the sponsor yield?
Sir.
Will the sponsor yield?
I do.
Sponsor yields.
Through you, Mr. President. So it's just because currently two commissioners, the Republican and Democrat commissioner, can go to a judge, and there are judges on standby. It's really that friction that you're looking to alleviate? Is that the goal of this bill?
Through you, Mr. President, just to clarify, the friction my colleague is talking about between the commissioners and the judge, or I want to clarify what point in the process you're alluding to?
Yeah, just that, through you, Mr. President, I'll clarify.
By all means.
Just the current situation where there has to be a bipartisan agreement. They go to a judge and they say, okay, this is our plan to ensure that there's no disruption, or here's how we would like to remedy any disruption. Is it the fact that they have to agree, or the fact that they have to go to a judge? Why are we making it automatic? And I guess that's the question. Why are we making this automatic and eliminating that?
Mr. President, we believe that people should be able to vote, and that there should be no circumstances that prevent them or limit their ability to vote, and that when there are circumstances, whether it be a fire, whether it be there was an example of a car crashing through a polling location, whether it be machines that are not working for several hours, as occurred in Senator Skoufis's district, or a bomb threat that happened in East Harlem during the gubernatorial race several years ago. Last year in New Jersey, several poll sites were swatted, fake bomb threats called in. That impacts the ability of people to cast a meaningful vote in that given election. And so what we are trying to do here, and I'm glad that the circumstance worked out in the example that you cited, it seemed to be, by your telling, relatively frictionless. There are other examples where the disruption caused or prevented anyone from casting a vote for several hours. There was no extension of time in that circumstance. And in that case, if a voter had wanted to cast a vote, or if an aggrieved party had wanted to cast a vote but was unable to, they would then be forced to have to go to court themselves to say that they were prevented from the ability of voting. And so we're trying to remove all of that process by creating the presumption of an extension, as long as it's greater than 1 hour. And that's really what we're trying to do here. Like I said, because there have been a number of cases where voting time was not extended, we think that, and we believe that the voting times that we have set out in statute between the early voting date that we created, election day voting, that time is really important. And so we want to make sure that no one is denied the opportunity to be able to cast their vote within the prescribed time periods.
Thank you, Mr. President, on the bill.
Senator Walczak on the bill.
And I appreciate my colleague looking to attempt a problem on our elections. I don't really see it the same way in talking to elections commissioners. This hasn't come up as an issue that they've seen. We currently have a system where there needs to be bipartisan agreement rather than automatic changes in these very rare scenarios. It doesn't really make sense to me to impose this automatically, and it also doesn't make sense to involve the Attorney General in the process. It doesn't make sense to impose a number of new requirements on Board of Elections to meet when we already have a system where Republican and Democrat commissioners have to agree in such rare scenarios. And I think if I'm going to voice a chief concern before you cast your votes, it's that the impact here, as well, these scenarios are very rare. If you make this automatic, you could run into more incidents where nefarious characters try to game this system for some kind of political advantage, actually creating some kind of disruption at a polling site in order to change the timelines. And without having the Republican and Democrat commissioners any control over that scenario to make the decision for that voting district and continue voting the way that they agree to see fit, the way that it currently sits in our law, I have those concerns. So I'll be a no today and encourage my colleagues to consider that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Walczak. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Senator Liu.
Mr. President, upon consent, we have agreed to restore this bill to the non-controversial calendar.
Upon consent, the bill is restored to a non-controversial calendar. Read the last section.
Section 5, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adavo, Gianaris, Kruger, Orso, Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Gennardis to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate my colleague's questions and his viewpoint. And I just want to respond to the concern that he laid out. I would argue that the current system right now, in fact, incentivizes the kind of behavior he's concerned that our change will bring about. Because right now, someone could, with nefarious intent, try to cause a disruption at a polling location, relying on the necessity of having a majority of the bipartisan board then proactively take this position that says, yes, this delay needs to now go to a court in order to extend the time period, thereby creating more of an opportunity to cause mischief and mayhem in a polling location that might favor a candidate's opponent with the hope of creating delay. What we're trying to do here is by standardizing it and by creating the presumption of an automatic extension, you eliminate the incentive to have to rely on the Board of Elections, then going to court process that is currently baked in law. I hope to God that we never have to use this procedure and that this never comes to be, but we're trying to take a proactive stance here in the interest of making sure that no one, whether it's 1,000 people or just one single individual, loses their opportunity to cast a vote should a disruption like that we are contemplating occur. And it's for those reasons, Mr. President, that I'm voting aye and that I would hope my colleagues would do the same. Thank you.
Senator Gennardis to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1613, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Barello, Canzone Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Patera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Robinson, Steck, Tedisco, Walter, Weber, and White, ayes 38, nays 22.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1635, Senate Print 8451B by Senator Fahey, an act to amend the general business law.
Senator Borrello, why do you rise?
Mr. President, would the sponsor yield for some questions?
Will the sponsor yield?
Certainly.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you, through you, Mr. President. So obviously, trying to ensure people understand that something is generated through AI when they see it. But My first question is, this is, it is related strictly to news content, even sports and entertainment news would be subject to this?
It's news and media content, yes.
Mr. President, will sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Sure.
Sponsor yields.
So, look, news isn't what it was, 30 years ago. News comes, from TikTok and other social media outlets. It comes, from a variety of sources, from an old-fashioned printed newspaper to, a short video on YouTube. Will all of that be subject to this?
It's quite narrow, actually, and this is just about disclosure. But where the content is generated or generative AI use, then it would be applicable, unless, of course, the content was eligible for copyright registration, and then the disclosure is not needed.
Madam President, will sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Certainly.
Sponsor yields.
So, as someone who has, in my lifetime, had patents, copyrights, something can be considered copyright eligible, copyright pending, rights reserved. There's different legal terms. So what legal standard are you using to determine that is actually copyright eligible?
It's, there's substantial case law on this, where if the content is eligible, such as news articles that are not AI generated, it's not applicable. I'm not sure if I'm following your question.
Senator Burlow, if you don't mind clarifying.
Yeah, let me
yes.
clarify that. So you've said it's eligible for copyright, it would be exempt. That doesn't mean it's actually copyrighted, right? You're saying that it could be eligible for copywriting, and therefore it would be exempt. I mean, honestly, anyone could claim that what they're doing is copyright eligible. Yeah, things have, typical rights reserved, which is kind of like pre-copyright. You've got things that are called patent pending, which actually means that there's a patent application applied for. It doesn't mean they're actually going to get a patent. So that's a rather broad description for an exemption, don't you think?
Through you, Mr. President, the standard is set by the U.S. Copyright Office, but just to be clear again, this is about generative AI, and the bill is targeting content that is substantially composed or authored by generative AI, not ordinary technology assistance, such as when we're using our phones and it automatically spell checks and corrects, does the autocorrects.
Okay. Madam President, sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Certainly.
Sponsor yields.
So you're saying that the terms in the bill are substantially composed, authorized, or otherwise created, but that is not defined in the legislation. Who's going to determine what substantially means?
Substantially, lots of case law on substantially, including in the copyright law. And it's generally, again, where, usually where it's most. There's lots of case law on this, but again, substantially composed, authored, otherwise created. This has, the legislation here is narrowly tailored to just require disclosure that it is. So again, it's going, the idea is the goal to disclose this and make sure we have accountability.
Mr. President, sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Certainly.
Sponsor yields.
Okay, so this is obviously going to have to be something that's going to be enforced, and I'm assuming it's the Attorney General's office. I think that's what the bill calls for. So is the Attorney General going to have the authority to essentially examine all news content on any news media entity in New York State to see if the news was substantially made with AI?
No, I'm sure through you, Mr. President, it's only where it would be challenged. And let me just quickly add, we are seeing daily examples of AI-generated misinformation, fabricated reporting. We're seeing many accusations of plagiarism. I mean, we are rather inundated, and the AI, just in the last few years, has really shaken up our economy, let alone our workforce, probably the biggest shakeup since, in many ways, since the Industrial Revolution. But we have also seen that AI-generated content is now estimated to be about a 50-50 split between what is generated by humans, in other words, human reporters, versus AI. It's grown that exponentially, and we have hundreds, if not over 1,000 sites that have already been cited as unreliable, news sites, I should say.
Madam President, sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Sure.
Sponsor yields.
So you use the term unreliable news sites. I mean, obviously anybody can say that they're a news organization. I get that, but is this about informing people, or is this about, maybe, in my opinion, going after free speech because you don't like a particular news outlet?
President, this is absolutely about not going after free speech. This is definitely about trying to protect it as well as try to restore or maintain some type of public confidence in what they are reading. And as I mentioned, we have had a complete upheaval just in the last few years, given the shakeup in the economy over the explosive growth of the use of AI and AI-generated material. For example, when I introduced this bill much earlier this year, maybe last year, when I introduced this bill, I was immediately sent an alert that night saying the bill had passed, and it was on a website. Instead of USA Today, it was National USA, a website coming across as a news site with no board of directors, no source, very clearly AI generated and very clearly misrepresenting the fact that misrepresenting the matter by saying the bill had passed as opposed to just being introduced. So every day I think we are inundated with content that does not have a human element or human oversight, or if not human generated. And it's rather disturbing and undermining trust in our media, which undermines trust in our governing institutions as well.
Mr. President, sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Certainly.
Sponsor yields.
Yes.
I mean, if someone wanted to print or put out a news story that you considered to be fake news, why would they need AI? I mean, I don't understand how this is AI related. If someone's going to say something libelous, if they're going to plagiarize someone else, they don't need to use AI. In fact, that seems irrelevant to that. What you're saying is that there are news organizations or people that you don't feel legitimate news organizations that are somehow going to be targeted, and the excuse will be they used AI. Isn't that kind of what you're saying?
For you, Mr. President, yes, there is fake news. We hear a lot about that in the media these last couple of years. And it's anybody's, there's many definitions of what that means. What this bill is trying to get at is the explosive growth of AI-generated news that does not have a human oversight, human input, human creativity generating that. And it is undermining a trust because so much of that is misinformation or often has lacked credibility with sources. And Casey Seiler, the editor of the Times-Union, has repeatedly written about how the Albany Times-Union has paid reporters writing stories that end up being picked up in local outlets through AI generation that they are not credited for, nor are they compensated for. So that is what we are trying to get at here, is this need for disclosure. This is really about disclosure and transparency. It's pretty fundamental, and that's the first start to really trying to get at what has been an explosive growth, and the responsibilities of journalism cannot be replaced by algorithms that cannot be fully trusted and is undermining journalism.
Mr. President, sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Certainly.
Sponsor yields.
So I guess I'm trying to understand here. You're saying that there's already laws in place to cover if someone violates a copyright. I mean, every time you read a news article, it says right at the bottom, this cannot be used without permission. So this got nothing to do with AI, by the way. Plagiarism has occurred for thousands of years. It didn't, long before AI existed. So I'm not sure how AI plays into this. I understand that makes it easier, perhaps, to assist. But what you're saying is that you don't believe that a news organization that might just be a single-person shop or a small group of people should have the ability to put out a news source, or put out a news story using AI. But you want to kind of go after them by saying you got to tell people it's AI. But to me, I think we're just setting up the possibility for the Attorney General to target certain news sources that she doesn't like. And we're giving her the power to do that, really with kind of a technicality, wouldn't you say?
Through you, Mr. President. Yes, there's lots of case law with regard to copyright. And often of what we have seen, for instance, is decades of litigation on who is the song author, whether it was writer B or writer A. This is not about writer B or writer A. This is about whether it was an individual or not, and whether the individual who wrote the original content, the author, is machine generated through AI, or whether it is the journalists themselves, and where that the original author, whether their material is being manipulated or used without their approval, or without used and abused, I guess, is where it becomes misinformation and lacks credibility, and again, undermining journalism.
Mr. President, sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Okay, so with that being said, thank you, Mr. President. With that being said, how much human involvement is needed to avoid placing a label on the news content and qualify for that exemption? So you're saying that you're basically saying plagiarism, which is a problem, which is certainly illegal if you're violating someone's copyright. That's already a law. So at what point does this become an exemption because it was a human that plagiarized versus a chatbot or ChatGPT?
Through you, Mr. President, this is, again, fundamentally about disclosure. This is, it doesn't say who can author or what can author. It's just saying if you choose to manipulate or use AI in your newsroom or on your broadcasts, and it is substantially generated via AI, you simply need to disclose that. Because of all the problems we are seeing in the last few years, and this lack of, or this eroding trust in news sources, we are seeking disclosure here so that the public knows. We are not saying you can't use AI. No one is saying that here, or that you can't use generative AI. We are saying you simply must inform the public, and we are trying to bring transparency to this process, and therefore trying to restore or provide some trust in the media sources we use each day.
Mr. President, one last question, if the sponsor will yield.
Senator Borrello, don't lock yourself in. Will the sponsor yield?
Thank you.
The sponsor yields.
What happens if it's a news source, and this is probably going to be the case in a lot of cases, that's not in New York? How are we going to enforce this? Are we, I mean, there are news sources all over the world, and quite frankly, the ones that you would consider to be maybe a little shady probably aren't even, let alone based in New York, based in the United States to begin with. How are we going to manage that?
Through you, Mr. President, there is copyright law nationally, which has some international implications. And again, I would, in terms of enforcement, we have left that to the Attorney General. And certainly the Attorney General, we have seen the Attorney General time after time, especially in the last couple of years, has certainly gone beyond New York State's borders to enforce New York State law and or to enforce the law, whether she's working with counterparts in other states or what have you. But the idea is, again, this is about disclosure, and this is about bringing transparency to journalism such that we can restore at least some level of public confidence in our news sources.
Mr. President, I'm going to keep my word on the bill.
Senator Borrello, a man of his word on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Fahey. You know, I think everybody has concerns about AI content, and right now, I would say it's hard to tell the difference, but you can tell the difference. That's not going to be the case fairly soon. Fairly soon, it's going to be impossible to tell what is AI and what is not. When you start talking about news organizations and entertainment news and sports news, and you start talking about, as Senator Fahey said, you know, essentially fake news, you know, things that people don't like, then we're really starting to creep into the First Amendment. That we're going to use this as an excuse, essentially. We're going to open the door to go after someone and have to defend themselves against the Attorney General of New York State, which has all of our money to work with. We see how devastating that could be because they don't like that particular news source. There's also the issue of content that wasn't originated by the person that's broadcasting it. So you might have something that was produced using AI from another state, another country, wherever it might be, that was rebroadcast. We see this all the time on news programs. They pick up content from around the world. There's news services that may have been from a, you know, what they would call another source, a stringer source. And ultimately, who's going to end up being liable here in New York State? The local news source, potentially. I get that there are people out there that say things that aren't true and that plagiarize and all that, and nobody likes that. I don't like that. We see it all the time on social media. But to empower the Attorney General of New York State to go after someone for something that, in the end, could just be like the content she doesn't particularly like, or someone else, a rival, a competitor, a political rival doesn't like, and to empower the government to go after that, to go after someone, is really, I think, a free speech and a First Amendment right. So I think this is well-intentioned in some ways, but has the ability to quickly go off the rails and be in violation of the First Amendment. So I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Borrello. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Secretary will ring the bell. Senator Gianaris.
Mr. President, we've agreed to restore this bill to the non-controversial calendar.
On consent, the bill is restored to the non-controversial calendar. Read the last section.
Section 4, this action will take effect in the 60th day if it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, or Stewart-Cousins.
Senator Fahey to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain my yes vote here. Between local news, radio, and more, journalists do play a critical role in and hold all of our institutions accountable. They strengthen our democracy. We are facing what may be the largest shakeup to our economy and our workforce since the Industrial Revolution. We are witnessing a rapid and exponential growth in the use of artificial intelligence types of technologies. While they AI provides tremendous opportunities, and we want to lead on much of that innovation and technological advancement, but that innovation must be accompanied by transparency and accountability. This legislation, the Fair News Act, which is the fundamental AI requirements, fundamental artificial intelligence requirements, is about common sense. When news content is substantially generated by AI, the public deserves to know. There is nothing partisan about that. This is about a consumer's right to know. We need to be able to distinguish between news produced by journalists or news produced by machines, or in other words, generative AI. This does not prohibit the use of AI. It does not prohibit innovation. It is simply a requirement of disclosure so that readers, viewers, listeners can make informed decisions about what they are consuming in the media. The line between human-created content and generated content is getting harder to identify. We have seen example after example of misinformation, fabricated reporting, credibility questions, plagiarism accusations, and more. And at a time when trust in media is already under strain, this form of transparency in this bill is more important than ever. We recognize the value and needed trust in professional journalism and in a skilled workforce. These responsibilities cannot be replaced by algorithms. In the interest of transparency and protecting the future of quality journalism, which is on the line here, I vote in the affirmative, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fahey. Senator Fahey to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1635, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Matera, Murray, Stett, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 53, nay 7.
The bill's passed. Senator Gianaris.
Calendar number.
Secretary Reed.
Calendar number 1777, Senate Print 10,626 by Senator Gianaris, an act to amend the judiciary law.
Senator Palumbo, why do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if the sponsor would yield for a few questions.
Will the sponsor yield?
It would be my pleasure.
Sponsor yield.
Thank you, Senator Gianaris. And through you, just a few fairly brief questions, I hope. My understanding is this bill is a little bit modified from last year's bill redistricting judicial districts, but it creates 3 new judicial districts in Western New York. Is that accurate?
It's substantially modified from that version, but yes, that's correct.
Yes. Will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Yes. And it is also accurate that it also just moves around some judges and isolates in the 3 new judicial districts, respectively. The 14th judicial district will be Onondaga, 15th Monroe, and the 16th judicial district will encompass Erie only. So each of those 3 counties get their own judicial districts, and 3 others, 5, 7, and 8, will be moved around a little bit so that they encompass, I guess, the surrounding area. And please correct me if that's not accurate.
Need for me to correct you, Senator Palumbo. You are correct.
Oh, thank you. The sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor
Yes.
yield? Sponsor yields.
Were there any public hearings with respect to this new redistricting of the courts over there in Western Court, the ultimate resolution being this bill?
No. However, as you pointed out, we passed the bill last year and received substantial input as a result of that piece of legislation, which was incorporated into the modified bill.
Will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator. And also, I think I might have asked this question last year as well. This would now include, because our regents are based upon judicial districts, this gives us 3 more regents, increasing the number, I guess it would be, what do we have, 17, so it would go to 20 regents statewide. Is that accurate?
Increased representation for upstate in the regions, correct.
Very good, thank you. And the sponsor continue to
Will
yield.
the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Just one less subject area regarding the costs. I know that OCA has chimed in on this, that they'd like the newer version of the bill, and they did say that it would be several $1 million, is my understanding. Do you have an estimate of cost? Because some of these outlying districts, it's my understanding, do not actually have full-time courtrooms. They don't have staff. In fact, their caseload is somewhat of a much smaller fraction than some of these larger counties in Western New York.
That is correct. There would be some cost associated with the new districts.
Sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Do you know what those amounts are, Senator?
I think an estimate I just heard was 14 million.
14 million. Very good. Thank you, Senator Gianaris. On the bill, please.
Senator
Mr. President.
Palumbo on the bill.
Thank you. And Senator Gianaris, I appreciate us continuing this discussion this year. But when I look at this bill, and I've had some conversations with judges who actually sit out in Western New York, and we've had some fun times this session creating certain monikers for some of our colleagues. My good buddy, whose name begins with a W, it's got good alliteration with what we're doing on Wednesdays. But this is gerrymandering week. That's what this is. This is purely political. When you look at the caseloads and you look at the actual intended result here, where let's keep in mind that we have anywhere in that 4th department, anywhere in Western New York, if you have a challenge in an election case, you need to go only to one county, Erie County. Erie County is about 75% of the new filings in the 8th Judicial District, and 25% are all the rest. And what this restructuring does is it now takes from those 3 districts, 5, 7, and 8, moved into the newer district, it takes the judge count from 67 to 26. So notwithstanding that huge reduction in judges, a handful of them are, I believe 7 of them are appellate division judges who can't handle caseloads. So Erie would get 18 Supreme Court judges, 7 of which are in the appellate division. So there'll be a bunch of new appointments. And we know where those appointments will come from, and we know the politics of Erie County. And I know we've had discussions before when we did this several years ago that was done really out of necessity when one of my colleagues sponsored a bill to create the 13th Judicial District. Staten Island was a part of Brooklyn Judicial District. Staten Island politics are very different than Brooklyn politics. And back then, Staten Island had essentially 0 judges because you had to go to Brooklyn and pay the toll to try and get on the bench, which is what actually happened at certain points, to the party bosses. So they split out Staten Island, and now Staten Island actually has Staten Islanders sitting on the bench and presiding over their cases. So that was a need. That was a real significant and important need as far as those communities are concerned. So now we're splitting out 3 large counties, giving them their own judicial districts and plenty of judges. And we've got the more rural areas now are still 3 judicial districts with only 26 judges instead of, it looks like, about 42 in the 3 bigger counties, who don't have anywhere near the caseload. And those outlying courts don't have staff. They don't even have full-time courts. So this is going to come at a significant cost, and as much as I love my friends in the Office of Court Administration, I have great respect for them. I'll have to disagree with them on this bill, Mr. President, and for those reasons I will be voting no, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, Senator Palumbo. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. The Secretary will ring the bell. Senator Gianaris.
Mr. President, we've agreed to restore this bill to the non-controversial calendar.
On consent, the bill is restored to the non-controversial calendar. Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell, Cousins, Zeldin.
Are there any senators wishing to explain their vote? Seeing and hearing none, Senator Gianaris will close.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill actually will help a lot of the residents of upstate New York who are currently in the 4th Department. I heard Senator Palumbo's comments about Staten Island and Brooklyn, and there are a lot of parallels, actually, to that situation. I don't know if he's aware, but currently, the 4th Department residents are 57% of them live in Erie, Onondaga, or Monroe counties, and yet 80% of the justices in the 4th Department are from those 3 counties. And so by creating these 3 new districts that are predominantly rural, I think you can expect to see, much like Staten Island did, the representation on the bench for those rural counties increase. And so I do think there are some parallels there. So, for example, just so everyone gets a sense of it, the counties that would be in the new districts, in the rural districts, let's call them, are Allegheny, Cattaraugus, Chautauqua, Genesee, Niagara, Orleans, and Wyoming in one of them. They would have 9 justices. Cayuga, Livingston, Ontario, Seneca, Steuben, Wayne, and Yates would have 7. And then in the new 5th district, Herkimer, which, by the way, was the county that Senator Walczyk was successful in raising taxes for earlier in the week, Herkimer, Jefferson, Lewis, Oneida, and Oswego would also get 9 justices. And so I do think there are some parallels there with what Senator Palumbo was talking about, and I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation. Thank you.
Senator Gianaris will be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1777, vote in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Canzani, Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffith, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, Oberack, Romero, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rawlison, Ryan, Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White, ayes 37, ayes 23.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1784, Senate Print 10,639 by Senator Gianaris, an act to amend the election law.
Senator Martins, why do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. If the sponsor would yield for a few questions.
Will the sponsor yield? Sponsor yields.
Thank you. So this is part 2 to our discussion yesterday, and here we are today. And I think it may have been Senator Borrello that foreshadowed this discussion by referencing this bill yesterday. But I believe that this is an amendment, or I know this is an amendment to Section 4-108 of the election law by adding a new Section 8. Isn't that right?
You ask if it adds a new section? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
No, Senator, all I'm asking is whether or not this just adds a new Section 8 to Section 4-108 of the election law.
That is correct.
And so, through you, Mr. President, if the sponsor would continue to
Will
yield.
the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Section 4-108 of the election law details the process whereby if we have an amendment to the Constitution or propose an amendment to the Constitution, the process that is to be followed. Do you see it the same way, Senator?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. President, if the sponsor would continue to
Will
yield.
the sponsor yield?
Yes, I do.
The sponsor yields.
Currently, the process has the Board of Elections preparing language, that is, the Republicans and the Democrats on the Board of Elections working collaboratively in a bipartisan or nonpartisan fashion, depending on your perspective, to come up with language, right?
Yes.
Through you, Mr. President, if the sponsor would continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
And in addition, it also requires, under Section 3 of 4-108, that the Attorney General is to advise in the preparation of that language, ensuring that there is, the state's highest, law enforcement officer, attorney, providing language or helping with the language between the commissioners on the Board of Election. Right?
Yes.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President, if the sponsor would continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
And it requires that the Board of Elections provide notice to each county board 90 days before the general election in which the matter or measure is to appear on the ballot, right?
That's right.
And then it goes on to say that,
Senator Martins,
through you, Mr. President, if the sponsor would continue to yield.
will the sponsor yield?
I do.
The sponsor yields.
Then it goes on to say 120 days prior to the election date, that the Board of Elections shall post the language on its website. It actually says, shall prominently publish on its website at least 4 months prior to the general election at which a ballot proposal shall appear. That the language that will appear on the ballot. So 4 months beforehand, they put it on their website. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Great. And it allows, Mr. President, through you, if the sponsor would continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
And it allows for a 15-day public comment period as well. So not only do they put it on the website 4 months beforehand, but they allow for a 15-day right for public comment with regard to the language that's being proposed, right?
Yes.
And it goes on, Mr. President, through you, if the sponsor would continue to yield.
Sponsor yield. Sponsor yields.
And does it say anything about the type of language that's to be used? You know, the simplicity of the language, to your knowledge, Senator? Is there anything there that references, for example, at what grade level this language should be, so it's understandable?
Yes, there are some guidelines as to how to do that, yes.
Through you, Mr. President, if the sponsor would continue to yield.
Sponsor yield.
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
What are those guidelines, if you know, Senator?
Senator Martins, if you don't mind clarifying.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the
You
question.
didn't hear the
What
question.
are those guidelines?
What are the guidelines?
In terms
Oh.
of the type of language?
Well, interestingly, the guidelines that the Board of Elections follows are replicated in this bill, so the legislature would do its best to follow them as well, but it's section 2, or subdivision 2 of section 4108. You want me to read it for you? But
No,
also-
no, through you, Mr. President, no, I don't need you to read it. I just figured if you, for the benefit of everyone else who may be interested, if not, we can move on.
I'll
Up
do
to you.
some reading aloud. It says, "The form in which the proposed amendment, proposition, or question is to be submitted shall consist only of the following: A, a descriptive title of up to 15 words, which describes the topic, goal, or outcome of the ballot question in plain language. B, a summary of the text ballot proposal of up to 30 words written in plain language that describes the change in policy to be adopted and not the legal mechanism. And C, a statement of what a yes or no vote means in up to 30 words written in plain language that identifies the practical outcome of each election result and not the legal mechanism. If more than one such amendment, proposition, or question is to be voted upon in such election, each such amendment, proposition, or question, respectively, shall be separately and consecutively numbered." Then further down in subdivision 5, it goes into describing what they mean by plain language. And it says, "Plain language shall mean the form of the ballot proposal in abstract, shall be written in easily comprehended, concise language, shall not contain more than one I think there's a typo. It says, shall not contain more than one passive sentence. Shall not use semicolons, using multiple sentences as necessary, and shall not contain double negatives." Then it goes on to tell you how to evaluate whether the plain language is really plain. It says, "To evaluate compliance with the plain language requirements, the state board shall calculate an automated readability index score separately for each statewide form of ballot proposal in abstract. That score shall be calculated according to the following formula: divide the number of characters, excluding spaces, by the number of words and multiply that number by 4.71. Divide the number of words by the number of sentences and multiply that number by 0.5. Add the results of paragraphs A and B of the subdivision, subtract 21.43 from the result of paragraph C of this paragraph, and round to the nearest whole number." It's rather involved just to write a simple sentence, but there you have it, since you asked. It's like doing your taxes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I do appreciate the senator indulging me on that. I was asking if you could provide it in a, I guess, a briefer form, but reading is probably the best way to actually do it, so I want to thank
It
Senator
seems that the law
Gianaris
itself
for
is
that.
not in plain language, unfortunately. But
No, unfortunately, I agree with you. Through you, Mr. President, if the senator would continue.
Will the
to-
sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
So, notwithstanding the fact that we have clear language in law, albeit some of it confusing, Senator, as to who prepares the ballot initiative and the language for it when there's a constitutional amendment, we now have before us this bill that would substitute the majorities in the legislature in drafting that language. That's what this amendment does, isn't it? And also, through you, Mr. President, if the sponsor would continue to yield.
Sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
And also, this proposal, or this bill, also removes the opportunity for any public comment period that was incorporated in the statute, thereby eliminating the opportunity for the public to have comment on the quality of the language or the sufficiency of the language. That's been removed in this bill as well, right?
There you're mistaken, Senator Martins, because the proposal would have to go through the legislative process. And what we do here is public, and the public can comment on it. It appears on the Senate and Assembly websites. And so there would be the opportunity for the public to see what is being proposed.
Through you, Mr. President, if the sponsor would continue to yield.
Sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
But the process, Senator, that allowed for the Board of Elections to post it and for the Board of Elections to receive comments, irrespective of whatever comments may be received here, has been eliminated with respect to the amendment that's being proposed today, right?
Well, yes, because the board would not be writing the language in that circumstance, so why would they be receiving public comment? We would receive public comment through the legislative process.
Mr. President, on the bill,
Senator
thank you, Senator Gianaris.
Senator Martin's on the bill.
And so, as I mentioned earlier, here we are with Chapter 2. Yesterday, we talked about gutting. We discussed how it was decision of this body, and I'm sure I'm positive the one on the other side of the building, to gut the Independent Redistricting Commission and, again, to insert partisan politics into redrawing districts. But this one's actually, Mr. President, this one's special. This one's special because not only did we go so far as to remove any Independent Redistricting Commission oversight with regard to redistricting, removed the court oversight, bringing everything back to this body when it came to redistricting, so that, again, as was done in the past, majorities in this chamber would get to draw their own lines and choose their own voters, as opposed to the voters choosing their elected officials. This is special, because now what we've decided is when we do want to change the Constitution of this state, the process that we had that actually sent the issue to the Board of Elections and allowed the Board of Elections to make that decision, a Board of Elections that is composed equally of Republicans and Democrats, where they would have to agree on language, removing partisanship, and with the help of the Attorney General, again, a level of oversight and I think important impartiality, I would suggest, offering support to the Board of Elections in terms of something as important as a constitutional amendment, an amendment to the Constitution of our state. What the majority is suggesting, what the sponsor is suggesting, is that, now let's just throw all of that out. We'll make that decision ourselves here, and we're going to come up with language, and we're going to describe that language and that effort in the way that we choose to, which is inherently a partisan effort. And I think, Mr. President, unfortunately, it cheapens the process. Through you, Mr. President, if the sponsor would yield for a few.
Will the sponsor yield? The sponsor yields.
So, is there a requirement in this bill that the language that is proposed truthfully and accurately reflects what is being placed on the ballot?
The language mimics what is in the current rules for the Board of Elections.
Through you, Mr. President, if the sponsor would continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Not with regard to the simplicity of the language, Senator, with regard to the truthfulness and accurateness of the language in depicting what it is that's going to be changed in the state constitution.
Yeah, listen, we mimic the language that's currently required for the board to follow. So I suppose what you're asking about is not in the current law, except to the extent it says what is it? Yeah, so, I mean, there's nowhere in the current law that gets that specific as to what's required, Senator Martins.
Through you, Mr. President, if the sponsor would continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
The current law has to be concurred to between the two parties, their representatives on the Board of Elections, with the assistance of the Attorney General. What's being proposed here is a partisan effort to change that so there isn't that level of oversight. In addition, what exists allows for public comment through the Board of Elections with regard to the language that they independently choose, which has been eliminated in this. And so I'm asking you, and I think we both understand what I'm asking, Senator, is there anything here that requires that the state legislature, when it does come up with language, has to accurately reflect the nature of the amendment that's to the Constitution that's being proposed?
I'll say a couple things about that. Number one, you continue to profess somehow that the fact that there are political appointees of both parties, literally of the chairs of both parties, right? So party officials appoint commissioners, and those people are currently responsible for putting the words together. They don't have any such requirements as what you're talking about. And you're suggesting that the balance between the two will somehow create some regulation de facto as to the veracity of what ends up on the ballot. We talked about this yesterday. There is a very, I mean, you're talking about it as if there's never an instance of the leadership of the two parties collaborating. The incumbencyship, I called it yesterday. As if it's never been the case that Republican leadership and Democratic leadership would collaborate to keep outsiders out. And so that is a real threat under your analysis in the current system. I mean, we lived in this chamber for many years with Democratic leadership and Republican leadership collaborating to keep all of us out of power. We overcame that, of course, but that happens. And so whatever safeguards are there currently to keep the Board of Elections commissioners from doing exactly what you're worried about are the same. We literally reference the same sections that present the requirements to the board in this proposal.
Mr. President, if the sponsor would continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yield.
Can we agree then that there's a requirement in this document that whatever is sent to the Board of Elections by the legislature has to accurately reflect what's on the ballot for a change to the constitutional amendment?
Well, it says it shall use best efforts to comply with the plain language requirements of subdivisions 2 and 5, which are the subdivisions we referenced earlier.
Through you, Mr. President, if the sponsor would continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Senator, I'm not talking about the reading level for the language that's being proposed. All I'm asking is, can we agree that it has to accurately reflect what the constitutional amendment actually is?
Yes, I would think so.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President, just a few more questions, if the senator would indulge me.
Sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Have we heard from any of the good government groups here in Albany? And I can list them, but I think we're all too familiar with them. Reinvent Albany, NIPERG, Common Cause, Brennan Center, League of Women Voters, great groups, all deeply concerned about protecting our democracy. Have they opined on this, or did you talk to them about this particular bill, and have they shared with you, any of them, an opinion as to whether or not this is a good idea?
I'm not aware of them rendering an opinion on this.
Through you, Mr. President, if the sponsor would continue to yield.
Sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Did you happen to reach out to any of them? They are often very willing to offer their opinion on things such as this. Did you seek out their opinion with regard to this, changing how items appear on a ballot when it comes to changing the Constitution? By any chance, did you happen to reach out to them?
Formally, yes.
Through you, Mr. President, if the sponsor would continue to yield.
Sponsor yield?
Yes.
I'll bite. Which one of them told you this was a good idea?
Well, I'm not going to divulge my private conversations with them, Senator Martins. If they wish to opine publicly, they would have, but that has not happened.
I appreciate that, Senator. Thank you. Through you, Mr. President, if the sponsor would yield.
Sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
So if someone believes that the version that is advanced by the legislative majorities does not accurately reflect what's actually being proposed that change to the state constitution, a member of the public, would they have the ability to go to court, to have the court oversee the language and ask for the court to intervene?
As with any law, if a member of the public believes it's being broken, they can go to court and seek relief.
Thank you, Senator Gianaris. Very much appreciated, Mr. President, on the bill.
Senator Martins on the bill.
So it just begs the question, and I'll end it with this. We have a system that's in place. It has been in place. It has worked. It adds a level of bipartisanship in coming up with language. In doing so, it doesn't allow an advantage to one side or the other. And to make things right, it also requires that the Board of Elections work with the Attorney General in coming up with that language. It's a good way to do it. It's not perfect, but it's a good way to do it. And it allows for, especially when we're dealing with an amendment to our state constitution, that there's a level of respect with respect to that, and we're eliminating partisanship. And so I share the same concerns I shared yesterday. I think anytime we include partisanship in anything that involves amending our state constitution, we're doing ourselves a disservice. It really is not where we should be going with this. Look, we all understand what's happening here. We all understand this is not a secret. The real shame of it is these good government groups that I listed, that they're not sitting here screaming at the top of their lungs and instead chose to have private conversations with regard to something as serious as this that goes to the heart of the integrity of our state constitution. So again, why? How does this advance our state? How does this work for our individual residents? How does this make things better? And the short answer is, it doesn't. It does advance politics, partisanship, and division in this state. Mr. President, that's why I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Martins. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is now closed. The Secretary will ring the bell. Senator Gianaris.
Mr. President, we've agreed to restore this bill to the non-controversial calendar.
Upon consent, the bill is restored to a non-controversial calendar. Read the last section.
Section 2 of this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell, Cousins, Zell.
Are there any senators wishing to explain their vote? Seeing and hearing none, Senator Gianaris will explain and close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Of course, my colleagues want to maintain the current system. Let's talk about math for a moment. Currently, you have political appointees, and again, I want to stress this, literally appointees of the chair of the political parties of the state, both Democrat and Republican, making this decision for the state board. And for some reason, and I think I could speculate about it, which I will as part of my explanation, the breakdown of that decision-making process is 50-50. Equal number of Democrats, equal number of Republicans. So the Republican Party has 50% of the influence over how a ballot question will appear. Now, if we look at the elected governmental bodies of this state, both the Assembly and the Senate, it's about 2/3 Democrat to 1/3 Republican. So lo and behold, Senator Martins and my colleagues across the aisle say, wait a minute, we like the current system. We have half the say. If we come in here, which is an actual governmental body elected by the people, we only have 1/3 of the say. And my question is, why should you have half the say over what goes on the ballot? That's not what the people wanted. That's not the way the voters have acted to elect their representatives in the legislature. It's arbitrary. It came about in the 1970s when the Senate was Republican and the Assembly was Democrat, and they effectively had 50-50 influence over what happened in the legislature. Made sense then on some level. Doesn't anymore. I mean, I would say let's let the Conservative Party then have a say. Why not? Why don't they get to say something? Their party. Let's let the working families party have a say. Why are they cut out of the decision process if we're letting political parties make this decision, which is how it's currently constructed? I made this point yesterday. I'm going to make it again. We are here because the people of our districts elect us to serve. We are their mouthpiece. We are their representatives. And so when we take action, we are speaking for them. If you don't like it that 2/3 of the state wants to lean Democratic, that's your problem. It's not their problem. But I don't see why you should have half the say over how a ballot question looks, because that corrupts the ballot question. Don't pretend like these political appointees somehow come out with some pure product. There's been plenty of criticism of the ballot language that has emerged from the Board of Elections. And so this brings the question back to the people through their representatives in this House and in the Assembly. I vote yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1784, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Councilman Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, or Palumbo, Rhodes, Rollins, and Steck, Tedisco, Walzek, Weberton, White, ayes 38, nays 22.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1787, Assembly number 11,560 by Assembly Member Barrett, and that to amend the Environmental Conservation Law.
Senator Weber, why do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, will the sponsor yield for some questions?
Will the sponsor yield?
I do.
The sponsor yields.
Great. Thank you. And through you, Mr. President, so Senator Gonzalez, can you kind of go through the exact purpose of the moratorium? I guess it's a little unclear in the bill where it talks about the environmental impact report, and it's not required to be completed until the expiration of the moratorium. So I just want to get a whole timeline in terms of, you know, why it came to this decision and where we are at the end of that one-year moratorium.
Through you, Mr. President, right now, hyperscale data centers are being built at a rate we haven't seen before, and of course, on a scale we haven't seen before. A lot of these large energy facilities are 20 megawatts and above, and they pose an existential threat to our energy grid, which we've discussed a lot in this chamber, is in an energy crisis. And so the point of this bill is to better understand the impacts of these biggest of the big data centers, not only in our energy grid, but also on our environmental resources. We know they take a significant amount of water, in addition to our local communities, pollution, et cetera.
Mr. President, will the sponsor yield?
Will the sponsor yield? The sponsor yield.
I do.
Sponsor yields.
I guess after the 12-month moratorium, what can we as a body expect to see in terms of data related to the moratorium?
Through you, Mr. President, after the one-year moratorium, which again is on the permits through DEC for hyperscale data centers, we would expect to see an environmental impact report. Under this bill, the report would include an analysis of current data centers in the state and their land, water, and electricity use and generation source, projected growth of data centers in the state and their land, water, and electricity use, current and expected pollution, impacts on DACs and recognized indigenous nations, review of public money received by data centers, so any tax breaks, and 5 public comment periods, so the results and feedback from those comment periods in different regions across New York State.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Sponsor yield.
I do.
The sponsor yields.
You know, I think we've talked about it in this body where, you know, everything's going to AI, right? And we've seen so much cloud-based uses throughout the country, and we see it around the world, essentially. And we know that in order for the U.S. to keep up and be at leading edge in terms of AI and the related fields, we're going to need to have data centers being built in this country. So I guess the question I have is, and I understand the concern from many residents, including residents throughout the state, in terms of the power needed to run these data centers. But, you know, do you think, or do you have an idea of, you know, this push towards electrification in the state, Has that contributed a lot to the power needs in this area as well?
Through you, Mr. President, I appreciate my colleague calling out that there has been a lot of support for this bill across the state. We've actually seen, in the absence of state regulation and federal regulation, local governments, like in the town of Dresden, ban data centers. Data centers, and specifically hyperscale data centers, as pointed out, are for generative AI, and these large energy facilities right now are running primarily in other states on fossil fuels. So what we are trying to do in this bill is say that if we are going to make any approvals of additional hyperscale data centers, which in the moment there's a queue of 28 with over 9,000 megawatts, that we shouldn't just rely on fossil fuels, but we should have energy efficiency standards. We should also have renewable energy standards that work in tandem with the CLCPA as we've amended it this year.
And through you, Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
The sponsor yield?
I do.
Sponsor yields.
You know, it says the bill requires any data center with a peak load of 5 megawatts or larger to procure 1/3 of its electricity consumption from renewable energy systems by 2030, with the mandate rising to 90% by 2040. And then it also requires that the data centers derive as much energy, or quote, as much of its energy needs as is technologically, environmentally, and practically feasible from on-site generation from renewable energy systems. So I guess we see some potential inconsistencies with the CLCPA's mandate by that 2040, the state electrical grid be zero emissions, not all renewables. So I guess the question is why preclude data center use of other sources of clean energy, including nuclear, biogenic fuels, or other yet to be identified dispatchable emission-free resources?
Through you, Mr. President, to be clear, in this bill, we set targets, and the initial target between 2030 and 2034 is 1/3 electricity consumption derived from renewables. There's nothing in this bill barring the other 2/3 coming from any other source, including fossil fuels. And now we do want to make sure that, understanding we have a climate crisis, these large-scale energy facilities are running on majority renewables. And so, again, we set targets, but at no point, and this was intentional, to be put 100% renewables, because we understand that some of these centers after 2040 may need to get their energy elsewhere.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
So I'd like to talk to you about data centers that are, whether in the construction process or in the permitting process or maybe even at the infantile stage process right now. What happens in all of those scenarios right now under this legislation?
Through you, Mr. President, that is a good question. If a data center, again, is specifically a hyperscaler that's over 20 megawatts, has received their permit from DEC, this bill has no impact on them. If they have not yet received a permit from DEC, then this one-year moratorium would apply. But to be clear, that does not preclude the other processes that they're already a part of. So if after this bill is signed into law, a hyperscale center hasn't received their permit from DEC, they would likely still be in the NYSO queue. And the NYSO queue takes 2 to 5 years. So this would not be a significant setback under our eyes, which is why we felt 1 year was a reasonable compromise.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Weber. Senator Matera, why do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the sponsor yield for some questions, please?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
And I thank you, Senator. What is 1 year going to do with a moratorium? You just had some, explained some questions from my colleague. Again, you pretty much said, what is a year going to do?
Through you, Mr. President, 1 year is going to allow us to do our jobs as legislators, and that means having a real, substantive, and holistic plan for what our energy future can look like and how we're going to protect ratepayers from the potential costs that hyperscalers pose. So it'll give us the environmental impact report to give us the information to do exactly that.
Would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
So in other words, so if you didn't get any of the...
Yields.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right. I'm sorry. The sponsor yields. I'll just let you know, Senator Matera.
So after a year goes by, and pretty much that goes by very, very fast, are you going to go and propose and put another bill forward, the same thing, to do another moratorium for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years?
Through you, Mr. President, I certainly do not have the results of the environmental impact report, and therefore I don't know what will be needed at the other end of this one-year moratorium. But what we do know is that by passing this bill, we're not just instating the 1 year to allow us to create new processes, but we're also doing some other important things, notably creating a separate rate class for hyperscalers and large energy facilities, and a separate not only energy rate class, but water usage class. So what we're doing in the next year, and certainly what we'll see by the end of that, is companies actually shouldering the costs of build out, and everyday New Yorkers not seeing their energy bills continue to skyrocket because of it.
The sponsor continue to yield, please.
Sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Do you feel, Senator, that, oh, I'm sorry. She said Joseph. Do you feel that you should have maybe looked into doing a study on something like this before to go put a moratorium? A study bill?
Through you, Mr. President, I'm put forward this bill because I believe this is the best solution and that hyperscale data centers pose a energy threat we haven't seen before. If there are additional studies that are needed, certainly my colleague is welcome to introduce those bills.
Through you, Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Do you feel that your bill is going to be turning away business? Because, you know, we have, not just with the, which we're going to get into, the trades, but we're going to get into the Business Council. Do you feel that, in other words, this is something that we care about New York State so much to bring business in? So guess what? So we could have, you know, great jobs for our future. We talk about it all the time to bring business in. And this is just going to hurt people that want to come to the state to say, what's next? Do you feel, that, in other words, that this is going to hurt business coming into our state?
Through you, Mr. President, economic development and business is important to us. That's why this bill is narrow in scope. That is why we are only including DEC permits for large energy facilities, 20 megawatts and above, as I've stated several times. Now, this means that every other data center is not going to be a part of this moratorium. It also means that we will have the ability to implement things like a project labor agreement, to have labor standards, so that when these larger energy facilities are built, we're not only benefiting from the business here in New York State, but we're actually creating union jobs and good paying jobs at that. So this bill was intentionally written to balance our energy needs and our need to plan as a state, but also to have a shorter pause in order to not completely disincentivize these centers moving forward.
Through you, Mr. President, will the sponsor still continue to yield?
Sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
You know, Senator, I've been having discussions with all the trades, and they are very, very upset about this bill. They very much so. Did you ever have any conversations with the union trades, like myself, being a union brother and sister of the trades, and the Business Council at all to talk about your bill?
Through you, Mr. President, yes, the building trades were engaged. That is why we see labor language in this bill. And the alternative, I would remind the chamber, is to do nothing in this space. That would mean approvals would go forward without any of these labor standards. So the labor standards are representative of what they've asked for. It's representative, certainly, of our constituents, and it's representative of the need to make sure that the trades have more jobs in the future.
President, would the senators continue to
Yes,
yield?
The sponsor yield? The sponsor yields.
Senator, if you don't mind, can you tell me what trades that you had conversations with, please?
Through you, Mr. President, I've spoken to the pipe trades, I've spoken to the building trades, and I think they understand that New York, while as much as we want to continue building, we also are in an energy crisis. While they oppose this bill, as they would any construction moratorium, I think it's also important to note that the idea that these jobs will not exist in a year or that businesses will go elsewhere is a misunderstanding of the technology itself. It is true that developers can go wherever they want to go. Right now, when these hyperscalers are used for generative AI, they're used for large language models. And when you use ChatGPT, for the most part, your response is coming from a data center in Virginia. But in order to have the fastest products, in order to be the most competitive in the market, companies, and again, these big tech companies are really who we're talking about, want to have their data centers as close as possible because that improves latency. And so in a year, that desire and economic incentive for them won't change. It'll actually probably increase given how many more consumers are adopting generative AI in their work life and in their personal lives.
Senator, continue to
Response to
yield.
yield. Response to yield.
I'm going to ask you again, because, Senator, I've had conversation with the trades. You still didn't mention, was it Gary LaBarber, the building trades president? Was it anybody in the building, with the building, the councils? I really would like to know. Matty Arich? Was it the, trades? Because they're the ones that called me up to say to please have this discussion with you, to say, please, this is going to be hurting tens of thousands of good union jobs, the hardworking men and women of labor. That's what this is going to do. They're frightened because, you know what, you're going to continue. You sit there and say, a year is going to go by like this, and then they're frightened that you're going to be doing this again with another moratorium. So please, I'm asking you, who did you speak to?
Through you, Mr. President, I know that leadership was in contact with Gary LaBarbera, but it is not custom in this chamber to give a list of names of contacts.
Okay.
I know we have our own individual relationships, although I'm happy to talk more to my colleague offline. I would also note that as state legislators, we have to balance interests. That's why we went down from a 3-year moratorium to a 1-year moratorium. That was responsive to the pushback that we were hearing in the opposition that I've mentioned. But the other piece that we have to balance is that in addition to the short-term jobs that could potentially be made in the next year just by starting right away, we need to balance our constituents' needs to have affordable energy bills. And that's what we're doing here. If we do nothing, we may get some short-term jobs in the next year, but that will still be there at the end of this year, to be clear. But we would also be risking all of us as everyday ratepayers having those costs socialized and reflected in the next rate case in our energy bills. And so this bill really is a balance of interests.
Through you, Mr. President, would the senator continue to
Response to
yield?
yield.
Yes.
Response to yield.
Senator, I disagree with you with a 1-year moratorium. It's going to then turn into next year more and more. You are my colleagues on the Energy Committee. I want to ask you a quick question. Wind, solar, and battery storage. You are somebody that talks about that. You want to get rid of the Pica plants. It causes asthma, all this. First of all, I am very, very proud that the Nessie pipeline came in right into our area on Long Island, 2.3 million homes and businesses, because it is a necessity with the PSC. What is your answer to making sure that we have energy sources for any data centers? And a year is going to do this?
Mr. President, that's exactly why we're passing this bill. It is not for me to have that plan. A plan like that needs to be informed by the environmental impact review. There's a lot of information we do not have, including a list of where all the data centers are, or what their expected demand will be, and how much we'll need to build out renewable energy or fossil fuel infrastructure in order to support them, and hopefully not the latter, the former. But I would add that, that the PSC is currently having its own process. So this is working in tandem with the questions the PSC are asking. This would give information to the DEC, and this would certainly give information to our legislature in the next legislative session to see if there are any bills that need to be passed to properly plan and support build out of energy to meet current and future demand.
Through you, Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to yield, please?
Response to yield.
Yes.
You know, you mentioned about the water supply and everything like that. Do you realize that these data centers, we have a closed-loop system? You know, we have cooling towers. Do you realize that, in other words, I know you were concerned about the water supply. Do you realize that, in other words, they're talking about thermal energy being used also to create energy at these facilities?
Mr. President, closed-loop systems aren't the only way that data centers support cooling. And I would say that when we talk about water usage, it's often in terms of individual queries, but training these models, which happens on an ongoing basis, actually is incredibly water and energy intensive. And so we don't have an accurate idea outside of even these cooling systems how much more demand there will be on our water supply and where those water supplies will be, whether they're lakes, potable water, or fresh drinking water moving forward.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President, just a couple more questions. Would the senator continue to yield?
Sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yield.
Senator, what does this do about local control? What does this do to hurt local control? We talk about that a lot, that, you know, we have people that do a great job with the counties and the towns and the villages, with local control. Have you talked to, because I'm telling you, I haven't heard that, have you talked to 62 counties in our state of New York at all to ask how they feel about a moratorium?
Through you, Mr. President, I think it is notable that there are over 69 memos of support that represent organizations in a significant number of New Yorkers. While we haven't received feedback from every town board, I would say that it's important to note the town of Dresden, believe a moratorium in Monroe County. I believe Brookdale is coming forward. In the absence of state legislation, as I've mentioned, local governments have been implementing bans, and nationwide, that's happened more than the opposite. I would also add that it is unfair to expect local governments to have to engage with the wealthiest companies in the world, Google, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, because when you put those tech Goliaths in a room with a local government, I would bet a lot of the times they have the resources to win whatever they want. What this bill does is allow us as state legislators to take on the responsibility of saying that there should be clear standards of community benefits that wouldn't otherwise be negotiated, community engagement, which isn't otherwise mandated, to actually happen and empower those local governments, empower those local boards and local constituents to get the most out of each of these potential deals. And the last thing I'd mention on permitting, this does nothing, because it is just a DEC permit, it does nothing to change the power of local governments to issue local permits in the process, as well as IDAs to continue to negotiate.
Through you, Madam President, just one more question with the sponsor.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yield,
Yes.
please.
The sponsor yields.
So you just said that, in other words, that New York State, with this bill, will supersede local control because you want to take the burden off of them because they do not know how to handle big business, which on Long Island, we have over 3 million people. We know how to handle business. Our county executives, our town supervisors, our village supervisors do a great, great job. And I'm very proud that I personally vote for them. So again, to go sit there and say, you just said it, to take away pretty much local control is I'm telling you, very insulting.
I would like to be clear. What this bill is doing is evening the playing field by requiring public engagement before a permit is released, requiring community benefits, and making sure that these tech Goliaths are brought to the table and held accountable and are shouldering the costs. I would say that, again, adds to empowering those local governments that will continue to be the ones in the room having those engagement sessions, having the negotiations, and approving or choosing not to approve local permits. I think the other piece I'd mention for New Yorkers is we're state legislators. That is what we do. We legislate for the whole state. So it is not uncommon to pass statewide regulations in this chamber, and I think it's actually part of our responsibility in this chamber to pass statewide standards.
On the bill.
Senator Matero on the bill.
You know, all New Yorkers need to understand something, that a bill like this supersedes all local laws. You know, somebody that was in the trades, this is hurting all the hardworking men in the union trades. That, in other words, there's a PLA on this project, all these projects, and we're very proud of that. The leaders called me up from the unions to say, please, we're nervous. We feel that, in other words, down the line, this is going to continue, and it's going to hurt progress. Right now, we have other states and other countries that are going to surpass us because of bills just like that, that are hurting businesses that are coming here in this state. We say we want to attract businesses. We say that this state is affordable, which it's not. There's a reason why we have everybody exiting out of this state. 2.5 million exited out of this state since 2020. We have another 6 million in 5 more years with a study from the Marist study saying that we're going to have more people leaving. Businesses don't want to come here. They don't. They're saying, why? With all this, they're nervous. And you know who's nervous? The hardworking men and women of labor, because they're the backbone of the economy. Without construction and construction workers, that brings in revenue. And you know what? Apprenticeship programs. We know what AI is going to be doing. The trades are going to be healthier because of projects like this, because AI is scary. It's going to be taking away a lot of jobs from a lot of people. I had the job fairs and go to the schools with the job fairs. I talk to the kids, and I say to them, watch what you're going to college for. Make sure there's going to be a job for you. Am I nervous about AI? Yes, I am. But you know what? The construction workers need to go to work. And you know what? The apprenticeship programs are getting larger and larger and larger for a lot of reasons. But to go and to put a moratorium on, and everybody looks, and it's going to happen again and again and again, because 1 year is going to do absolutely nothing. It's going to be nothing. Our energy source, we put all our eggs in one basket. Wind, solar, and battery storage. That's the reason why, again, I'm going to say, guess what? Natural gas, we had to bring it in. Guess what? It was a necessity again. I know my colleagues were not happy in the Energy Committee this year. They definitely weren't. Do we know the Constitution pipeline needs to come in also too? It's a necessity. It has to happen. And you know what? To retool our existing power plants, yes, carbon capture, that's what needs to be done. And you know, again, this bill does absolutely nothing but stall progress. That, Madam President, I vote no.
Senator Helming, why do you rise?
Thank you, Madam President. The sponsor will yield for a couple of questions.
Sure. Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator. I'm just looking for some clarification on a couple of the responses that I heard during the previous debate. I thought I heard you say that this legislation will have no impact on existing data centers. Is that accurate?
Through you, Madam President, the question was on permitting and the ability to build. So as I explained earlier, if an existing data center has received all their permits, then this moratorium piece would not impact them. If the clarification, and I don't want to speak for my colleagues, so feel free to ask follow-up questions, is on other data centers that may be impacted by parts of this bill. Some parts that I'm really excited about include for data centers 1 megawatt and above, renewable energy or efficiency standards.
Through you, Madam President, the sponsor will continue to yield.
The sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
So, Senator, I was looking at the section that talks about someone who is currently operating a data center is going to have to come into compliance with all of the various energy consumption efficiency goals that are developed after they've already been in business for a number of years.
Madam President, a operational data center at over 1 megawatt, which is enough to power 1,000 homes. I want to be clear, if a data center that's, and many that exist that fall under the 1 megawatt threshold continue to operate, they would not have the same energy efficiency goals.
You, Madam President, if the sponsor would continue to yield.
The sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
So also during the previous exchange, questions and answers, it sounds like there's a lot of work to be done over the 12 months of the moratorium. Senator, I think you referred to, it's an exciting time because at the end of the 12 months, this body, this legislative body, will have clear standards that we could use to base legislation on.
That is not what I said. I said at the end of the 12 months, but actually, to be clear, I was specific to the end of the environmental impact review. We will have more information as a body in addition to the entire state, because the results of the review will be publicly available to all local governments, New Yorkers, anyone who is interested in understanding the full impacts of hyperscale data centers on New York State.
Through you, Madam President, the sponsor will continue to yield.
The sponsor yield? The sponsor yields.
Senator, who will be involved with creating the energy consumption efficiency goals? Which stakeholders will be engaged?
And I know the NYSERDA in conjunction with the NYSO in conjunction with the Service Commission, as I mentioned, and the New York State Climate Action Council.
Through you, Madam President, the sponsor will continue to yield.
Yes.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
What
sponsor
about
yields.
the federally designated bulk system operators? Okay. Through you, Madam President, the sponsor will continue to yield.
Yes.
Will the sponsor yields.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 agencies. And I'm just trying to understand how realistic it is that these agencies are going to be able to collect and analyze data, assess the impacts on the grid, develop efficiency metrics, determine compliance standards, coordinate with utilities and stakeholders, produce findings and recommendations, and I think the sponsor said hold 5 public hearings around the state, and publish the results in 12 months' time. How realistic is that?
Madam President, in 18 months is when the environmental impact report is due. And I think that's realistic because a lot of the organizations on that list do variations of that every day. I also think for a state as big as New York, 5 is a reasonable number because we know that the needs of downstate aren't just all New York City. We know we have to think about Long Island. We know we have to think about Western New York. We know we have to think about North Country. I've already mentioned 4 different areas. In the Hudson Valley, that makes 5. Now, I'm not saying those are where they're going to be, but what I imagine is 5 actually allowing us to get a better sense of what our own constituents and a state broadly thinks about hyperscale data centers.
Through you, Madam President, the sponsor will continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Whether it's 12 months or 18 months, it still seems like a very aggressive schedule. And my question is, what happens if this work isn't completed in that time frame?
Through you, Madam President, I agree. That is an aggressive time frame. We actually wanted initially a 3-year moratorium to give us as much time as possible. But for the reasons we've mentioned in this debate already, to balance our need for economic development and a desire to continue moving forward in innovation in generative AI, we've shortened both the timeline for the moratorium and the environmental impact report. Now, I hope, as my colleague understands, with any reporting in the state, it is incumbent on us as a chamber and as members to follow up to make sure that they are on schedule and that we receive that report within the timeline.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank my colleague for the responses.
Senator Borrello?
Thank you, Madam President. On the bill.
Senator Borrello on the bill.
So this is a controversial topic, and we have data centers being proposed in different parts of our state, one of them in my district. But you know what? I have never seen Albany study something and make it better, quite honestly. I've never seen Albany send a directive and make it better. And what this bill will do is it's taking away local decision-making and local control. You know, I've been asked by my constituents where I stand. I stand with local governments making this decision. Why? because I spent 10 years in county government. And every time the state government came down on us, it was never good. It was this one-size-fits-all, politically driven agenda, most of the time to burden us with the expense and cover for their mistakes. And that's what this is about. This moratorium is not about responsible, which is in the word, responsible development. It's about covering up for New York State's failed energy policies. It wasn't that long ago the governor was talking about making New York State the world center for AI, and we're going to develop all this stuff, and we're going to be the hub for AI. Well, how the hell are you going to do that with no energy? She had the opportunity to do what she's doing now, desperately trying to bring more energy online, desperately trying to get you folks on the other side of the aisle to agree to repower traditional baseload power. And we're not doing it. So really what this is about is admitting that you have failed to have a responsible energy policy here in New York State, that you shut down power plants, that you've wasted time and billions of dollars with these boondoggle green energy projects. You know what I'd like to see? I would love to see a responsible Green Energy Act that pauses all of these ridiculous solar sprawl and wind that's going across New York State, that's gobbling up tens of thousands of good farmland across New York State. I'd like to see a responsible act to pause that, and let's come up with some better ideas, some more responsible ways of handling it. Because right now, you've created very little energy, and you've blanketed the beautiful parts of our state with these ridiculous wind and solar projects. They pop up overnight. Where is the responsibility there? I heard in the debate that these big companies, that local governments just can't deal with these big tech companies. And yet, we have all of these foreign companies coming in and negotiating with all of these local governments. And what do? We actually tell them, don't worry about the legal stuff. The solar company and the wind company, their attorney that they're paying is going to negotiate for both sides. That's worked out really, really well, hasn't it? You've allowed them to come in and scam our local governments. You think that's okay because it fits your political agenda. So don't tell me this is about trying to protect our local governments. It's not. It's about trying to override them. There are projects in the works that are going to provide good paying jobs and transformational funding for needed infrastructure. And those are going to come to an end after local governments and local economic development corporations have done everything they can to negotiate the best deal that they can. And by the way, wind and solar provides almost nothing except pain and destroying our quality of life. That's what it's provided to local governments. Not a single job. All these wind projects, all these solar projects, 0 jobs, 0. I've heard this is going to raise our energy prices. Well, here in New York State, we have approximately 120 to 140 data centers, not a lot. Now compare that to the state of Virginia. Just Northern Virginia has 550 data centers. 550 versus us at about 120, 130, call it what you want. Their cost per kilowatt hour for electricity is half of New York State's. Half. So it's not data centers that's going to raise our electricity prices. It's irresponsible policies out of this body that have raised our electricity prices. It's the boondoggle green energy projects that the cost of infrastructure is hidden, inside of those delivery charges. It's the fact that we told energy companies, don't invest in here, don't invest in infrastructure, don't build new power plants, because we're going to put you out of business. And you think in a year, you're going to pause this for a year, and you're going to figure out a way to power data centers with windmills and solar panels? No, you're not. Absolutely not. So you're doing this, and you're actually saying, we're going to pause it for a year, but we're not going to get the data, we're not going to get the answers for 18 months. How's that going to work? How are you going to pause something for a year and not get your answers to your questions for a year and a half? That's not going to work either. I'm not saying that I want data centers, but I am saying is that if we are going to be the leader in AI, whether it's New York State or the United States, data centers are part of that. If we're going to actually try to be the world leader in artificial intelligence, so we can do it better and more responsibly than anywhere else in the world, we're going to need power to do that. And the enemies of the United States know that this is a problem here. The enemies of the United States are investing in propaganda against these data centers so as to beat the United States at this game. That's why. They are spreading the propaganda. They are organized. Look at some of the money that's flowing into these anti-data center organizations. It's not organic. It's calculated. And it's calculated by the enemies of the United States. When we take away that local control, what we are saying is, we are better than you, smarter than you, know more than you. I know people on our local economic development organizations, our IDAs, local economic development corporations. These are business owners, smart people that have built corporations and built businesses and employed people from nothing. I can't say that for most of the people in this room or the room next door. Most of you have never employed a single person in your life, except for the government employees that you have. So you're going to tell me that you're smarter than someone that has built a successful business from nothing? Or has been a local farmer with generations, that you guys know better than they do? I don't think you do. It's this arrogance that we know better. So what we decide to do here today is going to determine whether or not AI is going to be a New York thing or a somewhere else thing, whether it's Pennsylvania or China. That's what you're going to determine today. And I want the communities that want this in their community to have the opportunity to do it. And the ones that don't, do not have to. But to sit here and say that we are going to do this ban while ignoring the fact that we don't have the power and we don't have the infrastructure to deliver that power is foolish. To sit here and say that we are going to wait for enough wind and solar projects, which if they're blanketed all of New York State, if you took up every square inch of the state, it still won't be enough to power the needs that we have here right now, is also irresponsible. So I'm going to vote no on this because I want to keep local control. I'm going to vote no because I know that this is just a ruse, a red herring, to cover for the disastrous energy policies that you have visited upon the people of New York State. I'm going to vote no because I don't think, at the end of the day, anybody in this room is, quite frankly, responsible enough to determine the outcome for any local organization, any local government, and anyone's local quality of life. That's why I'm voting no. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Senator Walczak, why do you rise?
Madam President, would the sponsor yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Through you, Madam President. So the governor created the Empire AI Consortium. The governor, with your support, budgeted $90 million in tax money to create data centers in New York. The governor created AI and Future of Workforce Advisory Panel. You've obviously, and I sit on internet and tech, you've legislated a number of different regulatory things with the sort of perspective that New York is going to lead on the AI and data center industry, and that's why we need to put all of these rules and regs in place, because we're going to be leaders. And the governor has recently said if AI is destined to reconfigure the global economy, New York must be on the front line. She also said whoever is at the forefront of artificial intelligence will dominate the next chapter of human history. Was this negotiated with the governor?
Through you, Mr. President, that is a misunderstanding of how our legislative process tends to work here. We introduce bills in the Assembly and the Senate, and we negotiate them usually between the two chambers. And when hopefully they're passed through both chambers and hopefully sent to the governor's desk, there is a chapter amendment process where the governor is able to negotiate. So therefore, Mr. President, hi. I would say that is not where we are in the current process.
And Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Without talking down to me about the legislative process, the question was pretty simple. Was this bill negotiated with the governor's office or not?
Through you, Mr. President, I think I was pretty clear that I negotiated this bill with my colleagues, with leadership, and our friends in the Assembly.
And through you, Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to
Will
yield?
the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Is the governor going to veto this bill?
Through you, Mr. President, that is a question for the governor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Steck, why do you rise?
If the sponsor will yield for a quick question.
Sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, I'm not sure I heard an answer to this question. I just want to make sure we were crystal clear. If this moratorium goes into effect, what happens to a data center that's already been approved, it's under construction, but it's not yet operational? Is that affected or caught up in this moratorium, or will it be allowed to proceed and go online?
Through you, Mr. President, if they've already received their permits from the DEC, they will proceed and continue to build and not be impacted by this moratorium.
All right, thank you, Mr. President.
Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Secretary will ring the bell. Senator Gianaris.
Mr. President, we've agreed to restore this bill to the non-controversial calendar.
On consent, the bill will be restored to the non-controversial calendar. Read the last section.
Section 2, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Cousin Zellner.
Senator Zellner to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Gonzalez, for your courageous, great work on this bill. I disagree with Senator Borrello. This isn't about local control. This is about the people, and the people are crying out for leadership from this body to do something about this issue. Yesterday, hundreds of residents packed a meeting in the town of Tonawanda regarding the proposed data center at the former Tonawanda Coke site. They came from different backgrounds, different neighborhoods, and different perspectives, but they were all there for the same reason. They have questions, and they do not believe those questions have been answered. For weeks, my staff and I have been hearing from residents who are trying to understand what these projects could mean for their communities. They're asking about energy demand, water usage, infrastructure, and utility bills, and they deserve answers. The proposed Tonawanda data center may be on hold today, but this conversation is far from over. Just outside my district, a major project continues moving forward in Niagara Falls. Another is being discussed in Genesee County. And we know across the state, more proposals are being considered. And before we hand over permits, infrastructure, tax incentives, and access to our power grid, we have an obligation to make sure New Yorkers are getting a fair deal. Because if these companies are going to profit from our communities, then our communities should benefit from their investment. We cannot allow working families to subsidize billion-dollar companies through higher utility bills, strained infrastructure, or decisions that are leaving communities with all the consequences and none of the say. As a father, I take that seriously. I do not want my children growing up in a community that looks back years from now and says, why didn't anyone slow this thing down enough to ask some questions? Western New York has learned these tough lessons before.
Senator Zellner, how do you vote?
The people I represent have every right to be skeptical. I vote yes.
Senator Zellner to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator May to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I represent the town of Lysander, which is west of Syracuse. It has 23,000 people in it. And a developer has proposed a 300-megawatt data center in the town of Lysander. The people of the town organized. They got their town board to vote for a 6-month moratorium so they could just review their zoning laws. But if you look at the Facebook page for this group that organized, they are desperately calling for the state to step in and help them. They're saying, where is DEC? They're saying, can we have a statewide moratorium so that we can really figure this out? Because 300 megawatts is enough power to power 15 towns the size of Lysander. The water usage is estimated to be twice the total water usage of the town currently. So these are decisions that they're having to make on a scale way beyond what a town board normally would be making. And truly, it's not reasonable to expect them to be able to figure out where 300 megawatts of energy is going to come from, where that double the amount of water is going to come from. All of these kinds of decisions require a regional approach, and this is why it makes perfect sense for us to take, as a state, action to help these local governments buy a little bit of time so they can figure out what the parameters are and what they need for their districts. So I am happy to vote aye on this bill.
Senator Macy, we recorded in the affirmative. Senator Borrello to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I think that if you ask the people of New York State if they thought New York State was helping when they created ORES, which has allowed these foreign companies, these wind and solar companies, to come in and roll over local regulations to wipe out endangered species, to essentially override every environmental and local zoning law, I'd say no, they would not think that's a good idea. And yet we're going to sit here and tell people that New York's coming to the rescue right now with data centers. No, we're not. This is just not fitting your political narrative. It's not fitting your agenda. Because everything you say you were worried about, you're actually doing right now with these wind and solar projects that are destroying our beautiful landscape, that have raised our energy prices, that have impacted our quality of life, that are endangering our water supplies, our wetlands. So you really don't care about that stuff. It's just a good excuse to cover for the bad work that you've done up until now. I'm voting no.
Senator Borrello to be recorded in the negative. Senator Webb to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Georgia, Virginia, Tennessee, these are states that have very large data centers, and in fact, they have taken efforts to try to repeal those decisions because of the very toxic drinking water and health challenges that pursue. But we don't have to look any further than that. I represent the Southern Tier, and we have very large manufacturing entities over the years that created significant health and environmental hazards. So all we are simply doing as a body is saying pause. That is what our responsibility is as legislators. We have to take facts, not opinion, and figure out what are the best solutions for our communities. I want to thank Senator Gonzalez and everyone that's been working on this. We know that one of the many things we are often trying to address is striking a balance between the need for job creation, but at the end of the day, if we have no place where we can live, the jobs go out the window. And so I think it's important that as we look into this very important issue, that we take the time that is needed to figure out what are going to be the long-term effects, not just simply the costs financially, but the health, environmental, and other costs that we know are to be true. I vote aye, Mr. President.
Senator Webb to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Fahey to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, stand to vote aye on this bill. AI, as mentioned earlier, represents the largest shift in our economy since the Industrial Revolution. It includes, in this shift, we have seen an explosive growth in data centers. While we all rely on AI, what we are looking for here is a moratorium. We must ensure that ratepayers, who we talk a lot about, are not left footing the bill for this unchecked growth. Large-scale data centers consume enormous amounts of energy and water, placing an additional strain on the grid, which can drive up costs for residential customers. Before we move with these, We need to understand the impacts of energy demand, the utility rates, land use, water resources, and more. A moratorium is not a ban, not a ban. It's a pause. It's a pause that allows New York to proceed with thoughtful standards, 1 year, so that communities can have more of a voice as these projects move forward. Right here in the Capital Region, the community has felt a bit caught off guard, to put it as mildly as possible, with one right here in our backyard being proposed, a 180 megawatt one. The residents are rightfully asking difficult questions. Who benefits? Who bears the cost? How do we protect the ratepayers? How do we protect our natural resources and our water? We need these questions answered before, not after. I commend the sponsor, I commend the leader, and I vote aye. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Fahey to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Rivera to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd just like to take a second to say, great job, Kristen. We have an amazing colleague who obviously did her homework here. And then I want to speak to our colleagues who are voting nay on this. And I'd like for you to reconsider, because I think that some of y'all are confused. When these data centers come, they're not going to come to the Bronx. They're not going to come to Queens. They're going to come to your districts. You're the folks that have these large, enormous spaces that have no population in them, and that's where these things are going to go. And these are going to be right next to small towns that are going to get less water, that are going to have all sorts of power issues. Everything that we've laid out here has already happened in other states. All that we're saying with this is we're going to stop for a second, and we're going to make sure that we set it up so that there can be local decision-making, so that this can actually be done in a way that benefits the state of New York. Y'all are voting no. Remember, it's going to go to y'all. So I would really appreciate if you just think about it for a second. It is a wise thing to press the pause button and to get it right. So, Mr. President, I vote in the affirmative.
Senator Rivera to be recorded in the affirmative. Are there any other senators wishing to explain their vote? Seeing and hearing none, Senator Gonzalez to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a significant moment for New York State. We will be one of the first states to pass a moratorium on the building of large data centers. And the reason that's important is because we're acknowledging we're not only in a climate crisis, not only in an energy crisis, but we're in an affordability crisis. And while my colleagues across the aisle and big tech would like us to do nothing, doing nothing means that we would let these costs be passed down to our constituents. This bill is more than a moratorium. This bill creates a separate energy class for the largest data centers. It creates a separate rate class for water usage for them. It creates community benefits, community engagement, and it gives the state an actual environmental impact report to be informed in our policies moving forward. And that's important because for the first time, we're putting New Yorkers in the driver's seat over big tech. Because for too long, they have enjoyed either having no regulations or writing their own rules. Doing this not only means that our energy bills are protected and that affordability is at the forefront, but it also means that real New Yorkers have a voice in this process. And this isn't a normal threat. I want to be clear because there's been a lot of misinformation about this bill and who it applies to and what it does. Hyperscale centers are on a scale we have literally never seen before. And it is not existential to say that the energy demand that is increasing is because of these data centers. The New York State Independent Systems Operator says that of the approximately 28 large data centers in their queue, they would add an additional 9,682 megawatts of energy to our currently constrained and aging grid. This is an 11 times increase in energy demand from data centers, and by 2030 increases the gap by which our current demand and our energy generation will see. And that's without those centers coming online. So we know this isn't fear-based, this is fact-based. We know it's our responsibility to have a plan and do something, and I am so proud to be in a chamber that has stood up and done exactly that. I want to say thank you to Senator Krueger, because without her leadership, we certainly would not have made it to this point. And I really want to thank all of the staff that have put their time and heart and soul, because this isn't a new bill. This is a bill that is an omnibus encompassing of many bills they've worked on. And so I not only want to thank my own team, Katie, Elon, and Hannah, but I want to thank our Senate Central staff, Mike, of course, Dan, Grant, Sean, Carissa, Nicole, Malik, Lakea, Karen, Amanda, and Alex. Thank you for standing up for what is moral and what is right. With that, I enthusiastically vote aye. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1787, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Hellman, Lanza. Senator Hellman in the affirmative. Lanza, Martins, Matera, Obracher, Ort, Rhodes, Ryan, Steck, Tedisco, Wozik, Weber, and White. Ayes 44, nays 16.
The bill is passed. Senator Gianaris, that completes the reading of today's controversial calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to give my colleagues a sense of the remainder of the evening, we are at the point where we are going to hear some comments from our departing colleagues, other than myself, and we are waiting for the two leaders to come out for that process. After that, there will be respective party conferences. After that, we will return to take up the final calendar of the session. So if we could just stand at ease for a couple of minutes while the leaders get out here, and we'll pick it up in a moment.
We will stand at ease temporarily. The Senate will return to order. Senator Gianaris.
We are ready. We're going to hear from the following members.
Some order, please. Some order, please. Thank you, Senator Gianaris.
And just to be clear, as this part of the evening, we're only going to hear from the members who are leaving the Senate. This is not the time for tributes to them from the other members. We could do that in conference or in private. But we're going to hear first from Senator Oberacher, then Senator White, then Senator Martins, and concluding with Senator Kavanaugh. So please call on Senator Oberacher.
Senator Oberacher for departing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the Gettysburg ceremony, the featured speaker of that event was a gentleman by the name of Edward Everett. Edward Everett spoke for over 2 hours. Now, if I asked any of you here in this chamber if you knew who Edward Everett was, I'm sure I'd get the look that I'm seeing now, no. After which our President Abraham Lincoln got up and made his iconic speech, which is about 3 minutes depending on the cadence. Every one of you in here knows about his speech. Not one of you knows about Edward Everett. So if I'm to be a student of history, I too will keep my remarks short. First and foremost, it's thank you. So I got to say thank you to my wife, Shannon. I may have, brought the ends together, but she tied everything together to make it work. I got to say thank you to the greatest staff here in Albany, my staff. Lynn, my chief of staff, Mira, my legislative director. I have Julie, Camille, Victoria, and Sean. And I'm telling you, once I leave here, folks, you ought to be grabbing these folks because they are just absolutely amazing, amazing staff. Leader Ort, I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you for leadership. Thank you for taking me into your office and feeling sometimes I was coming into the principal's office at times. But your leadership, your guidance, I truly appreciate it. Thank you. I will carry that with me always. My Republican conference and my staff, you guys were amazing. Absolutely amazing. I'm taking a piece of each and every one of you with me when I leave here. And to that end, I also want to congratulate those that are leaving with me as well, Senator Martins and, of course, Senator White, who I came in with in my initial entry here into Albany. Leader Stuart Cousins, thank you. Thank you for the cordialities you've shown me and your guidance. I appreciate that as well. I will take that with me. My majority members, thank you. you know, you had an effect. You actually softened me, which I didn't think was possible. So for that, I'm thankful. I had a much longer speech set, and I was going to have Gerald actually read it. Because if there's anybody that can take a 2-hour speech and do it in 2 minutes, it would be Gerald. But I'm going to let him off the hook. I'm going to let him off the hook tonight. Every one of you will have a place at my table. Every one of you will have a dish that hopefully I could prepare with love. Maybe we'll have an adult beverage. Maybe we'll talk. Hopefully not about politics, but maybe, you know, mix a little bit in there to keep me in on things. But you will all be invited, every single one of you. If I was to find one word and really mean this to kind of encompass what I'm trying to say, it's a Hawaiian word, and it's mahalo. And it means thanks, gratitude, admiration, praise, esteem, regards, and respect. Mahalo. Mahalo. Mahalo, Mr. President. Thank you all. God bless you. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Oberacker. Senator White for departing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unlike me, I'll try to keep my comments short and sweet. Delayed reaction. To know me is to know that. So first, I'd just like to say thank you. This has been the honor of a lifetime to be able to serve here in this chamber. I thank my constituents for believing in me and sending me here. This has been the best 6 years of my life, and to experience this is like nothing else in this world. And I know all of you know what I'm talking about because it's almost like traveling around the world. We're traveling around the state every day that we come here. We hear the common things, we hear the differences, we see and understand the different perspectives and point of views, and to me, that's invaluable. And so I thank you all for sharing your hometowns and your districts with me. It has truly been interesting and eye-opening to see how this state really functions together. So to my colleagues across the aisle, I want to say thank you very much. I've gotten to know some of you, Senator Prasad especially, very well, and I thank you so much for your friendship. Senator Webb, I've gotten to know you too. So I thank you so much for that relationship. I want to thank the Secretary of the Senate, who I've had a nice relationship with as well. She has been there through a lot of my different times. I want to thank our central staff who works so hard to make sure that we're prepared and we know what we need every single day. So thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. I know you sit behind me, so I couldn't tell you a face to a name because for 6 years I've only heard your voice and I could pick you out anywhere just by your voice. To the Sergeant of Arms, all of you, including Ben. Ben has always been that pillar. When we see him, it brings us comfort, it brings us love, it brings us joy. And to all of the Sergeants at Arms, I so enjoy seeing you here and hearing your stories and meeting you and getting to know you. So I thank you so much for watching over us and protecting us. I want to thank my staff. Although they have changed often, I would like to say thank you so very much. Presently, I have Matt here. He's laughing. Sue is my chief of staff. I've got Will, I've got Anastasia, and I've got Bella, and they are my favorite team, and they put up with me every day. So I thank them so much for that. I really want to thank my husband and my family. When I ran for Senate, my husband was not exactly supportive, leaving him and my high school son at home. The other two had gone. And I told him this is something that I felt in my heart and in my soul, and I actually said to him, get on board or get out of the way. And so he got on board. And I love him dearly. Our 31st anniversary is coming up just next week, and so I love you, I thank you, Jim. So thanks always for being there and putting up with me. I want to thank my children, too, who you've seen on my palm cards and in my brochures. They are my whole life. My son, Jimmy, my daughter, Callie, and my youngest son, Tom. And of course, my grandchildren, Adley and Chase. Chase is the new guy. And I love them all so very much. I want to thank my family here. And they really are, you know that as well. When we come here, we're here for a good solid week. We spend all of our time together. And to my colleagues here, we came in 6 years ago during the pandemic, and it was a weird, wild time. And we formed this very tight bond and friendship. And I'm going to miss you all. I don't like to cry, but I am going to miss all of you very, very much. To the Majority Leader, I'd like to thank you very much for all of your support and your kind words over the years. It's been great to get to know you as well. And I'd really like to congratulate, I feel better knowing I'm not the only one leaving. So to Senator Obrocker, Senator Martins, and to my colleagues who are also leaving, I'm not sure how many, it's just the two of you, right? I just want to say congratulations to you as well, and I wish you all the very best in your future endeavors. And last but not least whatsoever is the leader. And he and I have a very special bond because when I started to run for office and everyone kind of fled and left, he called up and he said, please don't fear. Some of us are staying and working, and that meant the world to me. And I'm so glad that you have always been there for us. You have been a phenomenal leader. We couldn't have asked for more. And so I thank you so much for your dedication to us, your loyalty, your kindness, your friendship, your support, your guidance. I thank you so very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator White. Senator Martins for departing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. President. My trajectory has been a little different than most. So I'll start where I should start, Mr. President, by thanking my wife and my family for the opportunities and the support that they've given me over the years. I come from an immigrant family. I think most people know that. And so the idea that a kid born to immigrant parents, poverty, very small farming village in northern Portugal, can be raised here in New York, grow up to be the mayor of his village, serve several terms, and then get elected to the state senate, and leave, pursue his thing, and then decide to come back. It's truly a blessing. This is a very special place. You know, many people consider other places to be the center of democracy. The center of democracy, my friends, is right here in this chamber, in this state. The diversity that this state provides, the opportunities it provides and has provided over the years is something that we should all be very much aware of, the legacy that we have and the responsibility we have as members of the New York State Senate. There are only 63 of us. Once upon a time, there were only 62 of us. And so that idea and the camaraderie that that brings is something pretty special. You know, I had the opportunity to join the chamber and sat on that side of the chamber for years, and those are different times. And then I chose to come back, something I wanted to do for different reasons. But as I said before, very important that we respect this place. When we're in the majority, to respect the place. When we're in the minority, to respect the chamber as well. It is the majority's responsibility to advance policy, clearly. That's what we did, that's what you do. But it is the minority's responsibility to advocate aggressively. That's what we're supposed to do. That's our job. And sometimes that puts us in conflict because we are passionate about what we do. But I will tell you this, it's always from a good place. And I know it's always from a good place from you as well. That's how policy is set. We each represent 330, 340,000 people, whether we sit on that side of the room or sit on this side of the room. And so the ability for us to talk to each other and to respect each other's opinions and to understand that we're not just setting policy for people who sit in the majority, but for the entire state. And if there's one thing that I hope I learned when I was in the majority, and something I know very well being in the minority, that's important, that process. Take care of each other. Take care of each other. Look out for each other, regardless of where you sit in the room, where you come from. It's our responsibility to make sure that those come after us understand what it is to be a senator in the state of New York. It's not an easy thing. It's not something you're born with. And when you walk in the door, I can tell you, you don't know what that means, and it takes you a little bit of time to understand what does it mean to be a New York State senator. I had the good fortune of having people teach me that when I got here in 2010. Perhaps I had to relearn it when I got here in 2022. I want to thank the Majority Leader. We've known each other a long time. The Majority Leader was here when I got here in 2010. She was here when I left in 2016. And you're still here. I want to thank Leader Ort for your friendship, for your leadership. Again, we've known each other a long time, both before and after. But for everyone in the room, everyone in the chamber, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to serve with you. Thank you for the opportunity to work with you on such important issues that truly make a difference in the lives of people across New York State. I, too, have a wonderful staff. Obviously, I want to thank them. Great people who have stayed with me, many of them since 2010. And when I left, they found other work, but when I came back, they came back as well, which was great to be able to reassemble the team and to work again. I will miss them, and I'm sure we will stay in touch, but it's different. The one thing I will leave you with is a person who has served, who has left, and who has come back. Cherish your time here. Appreciate it. When you leave, you're the same person, obviously, but it's different. Appreciate what opportunities are here and what a privilege it is to serve as a New York State Senator and how important that is. Mr. President, it has been a privilege to serve with all of my colleagues, to share a phrase from my dear friend, Senator Oberacher. Mahalo to everyone. Thank you for that. I love the idea that everyone has a plate at the table and everyone is free to come and go. And I hope we will have the opportunity over time and that our lives will intersect in the future, and I am pretty sure they will. But if there's anything at all in our lives where I can be of any help to any of you, to your families, please do not hesitate. God bless you all, and thank you for the opportunity to have served with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Martins. Last but certainly not least, Senator Kavanaugh for departing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Most of you, my colleagues in this chamber, know that I've never been much of a speech maker in here. To the extent I speak on the floor, it's usually fielding, interesting and sometimes obscure questions about obscure legislation or talking about investments we're making on housing in the budget. And I'm sure when St. Patrick's Day rolls around, when I come and speak as the head Irishman, the head of the American Irish Legislative Society, you all miss Tim Kennedy and his long, eloquent, silver-tongued speeches he makes here. But I am really grateful for this opportunity to speak briefly tonight in what's likely to be my last evening in this chamber as a senator. Mostly, I do want to express gratitude. I want to begin, as others have, by expressing gratitude to those closest to me. I have a representative sample of the very large and supportive Kavanaugh family. My brothers Timothy Kavanaugh and Sean Kavanaugh are here with us in the chamber, and my family has been, my extended family has been so supportive of me politically, professionally, personally, over so many years, and really has shaped my perspectives on the world, my commitment to serve. So thank you for being here, and thank you to all the Kavanaughs everywhere, and there's quite a lot of them. Everyone in this chamber, this has also been true, but everyone in this chamber knows how challenging it can be to be in a relationship with an elected official. So I want to thank Eden Forsyth, who's also here, for putting up with the ridiculous schedule and the demands on our time and obscure calls about the budget or legislation at odd hours, and of course for your love and support over a lot of years now. So, and thank you for being here also. To all of my colleagues, this really has in so many ways been a tremendously productive collaboration. And I've been here for 20 years, 9 years in this chamber and 11 years in the Assembly. Of course, as others have, I want to begin with Senate Majority Leader Andrew Cousins for your strength as a leadership, for your grace, and for really always making the difficult judgments we have to make about what's important and what's right and how to get the things done that we've gotten done over so many years, and for entrusting me with the role of chairing the Housing Committee and leading on those issues in particular. Thank you. I did spend a lot of years in the Assembly, and several of my colleagues from the Assembly have migrated over here to the Senate with me. I do want to thank, Carl Heastie and all of the Assembly colleagues who are here and in the other side of the building. Those were also really wonderful, challenging, and productive years. Let me also, I was going to say, but also just to thank my present and my former staffers. Much of my current office staff are here today. We all will have a lot more opportunities to say goodnight. We're all in our work for the next 7 months or so, and I'll be in office. But I do want to, everyone knows that our staffers really are the people that make us what we are as public officials, as public servants, as when we're successful for our communities or constituencies, because of all of you. So thank you all for sticking with me over so many years in such wonderful work. And to the central staff. We do all of this work late into the night, early in the morning. Often they are working later than us, working harder than us. And, so many smart, wonderful people, some of whom I'm not going to name names of the housing staff and the others I've worked with over so many years, but it has been just a tremendous honor and a privilege and a pleasure to work with all of you now over many, many years. And I'm proud of the work we've accomplished. you know, on housing, we really have, over the last 8 years, I think, transformed the way the state of New York thinks about housing. It used to, I think, been a secondary issue. We thought the federal government would spend some money, localities would implement it. But, you know, from my time leading with all of you the negotiations on the Housing Stability and Tenant Protection Act, during COVID, those dark, dark years when this chamber was mostly empty, there would be like 3 or 4 of us here at a time, you know, figuring out how to prevent evictions with a 22-month moratorium and a $4 billion program to make sure that people's rent was paid. For working with Senator Salazar on good cause eviction and the Housing Access Voucher Program and our new, excitingly named Shelter Arrears Eviction Forestallment Program, because the word forestallment has been neglected far too long in our parlance. And, you know, for the programs that I've been working with, you've heard Cordell Clear and I speak obsessively about recently, freezing people's rents and reducing people's property taxes through the Screedry C&D programs, which we had a marvelous success with this year. We've also just massively increased the amount of support that the state provides for housing. The capital budgets go up and down, but we've essentially doubled our commitment to building and maintaining the housing we got in the last few years, and we should be very proud of that. I'm very proud of the environmental work. You know, Senator Harckham and others really have led on that. The all-electric building out, which is still being litigated, but I think will come out unscathed and will be implemented soon in New York, and so much other work. We know we differ, especially across the aisle, we differ on how to address those challenges, but I think it is really the challenge of our time that we make things more sustainable, that we make it cleaner, that we make it more affordable, and that we diminish exposure of people to toxins. I've been proud of the work we've done on extended fruits of responsibility, debating not once, twice, but 5 times the mattress APR bill with Senators Borrello and Walczyk. I think maybe this is 5 times is the charm. But really getting in and trying to figure out what it is that we can do to really make the economy more circular and sustainable and affordable for folks. When I got to the legislature, the gun laws of New York were depressingly weak. You could still walk into a parking lot with a very dangerous weapon and sell it to somebody for cash with no questions asked and walk away and not be committing a crime. So the SAFE Act, which we did, you know, before I was in the Senate, and the continued work of this body on making our gun laws keep people safe, keep guns out of the wrong hands, has been an ongoing and very important thing, and we're passing more bills today to make sure that we live up to that commitment. One of the things that a lot of you have said here in this room today and at other points, people have commented on my well-deserved reputation for wonkery, for, you know, delving into the most obscure details, knowing the facts, sometimes maybe, you know, blinding you with the facts during debate. But I do want to say that, you know, a lot of why this has been so productive is that each of us brings so many gifts and skills and perspectives to this work. And yes, I'm very proud that I can recite obscure details of various legislation and pieces of the budget that are critical to me, and we all do that, and we all know how to do that. But it really is the wide range of skills and talents that make us so productive. The rhetoric on this floor that is sometimes so moving and so inspiring, not just for us here in this room, but we know for people across the state. The ability to figure out how to take the many different perspectives, and this is something we talk about across the aisle, but within our own conference, to get together and make the compromises and do the work that is necessary for people. One of the things I'm most proud of about this body is that we are never self-satisfied. I mentioned a few accomplishments I'm proud of, we all do that, but we also understand that we continue to face enormous challenges across the state, that people struggle to afford to live where they live, that we are not building enough housing. In some cases, we've got government preventing us from building enough housing in some places. With that, we have far too many of our families still facing homelessness and eviction. Personally, my sense that we haven't done enough on preventing, especially children, from being exposed to toxins. We know that we have these challenges, And it is one of the great hallmarks of this body that we never give up. I know sometimes some people across the aisle would like us to give up on certain directions that we want to go. But I know everyone in this room really takes this work as an opportunity to serve, to meet people's needs, large and small. And for all of that, it's been just such the privilege, people have said it, the privilege of a lifetime to spend 20 years doing this work, representing hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers. And this is not retirement for me. I look for other ways to serve and hope to serve with many of you in various capacities over the long run. But in the meantime, I know all of you and this institution will continue to do the wonderful work we've done for so long. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Gianaris.
Mr. President, there will be an immediate meeting of the Democratic Conference in room 332, and please call on Senator Lanza for
There'll be an immediate meeting of the Democratic Conference in room 332. Senator Lanza.
Mr. President, the Republican Conference will meet in room 315 immediately.
The Republican Conference will also meet immediately in room 315. Senator Gianaris.
One moment, Mr. President. How much time? Okay, let's call return to session at, we'll aim for 9:30. Hope for the best.
The Senate will return to order at 9:30. The Senate will stand at ease temporarily. The Senate will return to order. Senator Gianaris.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Good evening.
We are going to, at this time, call an immediate meeting of the Rules Committee, simultaneous with taking up some of the remaining resolutions, beginning with previously adopted Resolution 2317 by Senator Webb. Have that resolution's title read. Recognize Senator Webb and call it a meeting of the Rules Committee, please.
Okay. There will be an immediate meeting of the Rules Committee, room 332. Simultaneously with the resolution, the Secretary will read.
Resolution 2317 by Senator Webb, commemorating the 80th anniversary of Binghamton University in 2026.
Senator Webb on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today on the 80th anniversary of my alma mater.
Senator Webb, excuse me. Can we have some order in the House, please? There is an immediate meeting of the Rules Committee, but we're calling in resolution simultaneously. Senator Webb, please continue with your resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to lift up the 80th anniversary of not only my alma mater, but also several senators in the chamber, Senator Monica Martinez, also Senator John Liu, and that esteemed university is Binghamton University. I want to thank our Senate Majority Leader for her supporting of this resolution. Our SUNY system, as we all know, is a world-renowned institution that brings in students from across the globe. And Binghamton University stands as a pillar of the SUNY system. It is consistently ranked as a top public school and has been identified with the dignified public ivy by Forbes magazine. Binghamton University has countless innumerable notable alum and from entertainment, politics, sports media, business, and research. Some alum to note, and again, these aren't all, Ruben Santiago Hudson, Sonny Hostin, Paul Reiser, Billy T. Jones. We also have Nobel Prize winners as well. Binghamton University, or BU, was founded in 1946 as Triple Cities College and intended to serve the needs of local veterans returning from service in World War II. It was originally located in Endicott, 5 miles west of its current campus, and was a branch of Syracuse University. In 1950, BU left Syracuse and was incorporated into our SUNY system, also then renamed as Harper College in honor of Robert Harper, who helped settle the area west of Binghamton. Over the course of the 1960s, the campus moved across the Susquehanna River to its current location in Vestal and was formally designated the State University of New York at Binghamton. BU is a leading research institution dedicated to higher education and committed to collaborative interdisciplinary research, inspirational artistic endeavors, and high-impact educational experiences. Throughout its 80-year history, Binghamton University has graduated more than 160,000 students from over 100 countries. BU has remained steadfast in its mission to work in partnership with the community to ensure that all students develop and demonstrate the knowledge, skills, abilities, and character to live a productive and rewarding life. I am very proud to be an alum of this great institution, as many folks in my office are also proud alumni as well. We consistently receive interns from this great institution who are talented, they are eager to get to work, and they go on to do amazing things. I personally want to thank Binghamton University on reaching such an important milestone of its 80th anniversary. I also want to thank Assemblymember Donna Lupardo, who is also a proud alum of Binghamton University, who also presented this resolution in the Assembly. I very proudly vote aye on this resolution, and go Bearcats. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Senator Webb. Senator Martins on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to thank the sponsor for the resolution. She forgot to mention Caitlin Martins Solomon as a graduate of Binghamton University. As you can imagine, Mr. President, Caitlin is our oldest daughter, just graduated from Downstate Medical College a month ago, and proud alumni of Binghamton University. As the senator said, as the sponsor said, the finest university and public university we have in our SUNY system, bar none. I don't want to hear from the rest of you. It's a wonderful school, and it's doing a wonderful job. Really, you just have to look at the sponsor and the others who have graduated from there, including our other colleagues here, Senator Martinez. But what a wonderful experience, I can tell you, Mr. President, that my family has had, my daughter has had in Binghamton, graduating from the university, and really has set her up for success in life, and that is all that we can ask. We should be very proud in New York of our entire SUNY system, but in particular, SUNY Binghamton, go Bearcats. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Martins. SUNY schools are a bonanza of educational wealth, and we thank the sponsor for all that they do. But the resolution was previously adopted on June 2nd. Senator Lieu, another SUNY Binghamton alumni.
That's right, Mr. President. You let Jack Martins know that as well. And I'm so old, they were the Colonials when I went there, before they became Bearcats. Mr. President, please take up previously adopted Resolution 1708 by Senator Fernandez. Read the resolution title only and recognize Senator Fernandez.
The Secretary will read.
Resolution 1708 by Senator Fernandez, memorializing Governor Kathy Hochul to proclaim July 20th, 2026 as Colombian Independence Day in the state of New York on the 216th anniversary of Colombian independence.
Senator Fernandez on the resolution.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I proudly rise as a Colombian, and in fact, the first Colombian American to serve in the state legislature, just for a short time, because soon after I was joined by many Colombian women leaders here in the legislature. But it is really something I'm proud of to be able to introduce this resolution. I am half Colombian. My mother, born in Plato, Colombia, from my grandparents, Fernando and Balbina. And This resolution is so impactful, important, because we have seen through music, through food, through culture, through flowers, through everything, how much the Colombian community and culture has impacted things that we love every day. We have artists that have shaped the world when it comes to pop culture, from Shakira to Carlos Vives, actresses like Sofia Vergara, and now more modern artists like Karol G, who was the first Latina to headline Coachella. But it is such a pride that I can say I am Colombian, one of the most beautiful countries in South America, namely the most beautiful country, I think, on the Forbes list this year and last year. I highly recommend people to visit because the history is rich. Over 200 years ago, relieving themselves from Spanish regime to show true independence, leadership, and to this day, leading in this world when it comes to dignity for its people and equal rights, and really bringing a conversation forward about how to speak for your people and to protect your country. So I am very honored and proud to be Colombian. I thank you for this opportunity to make it official in New York that we are going to celebrate Colombian Independence Day on July 20th. And I welcome and invite everybody to not just the Bronx, where we do have some great restaurants like La Masa, but to my colleagues' districts in Queens, where we do have Little Colombia there. But thank you for this opportunity. I proudly vote aye on this resolution. And please make sure you celebrate in July all of your Colombian pride.
Thank you, Senator Fernandez. Senator Ramos on the resolution.
Presidente, hoy me levanto con el corazón lleno de orgullo y de gratitud. Gratitud por mis padres, por mi comunidad y por la vieja raza indígena que corre por mis venas. I feel so grateful for the privilege of celebrating Colombia's independence here in the New York State Senate. My parents came to this country with little more than hope, determination, and the belief that their children would have the opportunities they never had. And because of them, I have the extraordinary privilege of representing one of the largest Colombian communities anywhere in the United States. I was born in Little Colombia, and I'm so proud to have grown up to be the first Colombian American to represent it here in the Senate. I represent the bakeries, the restaurants, the small businesses, and the thousands of families who help build Queens. Every summer, those streets come alive during the Calle Colombia Festival. This year, on Saturday, June 20th at 12 noon on 37th Avenue and 82nd Street in Jackson Heights. And then on Sunday, July 26th, everyone's invited to the Colombian Independence Pride Festival in Flushing Meadows Corona Park at 2 p.m. And what we celebrate is more than a nationality. We celebrate resilience because Colombians, unfortunately, know a lot about that. Many of us grew up experiencing tremendous violence, conflict, and hardship between the guerrillas, cartels, the paramilitary, and even the military. Millions of Colombians have been displaced, kidnapped, murdered, and disappeared. And yet, despite all of that, Colombians remain known around the world for our optimism, our warmth, and our joy. I think that's because we understand something important, and that's that happiness is not ignoring pain. Happiness is deciding that pain will not have the final word. That's who we Colombians are. A people who have endured so much become experts in hope. And perhaps that spirit comes from the country itself, a nation of the Andes, where my family's from, and the Amazon, of the Caribbean and the Pacific, home to extraordinary biodiversity, extraordinary beauty, and yes, the best coffee in the world. But Colombia's greatest treasure is its people. We're indigenous, we're African, we're European, we're Arab. We are a beautiful mixture of cultures and histories that taught us long ago that diversity is strength. And as we celebrate independence, we also remember the responsibility that comes with it. The responsibility to protect the democracy, sovereignty, and extraordinary land that Simón Bolívar and generations of Colombians fought to preserve. So I urge every Colombian who's watching, who can vote in the upcoming presidential runoff on Sunday, June 21st, to do so, because we are ready to write a new chapter. Que viva Colombia, que viva la pequeña Colombia en Queens, y muchísimas gracias a mi colega, la senadora Natalia Fernández, y mis demás colegas que son parte de esta digna delegación. Gracias.
Thank you, Senator Ramos. Senator Chan on the resolution.
I rise to support Senator Fernandez's resolution, and here's a little known fact about the Chan family. We came through Colombia. My uncle lived in Colombia from 1953 to 1968 until he was hired by Singer Sewing Machine, then at Binghamton, New York, and that's how we immigrated here. From there, he petitioned for my family to arrive from Hong Kong. So with that said, I want to give a shout out to my cousin Isabella Cheng, who was born in Colombia, my cousin Jaime Cheng, who was born in Colombia, and my cousin Blanca Cheng, who was born in Colombia, and I proudly support this resolution. My favorite part of Colombia, the big Colombian breakfast. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chan. The resolution was adopted on March 10th. Senator Gineris.
Mr. President, next up is previously adopted Resolution 1700 by Senator Webb. Read its title. Call on Senator Webb, please.
Secretary Reed.
Resolution 1700 by Senator Webb commemorating the 10th Annual Sock Out Cancer Day on June 7, 2026, in conjunction with the observance of National Cancer Survivors Day.
Senator Webb on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, we do a lot of work in this chamber to not only ensure that we have more resources to fight back against very deadly diseases, but we also do things in this chamber to lift up opportunities for the community to build awareness and to most certainly connect those who are impacted by these issues to those respective resources. And that, at its core, is the essence of the annual Sock Out Cancer Day. I want to thank the Majority Leader for supporting this resolution. This is a day that's recognized with the observance of the National Cancer Survivors Day, which was established in 2017 by Security Mutual Life Insurance Company in my district in order to help provide support for cancer patients in need of financial assistance with non-medical expenses such as food, transportation, and housing. For the last 10 years, Sock Out Cancer has raised public awareness with its signature multicolored socks that are made right here in New York by individuals of all abilities at the Finger Lakes Textiles. From concerts and hockey games to 5K runs, this initiative has raised millions of dollars for patients and families in need. A cancer diagnosis is one of the worst possible things that we know that can happen to someone. It is confusing. It's anxiety-inducing on so many levels, worrying about your health, your family's health, your financial situation with time off work and paying for treatments, and most certainly the impacts to your life overall. Cancer patients already have too much stress in their daily lives, which is why Sock Out Cancer works with hospitals and other organizations to provide financial assistance so patients can focus on their battle with cancer. This is a day for all of us across New York State to pause and stand in solidarity with residents who are fighting cancer along with their families. We all have a role to play, whether we choose to wear the signature socks, as I described a moment ago, donate to the cause, or simply stand beside our loved ones in this fight. We honor the strength of cancer survivors and reaffirm our steadfast support for those in this fight. We lift up their strength by honoring their resilience and reminding them that they're not alone. Every step we take and every event that we support helps to bring hope to those facing this disease. So to Security Mutual Life Insurance and all the partners that make this day possible, your leadership is a beacon of hope for many families across our state. Let's continue to sock out cancer together. Thank you, Mr. President. I proudly vote aye.
Senator Webb to be recorded in the affirmative. The resolution was adopted on March 10th. Senator Gineris.
Okay, at this time, let's take up previously adopted Resolution 2262 by Senator Martins. Read its title and call on Senator Martins, please.
Secretary Reed.
Resolution 2262 by Senator Martins, mourning the death of Carl L. Marcelino, former New York State Senator and distinguished citizen of his community.
Senator Martins on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to celebrate the life of Carl Louis Marcelino. Senator Carl Marcelino, many of us remember Carl from having served with him. Carl served for 22 years through 2018. Some of us have been here a long time. Yet some of us who have been here a long time at this point probably didn't have the opportunity or the privilege to serve with Carl Marcelino, which is, I guess, a message to all of us here at just how quick things move as you go through this process and service in this chamber. Carl Marcelino served for 22 years as a New York City school teacher. After his service as a school teacher, he served as the clerk for the town of Oyster Bay on Long Island before going on to serve for 23 years as a member of this chamber. He was very integral to a lot of us in terms of how he carried himself in this chamber. Those of us who remember Carl remember him to be a person of integrity, sometimes a little gruff, but always ready to help in any way that he could. A lot of the things that he concentrated on while he was a state senator are things that survive today and part of the fabric of what we do here, especially when it comes to the environment, as he served for decades as the chair of the Environmental Committee. Carl is survived by his wife, Pat, by his son, Carl, and by his daughter, Jean. He made a difference. It's not something you can really say about everyone, but Carl Marcelino, through his service as a school teacher, as a government official, and all those years here in the state Senate, he made a difference. New York State is better today because of the service that Carl provided, because of the leadership he provided, not only here in New York, but in so many organizations focused on the environment. Carl was a friend. And so I appreciate and I'm thankful for the opportunity to recognize his service, his legacy, and to thank all of us here for just taking a brief moment in honor of one of our own who passed earlier this year. So, Mr. President, thank you for this opportunity. Today, as we go about our lives and we finish off the session, is the last day. Take a moment along the way to just say a silent prayer. Keep Carl in your thoughts. He was one of us. God bless you. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Martins. God bless one of the members of our Senate family. The resolution was previously adopted on June 2nd. Senator Gianaris.
President, at this time I move to adopt the resolution calendar.
All those in favor of adopting the resolution calendar, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The resolution calendar, the rules agenda, the rules is accepted.
Resolution
The
calendar.
resolution calendar, excuse me, is late.
Okay. Now I believe there's a rules report at the desk. Let's take that up, please.
Secretary Reed.
Senator Stuart Cousins from the Committee on Rules reports the following bills. Senate Print 1232A by Senator May, an act in relation to authorizing Christopher Walsner and Matthew Pateri to each take the competitive civil service examination. Senate Print 1763A by Senator Fernandez, an act to amend the insurance law. Senate Print 1819A by Senator Fernandez, an act to amend the criminal procedure law. Senate Print 2001A by Senator Bridgeport, an act to amend the social services law. Senate Print 4490A by Senator Helming, an act in relation to authorizing Christine Hassler to apply for a recalculation of her retirement benefits. Senate Print 6987A by Senator Harkin, an act to amend the social services law. Senate Print 7712 by Senator Ort, an act to amend the criminal procedure law. Senate Print 7978A by Senator Brute, an act to amend the social services law. Senate Print 9113A by Senator Bailey, an act to amend the insurance law. Senate Print 9255 by Senator Jackson, an act to amend the retirement and social security law. Senate Print 9407 by Senator Gonzalez, an act to amend the tax law. Senate Print 9432A by Senator Lanza, an act to amend the civil practice law and rules. Senate Print 9454 by Senator Rollison, an act to amend the vehicle and traffic law. Senate Print 9458 by Senator Henchy, an act to allow Stephen Kobe Jackson to be eligible to take the civil service examination. Senate Print 9528A by Senator Webb, enactment of vehicle and traffic law. Senate Print 9566 by Senator Jackson, enactment of retirement and Social Security law. Senate Print 9586A by Senator Parker, enactment of public authorities law. Senate Print 10084 by Senator Gallivan, an act to authorize the town of Hamburg to extend the Big Tree Fire Protection District. Senate Print 10189 by Senator Gennardis, enactment to amend the retirement and Social Security law. Senate Print 10256 by Senator Bino, enactment of the education law. Senate Print 10398A by Senator Martinez, an act to amend the general municipal law. Senate Print 10593 by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the public officers law. Senate Print 10608 by Senator Bino, an act in relation to authorize the County of Nassau to accept an application for a real property tax exemption. Senate Print 10615 by Senator Liu, an act to amend the education law. Senate Print 10619 by Senator Sutton, an act to amend the public authorities law. Senate Print 10623 by Senator Bino, an act to amend the vehicle and traffic law. Senate Print 10633 by Senator Martinez, an act to amend the tax law. Senate Print 10643 by Senator Ramos, an act to amend the cannabis law. Senate Print 10650 by Senator Kavanaugh, an act to amend the military law. Senate Print 9444A by Senator Bino, an act to amend the highway law. Senate Print 10187 by Senator Rhodes, an act to amend the Nassau County Civil Divisions Act. Senate Print 10655 by Senator Jackson, an act to amend the civil service law. All bills report direct to third reading.
Move to accept the report of the Rules Committee.
All those in favor of accepting the report of the Rules Committee, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The report of the Rules Committee is accepted. Senator Gianaris.
Let's take up the supplemental active list at this time, please.
Secretary will read. Substitution so ordered. Secretary will read.
Senator Gennardis moves to discharge from the Committee on Corporations, Assembly Bill number 9590A. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8839A, third reading count of 324. Senator Bailey moves to discharge from the Committee on Insurance, Assembly Bill number 6652B. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 6122A, third reading count of 582. Senator Bailey moves to discharge from the Committee on Insurance, Assembly Bill number 3687B. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 5313A, third reading count of 885. Senator Jackson moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 9528. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8847, third reading count of 1238.
Substitution so ordered. The Secretary will read.
Calendar number 324, Assembly number 9598 by Assembly Member Fall, an act to amend the Public Authorities Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 582, Assembly number 6652B by Assembly Member Weapon, an act to amend the insurance law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Fernandez to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the body for bringing this bill to the floor. This was a bill that we tried to get, actually we did get in the one house, because this bill addresses affordability. This has been the theme for us this year, trying to make life easier, more accessible, affordable for all New Yorkers. And when New Yorkers are going through substance use treatments, mental health counseling treatments, sometimes there are co-pays, and sometimes those co-pays are very expensive. And when they are that expensive, it does lead people to make the hard decision of going to continue their care or possibly paying a bill they need to pay. So this bill caps co-pays at $250 to give that opportunity, that ability to go get your care and continue your work in taking care of yourself. So thank you for bringing this bill to the floor. I proudly vote aye.
Senator Fernandez, who will record in the affirmative, announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 595, Senate Print 1913 by Senator Rivera, an act to amend the public health law.
Lay it aside.
Calendar number 835, Senate Print 8623B by Senator May, an act to amend the general business law.
Lay it aside.
Calendar number 885, Assembly number 3687B by Assembly Member Weapon, an act to amend the insurance law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect January 1st, 2027.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1031, Senate Print 8279 by Senator Sepulveda, an act directing the Superintendent of Financial Services to conduct an analysis of the financial stability of check cashing of the check cashing industry.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1238, Assembly number 9528 by Assembly Member Fefa Amato, an act to amend the public health law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1238, voted in the negative are Senators Orton, Walzek. Ayes 58, nays 2.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1301, Senate Print 5317A by Senator Bailey, an act to amend the correction law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1374, Senate Print 8201A by Senator Martins, an act to amend Chapter 280 of the laws of 2016.
There's a homeroom message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed. Senator Generis, that completes the reading of today's supplemental active list.
Let's move on to the supplemental calendar, please.
Secretary, substitution so ordered. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Substitution to the desk, Secretary will read.
Senator May moves to discharge from the Committee on Civil Service and Pensions, Assembly Bill number 6148A. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 1232A, third reading count of 1790. Senator Harkin moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 7833A. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 6987A, third reading calendar 1795. Senator Ort moves to discharge from the Committee on Codes, Assembly Bill number 8235. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7712, third reading calendar 1796. Senator Brooke moves to discharge from the Committee on Children and Families, Assembly Bill number 7603B. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7978A, third reading count of 1797. Senator Jackson moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance, Assembly Bill number 10250. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9255, third reading count of 1799. Senator Gonzalez moves to discharge from the Committee on Budget and Revenue, Assembly Bill number 10429. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9407, third reading calendar 1800. Senator Rollison moves to discharge from the Committee on Transportation, Assembly Bill number 10390A. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9454, third reading calendar 1802. Senator Jackson moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance, Assembly Bill number 10833. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9566, third reading calendar 1805. Senator Gurnardez moves to discharge from the Committee on Civil Service and Pensions, Assembly Bill number 11154. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10189, third reading calendar 1808. Senator Bino moves to discharge from the Committee on Education, Assembly Bill number 11,057. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,256, third reading calendar 809. Senator Martinez moves to discharge from the Committee on Local Government, Assembly Bill number 10,921A. Substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,398A, third reading calendar 1810. Senator Liu moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11,539. Substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,615, third reading calendar 1813. Senator Martinez moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11,552. Substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,633, third reading calendar 1816. Senator Kavanaugh moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11,538. Substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,650, third reading calendar 1818. Senator Bino moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 11,077A, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9444A, third reading calendar 1819.
Substitution so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1719, Assembly number 6148A by Assemblymember Lamont, an act in relation to authorize Christopher Walzer and Matthew Pateri to each take the civil service examination.
There's a homeroom message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1790, voted in the negative, Senator Briscoe, ayes 59, nays 1.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1791, Senate Print 1763A by Senator Fernandez, an act to amend the insurance law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this action take effect on the 1st of January.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1791, voted in the negative, Senator Ort. Ayes 59, nays 1.
The bill is passed. The Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1792, Senate Print 1819A by Senator Fernandez, an act to amend the criminal procedure law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1792, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kanzania, Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Martinez, Matera, Murray, Obaraco, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rollinson, Scoofus, Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 36, nays 24.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1793, Senate Print 2001A by Senator Bridgeport, an act to amend the Social Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 30th day if shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Cooper, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zona.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1793, voted in the negative are Senators Gallivan, Griffo, Martins, Oberacker, and Walzett. Ayes 55, nays 5.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1794, Senate Print 4498 by Senator Helming, an act in relation to authorizing Christine Hassler to apply for a recalculation of her retirement benefits.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zona.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1795, Assembly number 7833A by Assemblymember Levenberg, an act to amend the Social Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect 1 year and shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zona.
Senator Harkam to explain his vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On May 14th in 2024, Maria Cotto, who is a senior child protective services worker for Westchester County Department of Social Services, was making a call in an apartment building 2 blocks from my district office. She accidentally rang the wrong doorbell. A man under the influence of PCP alcohol came out and savagely beat her, and she never recovered from her injuries. Her colleagues in Westchester County CSEA vowed to see that her death would not be in vain, and so they set about creating a mechanism whereby no one would ever be in danger like that again. And so that's what this bill is. It requires that social service districts equip all of the forward-facing caseworkers with panic buttons that they can wear on their clothing so that they don't have to grapple for a telephone or a laptop in a time of emergency. This has been a priority of CSEA statewide, but especially those of us who work with them in Westchester. So I want to thank my colleague Dana Levenberg over in the Assembly and thank all my colleagues from Westchester. I know Senator Mayer, Senator, our Majority Leader. Thank her for putting this on the agenda this evening. I know she's been very supportive of this initiative. Proud to vote aye. Thank you.
Senator Harkam to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1795, voted in the negative, Senator Walzett. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1796, Assembly number 8235 by Assemblymember Hawley, an act to amend the criminal procedure law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zona.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1796, voted in the negative are Senators Bailey, Bridgeport, Gonzalez, Hinchy, Kruger, Liu, Mayer, Myrie, Rivera, and Salazar. Also, Senator Scoofus. Also, Senator Ramos. Ayes 48, nays 12.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1797, Assembly number 7603B by Assemblymember Hevesy, an act to amend the Social Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 180th day if it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zona.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1798, Senate Print 9113A by Senator Bailey, an act to amend the insurance law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zona.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1798, voted in the negative, Senator Walzek. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1799, Assembly number 10,250 by Assembly Member Fefa Amato, an act to amend the Retirement and Social Security Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sue-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1800, Assembly number 10,429 by Assembly Member Powers, an act to amend the tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the first day of a sales tax quarter period.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sue-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1801, Senate Print 9432A by Senator Lanza, an act to amend the Civil Practice Law and Rules.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 180th day and shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sue-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1802, Assembly number 10,398 by Assembly Member Jacobson, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 30th day and shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sue-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1802, voted in the negative, Senator Lanza. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1803, Senate Print 9458 by Senator Hinchy, an act to allow Stephen Colby Jackson to be eligible to take the civil service examination.
There is a homeroom message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sue-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Excuse me. In relation to calendar 1803, voted in the negative, Senator Bridgeport. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1804, Senate Print 9528A by Senator Webb, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
There is a homeroom message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 30th day and shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sue-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1804, voted in the negative, Senator Lanza. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1805, Assembly number 10,833 by Assembly Member Fefa Amato, an act to amend the Retirement and Social Security Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sue-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1806, Senate Print 9586A by Senator Parker, an act to amend the Public Authorities Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sue-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1806, voted in the negative, Senator Walzek. Ayes 59, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1807, Senate Print 10,084 by Senator Gallivan, an act to authorize the town of Hamburg to extend the Big Tree Fire Protection District.
There is a homeroom message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sue-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1808, Assembly number 11,154 by Assembly Member Fefa Amato, an act to amend the Retirement Social Security Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sue-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1809, Assembly number 11,057 by Assembly Member Benedetto, an act to amend the Education Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sue-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1810, Assembly number 10,921A by Assembly Member Stern, an act to amend the General Municipal Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 1st of December.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sue-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1811, Senate Print 10,593 by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the Public Officers Law.
Read the last section.
Section 10, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sue-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1811, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Canzeri, Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Hellman, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Mayor, Murray, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Robinson, Steck, Tedisco, Walzek, Weber, and White. Ayes 38, nays 22.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1812, Senate Print 10,608 by Senator Bino, an act in relation to authorizing the County of Nassau to accept an application for a real property tax exemption.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sue-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1812, voted in the negative are Senators O'Mara and Skoufis. Ayes 58, nays 2.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1813, Assembly number 11,539 by Assembly Member Alvarez, an act to amend the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act will take effect July 1st, 2026.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1814, Senate Print 10,619 by Senator Sutton, an act to amend the Public Authorities Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1815, Senate Print 10,623 by Senator Bino, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 90th day after it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Canzoneri Fitzpatrick to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the sponsor. Southern State Parkway is right by my home, and just within the last few weeks, we had a horrific accident where a drunk driver crossed over the divider, hit another car head-on, killing the 2 occupants who were in their 80s, and then also careened with 4 or 5 other cars. It was a disaster. Just recently, I wrote to the governor asking her to reopen the state trooper facility in this area in Valley Stream, which covers my district on the Southern State Parkway, because of the issues that we're seeing. So I thank the sponsor for bringing this up. I proudly vote aye. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Canzoneri Fitzpatrick to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Martins to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. The stretch between exit 17 and exit 32 on the Southern State Parkway on Long Island is known as Blood Alley. It's known as Blood Alley because of the number of accidents that have happened there over the years. The highway, Mr. President, was constructed at a time when they didn't expect vehicles to travel quite as fast as they do right now. The lanes are a little narrower, and unfortunately, with the number of cars that travel on the Southern State Parkway, invariably there have been accidents, and as has been described, some really bad accidents over the years. I want to thank the sponsor for this initiative. Anything we can do to get cars to slow down, to pay attention, and yes, as Senator Canzoneri Fitzpatrick just said, add enforcement and increased enforcement in the area will save lives, will protect residents, and therefore, again, thank you to the sponsor. Mr. President, I vote aye.
Senator Martins to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Rhodes to explain his vote.
Mr. President, exits 23 through 29 actually run through my district as well, and I'm greatly appreciative to Senator Bino for carrying this piece of legislation. I certainly associate myself with the comments of my colleagues, Senator Martins and Senator Canzoneri Fitzpatrick. This is a dangerous stretch of roadway, and anything we can do to make it a little bit safer is certainly well worth doing. So again, thank you to the sponsor. I proudly vote aye.
Senator Rhodes to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1816, Assembly number 11,552 by Assembly Member Stern, an act to amend the tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1816, voted in the negative, Senator Skoufis. Ayes 59, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1817, Senate Print 10,643 by Senator Ramos, an act to amend the cannabis law.
Read the last section.
Section 9, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1817, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Canzone Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Hinchy, Kruger, Lanza, Martins, May, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rollison, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Also Senator Rivera. In relation to calendar 1817, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Canzone Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Hinchy, Kruger, Lanza, Martins, May, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rivera, Rollison, Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 37, Ayes 23.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1818, Assembly number 11,538 by Assembly Member Lee, an act to amend the military law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zelman.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1819, Senate Print 11,077A by Assembly Member Burrows, an act from the highway law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zelman.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1820, Senate Print 10,187 by Senator Rhodes, an act to amend the Nassau County Civil Divisions Act.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zelman.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1821, Senate Print 10,655 by Senator Jackson, an act to amend the Civil Service Law.
There is a message of necessity at the
Move
desk.
to accept the message of necessity.
All those in favor of accepting the message, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The message is accepted and the bill is before the House. Secretary Reed.
Section 24, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zelman.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed. Senator Gennaro completes the reading of today's supplemental calendar.
Let's move on to the controversial calendar, please.
Secretary, ring the bell. Secretary Reed.
Calendar number 595, Senate Print 1913 by Senator Rivera, an act to amend the public health law.
Senator Gallivan, why do you rise?
Would the sponsor answer some questions?
Will the
Or
sponsor
yield
yield?
for some questions?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
So this bill has to do with the 340B program. How does this bill, Senator Rivera, ensure that the intent of the program is properly realized?
Mr. President, for those folks who might not be familiar, 340B program is a federal program that provides benefits to institutions, health institutions across the country. What it does is it's a critical financial lifeline for so many institutions, because what it does is it provides discounted drugs to facilities all across the nation. But this is the thing that we have to focus on, Mr. President. The fact is that the program was designed specifically to aid organizations like FQHCs, safety net hospitals, et cetera, that then use the savings that they accrue from getting discounted drugs to be able to do all sorts of things for folks in different communities all across the state and all across our country, whether it is providing uncompensated care, which includes folks who are either uninsured or underinsured, whether it's dealing with behavioral health crises, whether it's vaccination programs, public health fares, et cetera, the savings that organizations, FQHCs across the state accrue, and hospitals as well, accrue from these savings, allow them to provide all these services to the most vulnerable in our state.
Yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
I understand the program, and it's a very good program if properly implemented. But how does this bill ensure that it is properly implemented and properly administered?
With you, Mr. President, what this bill does is it actually makes certain that there are some actions that pharmaceutical companies are taking right now, which are actually making it harder for the program to be administered correctly. I thank my colleague for bringing that up. The fact is that what this bill would do is it prohibit a pharmaceutical manufacturer, a PBM, or pharmacy benefit manager, outsourcing facility, or a third-party logistic provider from directly or indirectly denying, prohibiting, conditioning, or otherwise limiting dispensing of drugs from a covered entity or contract pharmacy, denying access to drugs manufactured by a pharmaceutical manufacturer to a covered entity or contracted pharmacy, or most importantly, imposing requirements, exclusions, reimbursement terms, fees, and audits, et cetera, that are not required by the federal program. So it's actually making this bill a reality and making sure that it is signed into law would make sure that the program actually continues to do the thing that it's supposed to be doing. In other words, helping institutions that serve the most vulnerable in every corner of our state, in every Senate district in the state.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Are there any transparency measures in the bill to ensure that the money is spent consistent with the intent of the program?
Mr. President, it's funny that my colleague mentioned this. In this particular bill, there is no language necessarily for transparency. I should mention that every single entity, for example, every hospital in the state of New York is a nonprofit entity. Every FQHC or federally qualified health center, all of these institutions have a requirement to say the type of care, the type of charity care, et cetera, that they provide to their constituents, to our constituents, I should say, and to the patients that they serve. So although there is nothing on this bill specifically that deals with transparency as it keeps being brought up, the notion that there are large institutions that are taking advantage of the program, the fact is that the institutions that I'm looking to protect here are institutions that we should all seek to protect. Federally qualified health centers, safety net institutions across the state, et cetera, that serve the most vulnerable.
Would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
If I could ask the sponsor, just to clarify your last answer when you talked about large institutions taking advantage of the program. Did that mean that they're utilizing the program the way it's intended, or they're doing something wrong?
Through you, Mr. President, what I am saying is that there's a consistent claim that folks who are availing themselves of this program are taking quote-unquote advantage of it. And this is a talking point that is used over and over again. It is a complicated program as a federal program, and certainly larger institutions probably have more ease they have the capacity to be able to avail themselves of it by having more resources to be able to use it correctly. But the reality is that ultimately, whether it is HRSA, whether it's the IRS, whether it's the New York State Attorney General, all of these entities have authority to look into whether there is any impropriety. So certainly, while I use the word, it is really a talking point that really obscures the fact that ultimately these impositions from pharmaceutical companies are about them maintaining their profit margin. And it's certainly, I don't blame them. This is what they do. They have to maximize profit for their stockholders. But for us, the job of us in this chamber and certainly in this building should be to protect the most vulnerable. And again, this program, which is created specifically for the purpose of having institutions like FQHCs and safety net institutions avail themselves of savings to use to provide all sorts of services to the most vulnerable. That is what this bill is intending to do, make sure that the program continues to exist in that capacity.
Would the sponsor continue to yield?
Sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
So we know that the beneficiary should be the underserved, right, or underserved populations. But does this bill do anything to ensure that we, the collective we, or those administering the program in the state, will know that the benefits are getting to the right place?
Mr. President, what I would suggest is that, well, the bill specifically does not do any of that. What I would say is, number one, as I mentioned already, there are more than a few, there's responsibilities that these entities have because they are nonprofit institutions, because they're using public dollars, and they're availing themselves of a public program, in this case a federal one. They have certain responsibilities to be able to maintain all these records and to provide them to these entities. That's number one. And number two, what I would suggest to anyone, not just my colleague who's asking the questions, to you, Mr. President, but to any single person in this state Senate or in the state Assembly, to reach out to the FQHC or federally qualified health center that serves them or their community. And they will be told by those folks, it will just take them a few minutes, probably, to be able to say what they use this money for. So there are, again, responsibilities that each one of these entities has to report the charity care that they provide, so it's not like they're hiding anything. They have to provide this information to the IRS, to HRSA, to the New York Attorney General if requested, and ultimately, if you just ask any of these safety net institutions or federally qualified health centers, I'm sure they will be able to tell you all the things that they do with these savings.
Thank you, Senator. Would the sponsor continue to yield?
Sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
So the sponsor, in describing what the program was and then what the bill did, essentially restricts the pharmaceutical manufacturer, third-party logistics provider, whomever is selling the pharmaceuticals. It restricts them from doing certain things. Would that be accurate?
Through you, Mr. President, yes.
Sponsor continue to yield?
Sponsor yield? Will sponsor yields.
And if I understand it correctly, then these manufacturers enter into some sort of contract with the hospitals, the FQHCs, or whoever is on the receiving end. Is that accurate?
Through you, Mr. President, it is not a direct contract, so to speak, exactly, but there is a requirement that the pharmaceuticals would have under the obligations of the federal program to provide drugs at a discounted price to these health institutions.
Would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
And thank you for that. I'll move on. There, of course, like many bills, but this one is so significant, and the 340B program is so significant. Like many bills, we have tremendous support for the bill, and I would suggest tremendous opposition. Among those opposing it, the state laborers, NAACP for the State Building and Construction Trades Council, Partnership for New York City, the Teamsters Local 237, the Hispanic Health Network, and the Latino Commission on AIDS, among others. Why would they be opposing this bill?
Mr. President, certainly each one of these folks, some of them have provided memos, some of them have not, so the reasoning you can find in their memos. But the reality is that I've actually had conversations with some folks who, after they say, for example, this will raise our costs, then my next question, my follow-up is, how will it do that? And they can't actually tell us, which is a little weird here. I certainly understand the opposition from pharmaceutical companies, and I respect it. They are doing what they need to do to make sure that they can keep making money and making profit. In the case of many of these institutions, you would have to ask them why they're opposed, but I certainly think that when we're talking about who is supportive of it, and you're talking about every federally qualified health center, and I do have a list, if my colleague wants, I can provide him a list. He probably knows it. Every single person in here probably knows every safety net institution and every federally qualified health center in their district. Matter of fact, more than a few times, Mr. President, in the last few years, there have been some of my colleagues on this side of the aisle and on that side of the aisle that have reached out to me and my staff saying, this is an issue that we have with an institution in our backyard that is about to go bust, that is just a couple of months away from completely losing money or not being able to operate because they can't cover payroll. And this is something that happens all over the place. These are the same institutions, Mr. President, that use this program to be able to get some savings and to be able to provide some of the services that they have, some of the services that they provide to our most vulnerable across the state. So certainly the opposition, while I respect it, I don't understand it. And I'm not saying as in I read the memos and outside of saying we want to make sure that we keep most of our money, which is what Pharma says, and God bless them for it. A lot of other folks, I don't necessarily understand their opposition.
Would the sponsor continue to yield?
Sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
The sponsor earlier properly, of course, described this as a federal program. My question is, wouldn't it be better for this to be addressed at the federal level as opposed to the state trying to regulate a federal program?
Through you, Mr. President, the reason this bill is necessary is as a response to actions that the pharmaceutical companies have taken. And I should tell you, by the way, that this is not the only time that they've tried it. This is not the only place that they've tried it, Mr. President. And there's been lawsuits that have been brought by the pharmaceutical companies against states that have actually acted against them, and they have not been successful. So as opposed to fidgeting with the federal program, which certainly is something that could happen, we are not the federal government here, and we do not, thank the good Lord, and we do not have, and with this bill, we don't change anything in the federal program. What we do is we actually say to the pharmaceutical companies, it's like, hey, you're messing with it. You are doing things that actually make it harder for institutions to avail themselves of this program. And by doing that, you're making it harder for these institutions to have the only lifeline that many of them have to be able to continue to operate. And so you shouldn't do that anymore. And what this bill would do is it would ban you from doing those things, which again, Mr. President, is to do something that the federal government does not require, and that when they have challenged other states' actions in curtailing theirs, when pharma has, and other states, and pharmaceutical companies, period, have challenged the actions of other states in their curtailment of the actions that they have taken, they have been found to they haven't been successful in getting the courts to back them up.
Would the sponsor continue to yield?
Sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
I'm not sure if you're aware, Senator Rivera, that within the past week, the Health Resources and Services Administration submitted proposed rulemaking on the federal 340B program to OMB for review and approval. And first question, are you aware of it? And whether you are or whether you're not, my question is, wouldn't it be better to wait to see what happens with these proposed changes before the state tries to further regulate it?
To you, Mr. President, there might be some change. I was not aware that in the last week, we've been kind of busy the last week, as you probably know. So I was not aware of that particular potential rulemaking, or at least this process of public comment. And so there might be some changes to the program, but again, this does not change what the federal program does. What we're saying here is that the actions of the pharmaceutical companies are the inappropriate ones, that they're the ones, you can go ahead and pick it up, that's fine, you can pick it up, go ahead. It's fine. It happens, it's a lot of information there. Anyway, what we're saying is that the actions of the pharmaceutical companies are the inappropriate ones. They are going beyond the scope of what the program allows, because what they're doing is they're making it harder for institutions to avail themselves of it. And the program was designed specifically. It's funny, some of the staffers, the same ones that drop some papers, the reason they drop some papers, Mr. President, is because there's a lot of research that has been done on this, and there's some of that research that tells us that when this was actually put into effect, there's actually on the congressional record, there is a description of what the program is meant to do, and what the pharmaceutical companies are doing are actually making it harder for that to actually function. So as opposed to not following the federal guidelines, what we're saying is, like, please just leave it alone. Let's make sure if there's federal guidelines that change, Mr. President, then we'll have to abide by those changes. But for the moment, we're just saying pharmaceutical companies, do not do what you're doing, because you're making it harder for these institutions to continue to survive.
Would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Is through you, Mr. President, is Senator Rivera satisfied with the level of oversight of this current program? And does this bill do anything to make the oversight better, if you're dissatisfied with it?
Through you, Mr. President, the bill does have language that just insists that, that every hospital and every health institution in the state has to follow federal law. And certainly if there's some more oversight that needs to be done there, as I mentioned earlier, we have, whether it is HRSA, which you mentioned earlier, whether, and that, by the way, is the Health Resources Services Administration, which is a federal entity that is responsible for oversight of all sorts of health programs. This is one of them. So whether they change the rules, whether it's the IRS, which they have to fill their taxes with as nonprofit organizations, or whether it is through the New York Attorney General, which can investigate them. So I think that there's plenty of places where oversight can occur. Ultimately, my concern, Mr. President, is for the fact that there are institutions that serve vulnerable people in every corner of our state, not in the Bronx, not just in the Bronx, not just in Queens, not just in Buffalo, not just in upstate New York, but in every part of our state. And that the actions that the pharmaceutical companies have taken have actually made it harder for them to avail themselves of that program. So that is what I'm ultimately focused on and what the bill seeks to do.
On the bill, Mr. President?
Senator Gallivan on the bill.
I would like to thank Senator Rivera for taking the time to answer the questions. And I very much appreciate his concern to ensure that the benefits of this very worthwhile program reach all the vulnerable people across the state. We all should be concerned about that. And so I very much appreciate that. I also, though, appreciate our responsibility to ensure tax dollars are spent properly, that we ensure proper oversight to the extent that we can. While this is a federal program, of course, you've got some administration responsibility by the state, and I think the oversight of the program is woefully inadequate. It is not transparent at all, and I think working on a bill to provide that better oversight, to provide more transparency, to ensure the proper use of the program, proper implementation of the program will go much further in helping those that actually need it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gallivan. Senator Borrello, why do you rise?
Mr. President, on the bill.
Senator Borrello on the bill.
You know, I understand that this is a program that has provided needed funding to our hospitals. But I also understand the reason that these hospitals need that funding is because of how our Medicaid program is so broken here in New York State. Billions upon billions of unchecked fraud, waste, and abuse that no one apparently wants to address. Medicaid reimbursement rates that are well below the cost of care. A Medicaid program that allows recipients to use the emergency room like it's their primary care physician. And nothing in New York State has been made better. In fact, it's made worse. With the exception of a handful of hospitals in New York City, every other hospital in New York State is not bleeding money, hemorrhaging money. And that's because of a broken system that has been abused, unfortunately, and not fixed. So we got an easy mark here, right? Pharmaceutical companies, they can pay. But there's no accountability, there's no transparency. We really don't know where the money is going. And the truth be told, as much as even the poor rural hospitals that I represent utilize this program, it is being abused by big hospitals in big areas that are making a ton of money. And meanwhile, we actually have people that could be using discounted pharmaceuticals. I know everyone wants to say, no, don't worry about those folks, they're on Medicaid. No, that's just not true. I've heard from so many facilities, people that provide life-saving transfusion, that these drugs needed at that discount to save people's lives. And there are people out there that don't have insurance, that aren't on Medicaid, that are getting life-saving treatments thanks to these discounts. So don't tell me this isn't for people who need the discounted drugs. It is. It's been perverted and abused over the course of a couple decades now. And I understand, again, the need. But let's fix the broken system. Let's root out the billions of dollars in fraud, waste, and abuse. And let's clean up our Medicaid program here and provide proper funding to our hospitals so that these programs can move forward and benefit the people they're supposed to benefit. And that's why I'm voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Borrello. Senator Gianaris.
Pursuant to Rule 5, without objection, I move that we stay in session past the hour of midnight.
Without objection, so ordered. Are there any of the senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. The secretary will ring the bell. Senator Gianaris.
We've agreed to restore this bill to the non-controversial
On
calendar.
consent, the bill is restored to the non-controversial calendar. Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sullivan-Zellner.
Senator Rivera to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thank my colleague for the conversation. I am still very confused about y'all voting no. I am very confused, for example, about my colleague that just explained his vote at the end, because I agree with him. It seemed to agree with each other, Mr. President. It is true. And I have been for my entire tenure here, and certainly in my tenure as the chair of the Health Committee, I've consistently talked about the fact that we do not have a long-term plan as far as Medicaid, as far as strengthening the system that serves our most vulnerable, that in every corner of our state, just in Senator Borrello's district, whether it's Finger Lakes Community Center, Chautauqua Health Center, Universal Primary Care, Oak Orchard Community Health Center, each one of these a federally qualified health center that serves poor working class folks in his district. And there's a list like this in every single one of our districts, Mr. President. And yet, we're saying that the actions that are being taken by multinational, billionaire, profit-making machines of the pharmaceutical companies are doing things with this program that actually restricts the ability of these institutions to be able to get the savings as the program was designed, to provide uncompensated care to those underinsured or uninsured people in our state, to provide support for behavioral health crisis, to provide for vaccination programs, yes, to provide discounted drugs for people. This is what the program is for. So the idea that you be voting no, when this is to protect that program, is very perplexing to me, but it is what it is. Folks can do with their vote what they wish. Bottom line for me, this is It's an important bill. I'm very glad, I should say quickly, Mr. President, that I'm thankful to Leader Andrew Stewart Cousins for allowing this conversation to come to the floor, because the reality is that, again, in the time that I've been in the Senate, certainly the time that I've been the chair of the Health Committee, basically I can talk about all sorts of times when colleagues of mine have come with concerns about institutions in their backyard, and I've tried to do what I can to be helpful to them. The reality is that we have to definitely do a redesign of the entire system, and I'm certainly committed to that. But the notion that we would not try to protect what we have available to us so that institutions that protect the most vulnerable can continue to operate. I am glad that this is coming to the floor. I am hopeful that we can make it a reality and turn it into a law. And I will be proudly voting in the affirmative. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rivera to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 595, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Councilman Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Griffo, Lanza, O'Mara, Ort, Rollison, Tedisco, Weber, and White. Ayes 48, nays 12.
Bill is passed. There's a substitution at the desk. Secretary will read.
Senator May moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 9349B. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8623B, third reading calendar 835.
Substitution so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 835, Assembly number 9349B by Assemblymember Torres, and that to amend the general business law.
Senator Canzoneri Fitzpatrick, why do you rise?
Mr. President, I'm wondering if the sponsor would yield for a few questions.
Will the sponsor yield?
I'd be glad to.
The sponsor yields.
Through you, Mr. President, thank you, Senator May, for yielding. Reading Section 2 of the bill on page 4, it's sort of, to me, the guts of what this is trying to do. And it says that no entity, service provider shall set or adjust the reference price or consumer price of a good or service using surveillance pricing directly or indirectly to a consumer. Now, reading that to me, it means that you can't increase prices, you can't decrease prices. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. President, the bill prevents the use of personal data for setting prices, individualized prices for a consumer. So that would be going up or going down, yes.
Through you, Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Sponsor yield?
I do.
The sponsor yields.
So looking also at this section that I just quoted to you, if a company wants to use surveillance pricing to decrease a price to someone that, say, purchases an item over and over again, is that permitted under this bill?
Through you, Mr. President, yes, in certain cases, if they can use purchase history as a reason for offering a discount. Yeah, I'll stop there, yes.
Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
So I believe your first answer said that we're not allowed to increase or decrease prices using surveillance prices. So how is it that we could possibly offer a discount using surveillance pricing or my purchase history? How do you reconcile those two statements that you just made?
President, the exceptions to the rule of using personal information are loyalty programs. If somebody has signed up for some kind of a loyalty program, that those discounts can be employed. Group discounts, if you identify yourself as a veteran or a senior or an expectant parent or something like that. And then purchase history-based discounts are the third one exception to this. So someone who has already purchased an item, a retailer can offer a discount on the same item or a similar item or an item that's paired with it, like chips and salsa, or something like that.
Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
I will.
Sponsor yields.
So through you, Mr. President, I would ask if you could point to where in the statute it provides those exceptions that you just described to me.
On page 2, sections G and H define the bona fide discount and bona fide custom discount.
Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to
Will the
yield?
sponsor yield?
I will.
Sponsor yields.
So my understanding is bona fide discounts can only be offered if you and I, as consumers, get the same exact discount. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. President, the same exact discount for the same reasons, yes.
President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
I
The
do.
sponsor yields.
So currently, when I go into CVS and I buy certain brands of shampoo, my receipt will print out discounts to try to entice me to use that shampoo again. It'll say, if you spend over $15, you get $5 off. That's geared toward me because I bought that particular item. Is that discount allowed under this statute?
Through you, Mr. President, yes, that is because of prior purchase history.
Through you, Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to
Will the
yield?
sponsor yield?
Well,
Sponsor yields.
So how is purchase history different than surveillance pricing?
through you, Mr. President, surveillance pricing has is a range of things. They can mine all kinds of data from your age and your zip code to the kind of computer you might be using, or even whether your phone battery is dying. A whole range of items of data that then allow them to try to figure out the maximum price they can get out of you. So it's not just the actions that you have offered to the company by buying something from them, but it's all kinds of other information that they can get access to.
Through you, Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Sponsor yield?
I will.
Sponsor yield.
So looking at section 2D, where it says that no entity or service provider shall offer a bona fide customer discount unless such discount is offered uniformly to any consumer who meets the disclosed eligibility conditions or criteria. When I read that, to me, that indicates that you are not permitted to get that CVS discount based on the purchase history, as I just described to you, because it states that a discount has to be uniformly tailored, a discount uniformly tailored to an individual price history can't simultaneously exist with what I just read. So I'm trying to understand, how do you reconcile those two statements?
Could I ask you please to tell me where you're looking, because there is on page 3 a part about based solely on a consumer's prior purchase history. That is in the language.
Through you, Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Sponsor yield?
I will.
Sponsor yields.
So I was reading on page 2, section 2D. If you could refer me to the carve-out that you just mentioned, that would be helpful.
I'm looking here, page 3. I'm sorry for the delay. Could I, through you, Mr. President, could I ask you to repeat the question just one more time?
Sure. When I read Section 2D, it talks about the fact that we can't offer a bona fide custom discount unless such discount is offered uniformly to any consumer who meets the disclosed eligibility conditions or criteria. So when I read that, to me that means that you must offer a discount that is uniform. Anything uniquely tailored to my purchase history, I believe, is prohibited by that section. So what I'm trying to understand is, since you told me that the CVS discount that says that I bought my shampoo and conditioner and gives me a coupon, how is that permitted if under this section it seems to be prohibited?
Mr. President, the fundamental idea here is that anyone with the same profile deserves the same discount. So if two people have the same shopping behavior and discounts are being offered, they should be offered to them equivalently. If they have different behavior, they might qualify for one might qualify for a larger discount.
The President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Sponsor yield?
I do.
Sponsor yields.
So for subscription services, if I, say, have Sirius XM radio in my car and I don't want to pay the full price, and I call up and say, I'm going to cancel my service, and they turn around and say, well, we'll give you a discount, we'll give it to you for $5 or $6 a month. Is that type of discount permitted under this statute?
Through you, Mr. President, yes, that is acceptable because it isn't using personal data.
Through you, Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Sponsor yield.
I do.
Sponsor yields.
Are you aware of the fact that there was a very similar bill to this offered in Colorado that was then vetoed by their governor? Are you aware of that?
And I am aware, but I also should say it's not that similar, that we took carefully into account the issues that came up with the Colorado bill in drafting this bill.
Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Sponsor yield. Sponsor yields.
So the Colorado veto message from the governor specifically cites the fact that instead of specifically defining and targeting unethical conduct and practices, that their bill took a very broad approach to capture any technology that incidentally influences a price amount. And it was the discount lost that was specifically objectionable. And I'm not sure if you're also aware that Connecticut prohibits the algorithm pricing, specifically exempting discounts. And also in Maryland, that their law limits it to price increases, and price decreases are not covered by their statute. So I know that we've discussed this extensively in committee, and I've always appreciated our dialogue, but I'm wondering if we could have done a better job on this by targeting the increases and the bad actors and leaving out the discounts and the price reductions that we do get as benefits when a consumer repeatedly buys a product.
Through you, Mr. President. I'm not sure if there was a question there, but I do want to say, first of all, I'm glad that other states are doing this. Every state has a little bit of a different context, and the fact is, in Colorado, they have a comprehensive data privacy law that their bill had to fit into, and it's one of the reasons why they've had to struggle with the implementation. We have a different situation here in New York State, and so this bill was specifically targeted to the New York situation. not sure if there was another question there.
Through you, Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to
Will the
yield?
sponsor yield?
I will.
Sponsor yields.
So I wonder if a person who buys sunscreen but doesn't live near the beach, would their discount that they're potentially offered, if it's different than the person who does live near the beach, is that permitted under this legislation?
No, that kind of geolocation data is part of the problem. We find situations even where there was a situation at Target where they found that if you use the Target app from the parking lot as opposed to inside the store, you were being offered different prices because they have an algorithm that figures out at which point in your journey you might pay the most for the item. And I do want to come back to the question of discounts that you asked before, because the big issue here is that if you have a $100 list price for something, but everybody's getting a discount so that the average price is $80, some people are going to be getting more than the average and some people are going to be getting less. And the discount doesn't necessarily mean that you're saving money. It just means you might be saving more or less money than other people around you, but these targeted discounts where they're doing individual discounts for each person ends up driving the price higher for everyone. And that is the issue that we're dealing with. And the reason why we're doing this is because those very specifically targeted uses of your personal data are being done. And the reason there is so much lobbying against this bill is that it makes a lot of money for the companies if they can set the highest possible price. They may call it a discount, but really what they're trying to do is get the highest possible price out of each person based on the data that they have.
On the bill, Mr.
Senator
President.
Kennedy Fitzpatrick on the bill.
Thank you, Senator May. As I stated before, we've been on the Consumer Protection Committee, and we've discussed this bill before. I always appreciate our interaction. I do have a different interpretation of this bill, and I have concerns. First of all, Section 2C, buried in this bill, is a data privacy section. I'm sorry, 2D. I think we're trying to protect personal data, which I don't disagree with, but it's buried in a consumer protection bill in a way that, you know, to come out at literally the last bill to be debated, it's a little concerning that we didn't have more time to discuss this. The bill, in my opinion, does three basic things. It does a lot of good things because it does try to make sure that our personal data isn't retained and shared and used for surveillance pricing. And it's trying to make sure that we don't have bad actors, but I do think that this bill does prevent personalized discounts based on our purchase history. I know there's a difference of interpretation, but based on what I'm reading, I think we're going to have a lot of problems. I think that businesses that are offering discounts to the person that comes into the store often is a good thing, and it is the business's decision to offer those discounts. It's not like we're twisting their arm to make sure that I keep going back to buy the same product. I think that in the time of affordability that we have all talked about, that putting our discount programs at risk is not a good thing. It's not moving forward the ball of us all talking about making sure that life is more affordable for everybody. I do think it's very powerful to look and see what other states are doing. And, you know, when I read the governor's statement from Colorado, you know, that they said that, you know, these discounts are really important and that why can't we limit what we're doing to the bad actors who are trying to, price gouge us. That's not what I want. Certainly, that's not what I think anybody would want for our New Yorkers. But I do think that, Maryland is onto something where they're saying that, we're going to only target those who are trying to increase prices based on surveillance information, surveillance pricing, and not necessarily wipe out all the discounts that we can have. So, Mr. President, I have a lot of concerns about it. Maybe we'll see a chapter amendment. Maybe Senator May and I will both be back here next session and we can continue to work on this bill, because I don't think it's right the way it is, and I will be voting in the negative. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cantanier Fitzpatrick. Senator Borrello, why do you rise?
Mr. President. Apparently I'm a glutton for punishment, Mr. President. Would the sponsor yield for a question?
Senator May, will you yield?
Gladly.
The sponsor yields.
When I think of surveillance pricing, which I've thought about way too much in the last half hour, I don't think of banks. I think of retail operations, drugstores, grocery stores. Why are banks included in surveillance pricing legislation like this?
Through you, Mr. President, we're in a strange moment when a lot of different types of companies are also financial institutions. So Target has a Target card, Amazon or Apple, they have their own cards. And so they count as financial institutions, but they are the ones that really, it's behavior of companies like those that is really what this bill is trying to get at. So we didn't exempt financial institutions, but we did say anything to do with that involves creditworthiness is not subject to is not considered surveillance pricing. If the bank is giving you a loan or even a credit card based on your credit history or other personal information, that isn't prescribed here. But we didn't want to just give a blanket exemption to every financial institution, because some of the biggest retailers are also financial institutions.
Mr. President, on the bill.
Senator Borrello on the bill.
I had a lot more questions, but I can see nobody else wants to hear them. So I think what we have here is a bill that was just a big, kind of scattershot, if you will. And I understand what you're trying to accomplish, but when you start restricting a financial institution's, particularly a bank's, ability to be able to ensure that they are making a good decision, they're going to choose not to make the decision in favor of the consumer. So what we're going to do here, by not carving out banks, is restrict access to credit. And with that, Mr. President, I'm done. God bless you.
God bless you, Senator Borrello. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Secretary will ring the bell. Senator Gianaris.
Restore this bill to the non-controversial calendar, please.
The bill will be restored to the non-controversial calendar. Upon consent, read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 180th day. Shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sukkot, and Zellner.
Senator May to explain her vote in close.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you go back about 160 years, shopping was a barter operation. You would go into a store and you would haggle with the shopkeeper over a price. And that was a situation that some people loved, but for a lot of people it was really difficult. If if you were new in town, or you didn't speak the language very well, or you had multiple children in tow or something like that, the chances that you would come out feeling that you'd gotten a fair price was pretty slim. And then all of a sudden, there was this amazing invention of the price tag, where people would go in a store and they would know what the price of the items was, and they would know that everyone was getting the same price, and they felt like things were much more fair. And it put some downward pressure on prices because businesses had to compete with each other. And that was the state of affairs for a very long time. But now that we have this age of big data, and so much of our activity is online, and so much of that activity can be harvested for decision-making by companies, all of a sudden we see this wild, wild west where everything has different prices all the time. It's almost impossible to do comparison shopping because the prices are changing constantly. And what we are finding is often it is done in a way that is really discriminatory, and once again, hardest on the people who are in a hurry, who are harried, who are struggling, whose phone is dying, who have some kind of thing that signals that this company can charge them a higher price. And that is what we are trying to get at, to make sure that people can have some sense that the prices that they are being charged are fair prices and are similar to the prices other people in their situation would be offered. And so I am proud of all the work that we've done, really grateful to the people who worked so hard on this bill, and I proudly vote aye.
Senator May to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 835, voting in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kanzeri, Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, O'Mara or Palumbo, Rose, Ross, and Steck, Tedisco, Walzer, Weber, and White. Ayes 39, nays 21.
The bill is passed. Senate Generis, that completes the reading of the controversial calendar.
Mr. President, please recognize Senator Lanza for a motion.
Senator Lanza.
For what reason, I don't know.
Thank you, Senator Generis. Mr. President, I call up Senator Helming's bill, print number 10182A, recalled from the Assembly, which is now at the desk.
Secretary Reed.
Calendar number 1256, Senate Print 10,182A by Senator Helming, an act to amend Chapter 117 of the laws of 1983.
Now move to reconsider the vote by which the bill is passed.
Call the roll on reconsideration.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zona, ayes 60.
The bill is restored to its place in the third reading calendar.
And now we're offered the following
The amendments are received. Senator Generis.
Mr. President, there are several privileged resolutions at the desk. Let's take those up, please.
There are privileged resolutions at the desk. The Secretary will read.
Resolution 2343 by Senator Stewart Cousins, amends a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for certain appropriation for additional grants and aid for certain educational and not-for-profit institutions.
The question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to the resolution, voting in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Walzig, and White. Ayes 49, nays 11.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2344 by Senator Stewart Cousins amends a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for certain appropriations for the 2023-24 fiscal year for services and expenses of human service and the veterans community organizations.
The question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2344, voting in the negative are Senators Borello, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, O'Mara, Ort, Lanza, Steck, and Walzek. Ayes 51, nays 9.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2345 by Senator Sewell Cousins amends a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for certain appropriations for additional grants and aid for certain educational and not-for-profit institutions.
Questioners on the resolution, call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zoe.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2345, voted in the negative are Senators Borello, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, Tedisco, Walzek, and White. Ayes 49, nays 11.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2346 by Senator Sewell Cousins amends a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for certain appropriations for services and expenses of economic development, community service organizations.
Questioners on the resolution, call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Ort, Lanza, Griffo, Helming.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2346, voted in the negative are Senators Borello, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, Tedisco, and Walzek. Ayes 50, nays 10.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2347 by Senator Sewell Cousins amends a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for certain appropriations for aid and services and expenses of human services and veterans community service organizations.
The question is on the resolution, call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2347, voted in the negative are Senators Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, Tedisco, and Walzek. Ayes 52, nays 8.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2348 by Senator Stewart Cousins, amending a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for certain appropriations for the 2025-26 state fiscal year.
The question is on the resolution, call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2348, voted in the negative are Senators Borello, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, Tedisco, and Walzek. Ayes 50, nays 10.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2349, by Senator Stewart Cousins, amends a plan establishing an itemized list of grantees for the 2025-26, providing community safety and restorative justice programs.
The question is on the resolution, call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2349, voted in the negative are Senators Borello, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, Tedisco, and Walzek. Also Senator Lanza. Ayes 50, nays 10.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2350 by Senator Stewart Cousins amends a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for a certain appropriation for additional grants and aids and services and expenses of Senate priorities for housing initiatives.
Question is on the resolution, call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2350, voted in the negative are Senators Borello, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, Tedisco, and Walzek. Ayes 50, nays 10.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2351 by Senator Stuart Cousins amends a plan set forth an itemized list of the grantees for certain appropriations for services and expenses of economic development and community services organizations.
Question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, Zoner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2351, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, Tedisco, and Walzek. Ayes 50, nays 10.
Resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2352 by Senator Stuart Cousins amends a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for a certain appropriation for additional grants and aid for certain educational and not-for-profit institutions.
Question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, Zoner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2352, voted in the negative are Senators Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, O'Mara, Steck, Tedisco, and Walzek. Ayes 53, nays 7.
Resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2353 by Senator Stuart Cousins establishes a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for a certain appropriation for the 2025-26 state fiscal year for services and expenses of human services and veterans community services.
Question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, Zoner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2353, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, and Walzek. Ayes 52, nays 8.
Resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2354 by Senator Stuart Cousins amends a plan establishing an itemized list of grantees for the 2025-26 year, providing community public health programs and services.
Question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, Zoner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2354, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, Tedisco, and Walzek. Ayes 51, nays 9.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2355 by Senator Stuart Cousins establishes a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for certain appropriation for the 2026-27 state fiscal year.
Question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, Zoner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 2355, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, Helming, O'Mara, Steck, Tedisco, and Walzek. Ayes 53, nays 7.
Resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2356 by Senator Stuart Cousins establishes a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for a certain appropriation for the 2026-27 state fiscal year.
The question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, Zoner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2356, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, Tedisco, and Walzek. Ayes 51, nays 9.
Resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2357 by Senator Stuart Cousins establishing establishes a plan setting forth a list of itemized grantees for a certain appropriation for the 2026-27 state fiscal year.
Question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2357, vote in the negative are Senators Borrello, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, Tedisco, and Walzek. Ayes 50, nays 10.
Resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2358 by Senator Stewart Cousins, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for the 2026-27, providing for public protection and economic development programs.
Question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2358, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, Tedisco, and Walzek. Ayes 50, nays 10.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2359 by Senator Stewart Cousins, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for the 2026-27 fiscal year, providing for public health and mental health programs.
Question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2359, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Galvin, Griffo, Lanza, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, Tedisco, and Walzek. Also Senator Helming. Ayes 50, nays 10.
The resolution is adopted. Senator Gianaris.
Mr. President, the sponsors of all of today's resolutions would like to open them for co-sponsorship.
All resolutions are open for co-sponsorship. Should you choose not to be a co-sponsor, please notify the desk. Senator Gianaris.
I move to recommit the calendar to the Rules Committee.
So ordered.
At this point, let's stand at ease while we await the leader.
The Senate will stand at ease. The Senate will return to order. Senator Gianaris.
Mr. President, please recognize Minority Leader Ort.
Minority Leader Ort.
Good morning. It almost seems like I was just here talking. I'm sure it seems that way to all of you. And this speech will be a little bit shorter. Yep. I said a little bit. Don't get too excited now. But yeah, it is strange to have been budget remarks last week, and now deja vu, here we are at the end of session. But it is the end of session every year. You know, this is not a normal place, and I think we can all agree on that. When I talk to my wife or my family, even constituents who, you know, they don't come here, but they might have a bill that they're interested in, or they might be asking. When you try to explain how things happen here or why they happen, it's like describing, it must have been like for Neil Armstrong to describe to somebody what the moon was like. It's just, unless you were there, it's really hard to explain to people how this place goes. But we all certainly know. And so we are bonded by that shared experience. This year, obviously, with the budget being so late and the end of session being crunched into what effectively was a week. But to borrow sort of a phrase from the majority leader, it's nice to actually be at the end of the end, right? So I want to thank Majority Leader Stewart Cousins. Obviously, we lead two conferences that do not always agree on policy or the direction of the state on the big ticket items, but we do agree on the value of what each and every one of us do in this chamber, and on the value and the importance of public service and the role of the state Senate in leading this state. And so I want to thank her for leading her conference, for working and conversing with me on sometimes thorny issues. We're not always on the floor here as leaders, but I appreciated her again, her partnership and her responsiveness. I do want to thank my deputy, Senator Andrew Lanza. So he came out this morning in his seersucker suit. Now, usually that means we're close. But as I told him, that is the last day suit. So if tomorrow's the last day, he's got to wear that suit again tomorrow. And there's been years where that suit has gone about 48 hours, maybe longer. But luckily, we're going to get out of here in about 24. But I want to thank Senator Lanza. It is a tough role, no doubt. The leader knows this for her deputy. It is a tough spot, especially this time of year with the amount of active lists being out here, managing the floor. There was a time I said this week, I said, you know, to my members, you got to understand, Senator Lanza sometimes is on the floor. He's got Senator Gianaris over here asking him what's going on. They're going back and forth. And he's got me on the phone over here. It's almost like the angel and the devil, right, on each shoulder. You can decide who's who. You can decide who's who. But it is a tough spot to be in because you're managing a relationship with one side and you're managing your members. And I very much appreciate his friendship. I appreciate his leadership, his partnership. And we would not be able to get here as smoothly without you. So thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate it. A lot has been said, certainly, about Senator Gianaris. I know this is his last night here, so it is my goal to, of course, add to it a little bit if I can. But I want to thank him for his service, and I want to tell a quick little story. So, when Rob Ortt was a freshman senator, and I sat right where Senator Martinez sits right now, which of course is the last seat over there. You're just almost out in the hallway there, right? But you're in the chamber. And when you're a new senator, just like now, very often your first bill is sort of a, you know, it's not a earth-shattering legislation, but it's your first bill, big deal. And it usually sails through fairly non-controversially, maybe unanimously. And after it's passed, usually the floor leader of whatever conference will stand up and say, that's Senator so-and-so's first bill. And everyone applauds, right? And it's a neat feeling, which is exactly what I expected to happen for my first bill. But it did not. My first bill was laid aside. My first bill. Maybe it was a premonition. But it was laid aside by none other than at the time, floor leader of the minority, Senator Gianaris. It was on Flag Day. That's what the topic was. We were cleaning up. For some reason, the New York State law said Flag Day was June 12th, and of course, federal law is June 14th. I don't know. I was new. I inherited the bill from somebody else. We were passing it. But Senator Gianaris wanted to ask me a few questions. And so we danced, and like so many things, I was right, and it had to be changed. And we passed it the next day unanimously, but after that debate. But after that debate, that was my first sort of interaction in real face-to-face with Senator Mike Gianaris. And I can tell you, from that first impression, not much has changed. So, but I appreciated the debate. And Senator Gianaris, while I can't say that I will miss you, I do wish you well and your family and whatever your future holds. So. To our members who are leaving, I know you all had a chance to speak, and I really appreciated that, by the way, Leader. I don't remember that always happening like over the years, but that was great. That was a great thing. To the three members who are leaving, you know, every conference is, aside from the number of Republicans or Democrats, you're colored by the personalities of the people who are here, and the different skill sets, and the different talents, and the different backgrounds and experiences, and the communities you represent. And to the three members, Senator Oberacker, Senator White, Senator Martins, our conference will miss you. I think your districts in the state will miss you. But the great thing about this chamber, while you have contributed to it, as we all know, it will go on stronger because of your service. And you get to write a piece of history, which we're all very fortunate to be a part of. So thank you for your service to your communities, to our state, and to our conference. To my staff, my great staff, I want to thank particularly, I do want to start off, Peter Dreo. Where's Peter? Is he out here? Maybe he's sleeping, poor guy. Peter Dreo got thrown into the fire as the Republican finance secretary, finance person, because our previous finance person left, you know, sort of during, well, I guess at the time I thought it was terrible timing, but he actually left on April 10th, which as it turned out was months before the budget was passed. So, so it gave us plenty of time. I was very concerned at the time that he left, but Peter got thrown in there and did a great job. And has worked with Chris on the majority side. And again, that relationship is very important, certainly for the minority conference, for the Republican conference. And Peter did a fantastic job. And really, I don't think we missed a beat. And so I want to thank Peter for his efforts. I want to thank Chandler Frontero and Ryan Molson for being on the floor for many, many hours. Seated very close to Senator Lanza and dealing with all that comes with that. I do want to thank my chief counsel, Ben Kaczynski. This is his first full session as chief counsel, so I do want to recognize that. And I'll just close. So I told you to be shorter. Between the budget and this last week, it is certainly my belief, and I know the belief of our members, that a lot of these stated goals at the beginning of session, from the governor on down, about affordability and energy rates and creating jobs and lowering costs, there's not a ton, if anything, that I saw that addresses any of that. I know there'll be things that are going to be stated that they're going to address those things, but there's certainly very little evidence to back that up. Matter of fact, the last couple of days, you know, we focused on our problems, i.e. political problems. The people of New York State were not crying out for more gerrymandering. The people of New York State were not crying out for new judicial districts. Those are political solutions to maybe political problems, at least for one party. But that's not going to make people's lives better in this state. Might make some people in this room's lives better, but not their constituents and not the people of New York State. It's not going to lower anyone's energy costs. It's not going to lower their taxes. In fact, I would argue if they get the result they want, it'll increase people's taxes. It'll increase people's energy rates. It'll increase the cost to live here. There was a lot of discussion about that on the floor here, and I watched some of it. And look, it's politics. And I can appreciate on some level my colleagues who didn't shy away from it's just brass knuckle politics. But that is not what is going to improve the lives of people in the state. We removed checks and balances. We removed what I always look at is, we talk so much about institutions, the institution of the Senate. There's a lot of institutions that have been built up over a long time in our country, in our state. And those institutions, figuratively, just like institutions or buildings literally, they have lodestones. They have load-bearing walls that hold those things up, that if you remove them, you weaken the structural integrity of that building. When we remove checks and balances, we are weakening the structural integrity of our institutions. And that's what we did this week here in New York State. Somewhere, I don't know if he's still alive or not, but somewhere Harry Reid, when he got rid of the 60 vote to appoint a Supreme Court justice, I'm sure my colleagues across the aisle would tell you that didn't work out the way Harry Reid thought it would. Sometimes these things do not work out the way we think, and sometimes, whether it redounds to the benefit of one party or another, I do not think it redounds to the benefit of the people, whether it's of New York State or of the United States. And that's what I think we did tonight. We did today and yesterday. We did not strengthen our democratic institutions here in New York. We weakened them. And we did so for politics. And that was said many, many times. We decided that changing terms like mother and father in the law, that was going to make people's lives better here in New York. It just seems like a misplaced sense of priorities. And when we leave here, everyone in this chamber is going to talk about what happened here and what didn't happen here. And we're all going to spend the next 6 months, or for some of my colleagues, the next few weeks, campaigning and being in our districts and talking to our constituents about what happened here, whether you think it's great or not so great, whether you think it's going to make people's lives better or not, and we're going to talk about what didn't occur, the missed opportunities, the things we didn't tackle and didn't address for whatever reason. And there are always things that don't get done. There are always things that don't get done. But the people of this state are counting on us to get these things done. And there are many of my constituents, over the years, I have seen the decline in population. Many of my colleagues, and even some of my colleagues across the aisle, and certainly as a state, we've seen the loss of people. People ultimately vote with their feet, as the old saying goes. And I don't think we did anything. I don't think we did anything, Mr. President, to try and keep folks on the edge, people who are deciding whether their future is in New York, whether they can afford for their future to be in New York. Businesses. A lot of anti-business bills here. Now, some people at home might think, well, what do I care? I don't own a business. No, you don't. But that business provides jobs that provide income for people to provide a roof over their family's head, to put food on the table, to put gas in the car, to save a little bit for college. And every time we do things, and I don't know how it affects, you know, I know the city of New York is a very different place. And I know certain laws of economics do not apply as equally to the city of New York as they do to the rest of the state, certainly upstate New York. I'll say Western New York. And I don't see anything we did that's in the benefit of certainly Western New York this week. I can tell you that for damn sure. And so it's disappointing, but now the real work begins. We're going to be back home with our constituents, the people who send us here. And we have to answer to them for what went on here and what didn't go on here. and we have to articulate why we voted the way we did. And I will conclude by saying that actually makes me thrilled because, you know, as some of my colleagues who are leaving, everyone talked, Senator Kavanaugh, everyone talked about their family, Senator Janaris, talked about her family. And that's interesting to me, and it's not accidental, and it's not just like cliche. We all say we're fighting for New York. And for a lot of us, I'm sure the leader, myself, I travel around the state. I've been in many of, if not all of your districts, and I've been in some of your districts. And it's a beautiful state. I really love every part of it. But I don't know every part of it. I don't wake up in the morning, you know, I don't live in Manhattan, so I don't wake up every morning thinking I'm gonna fight for Manhattan because I don't live there. I don't know anyone there. Those aren't my neighbors. You get up and you fight for your constituents, and if you drill it down, you're fighting for your family and your friends and your neighbors and the people that you do know and that you extrapolate out are probably not dissimilar from the people that you represent. And they probably have the same dreams and hopes and frustrations as the people that you know. And you hope to come here and bottle that and channel that into positive changes. And in our case, in trying to stop things that we believe are going to harm those people. And after the next few months, maybe the few weeks, some people will not come back next year by choice. Some people will not come back by the choice of the voters of New York. But this body will return, slightly different, but with the same task, with the same obligation to make the people of this state's lives better, more affordable, more free, safer, and to put this state on the right track. And I hope the next legislature will do a better job than this one. Mr. President, I thank you. To my colleagues and our conference, thank you for allowing me to lead you through another session. To my colleagues across the aisle, thank you for giving me the chance to be the loyal opposition to you for another session. And I wish all of you a great summer, a great fall, and I hope to see many of you, most of you, back here come January. Thank you very much, Mr. President. God bless.
Senator Janaris.
At this time, please recognize Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins.
Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins.
So I'm done now, right? I think that's what that's all about. Because you know, when I tell you to trust the shaded boxes, you trust the shaded boxes. And I really, just want to do what Leader Roth just did and begin by thanking all the amazing people who make sure that we do serve the people of New York State with our very best. I certainly want to congratulate my colleagues in the majority. Relentless, tireless. It was a tough haul. And nobody missed a beat. And nobody took their eye off the ball. Be focused And focused under extraordinary circumstances, Liz, who certainly brought us through year after year of budget, was not here. And everybody stood up and did what we had to do. She is fine. She has been participating virtually, and we expect to see Liz right back in her chair when we come back next year. So I want to start by thanking people who I don't usually thank, my presiding officers. Yeah. So we have Senator Bailey, Senator Mayer, Senator Prasad, and Senator Cooney, who is celebrating the birth of his newborn son, Aiden. And again, thank you to the minority leader. We managed to always communicate back and forth because I think we all know that communication is the key. And when we communicate and when you can, take each other's word and know what you're dealing with, it's just a lot easier. So thank you for your leadership. And of course, to Senator Lanza, thank you for being the intrepid floor leader. And I know you're going to miss your buddy. But again, I'm sure who's ever sitting in this seat will benefit from your knowledge and experience. I want to thank my senior staff, my team. Where's Jay Lang? Jonathan Lang. And Dorothy Powell. That's Dorothy. And you talked about your brand new finance secretary. I had a brand new. They both left at the same time, right? But so my brand new finance secretary, Chris Friend, did amazing work. Chris. Oh, there you are. And a man whose birthday was yesterday, my comms director, Mike Murphy. And I want to shout out to Leah Goldman, Director of Intergovernmental Affairs. And she just came back after giving birth to a beautiful baby girl, Charlotte. I say that I am the majority leader that have seen more births than anyone before me, I'm telling you. It's wonderful because, it's always a source of delight to know that there's a new generation coming, and, if we do it right, they will continue in a way of some kind of service, and certainly public service is very, very noble. I also want to be able to thank my own staff, led by Jonathan Alvarenga. Thank you. Jonathan and my team, thank you. They manage my life in ways that really, all I have to do when I come here is worry about all of you. So I do. So I appreciate my staff incredibly. And I do want to give a special thank you to the Secretary of the Senate, Alejandra Paulino, and her team. Thank you, Alejandra, for making sure the chamber and all the other things that we have to do really run so very smoothly. And let's give it up for Big Ben. And really all the sergeants. I think, again, we feel safe, we feel looked after, our guests do too. So thank you, Ben, all the sergeants for all that you do. And of course, we said goodbye to you already, but of course, I will say it again. It has been, an honor of my lifetime to serve with you, to be a partner for so many years, 13 to be exact. And again, as I said, not only have you been a trusted advisor and a steady hand, and just, somebody who you could depend on wherever you were to do whatever needed to be done. I really, really thank you. I know you are going to have a great next chapter, but I thank you for all that you've contributed to us every single day. Thank you, Senator. I always tell him that he really is the best Senate Deputy Majority Leader ever. So, again, thank you for all your partnership. And then you, Brian.
How did you get there?
I'm saying, how do I get to sit between two departing members? But again, Brian, thank you. I think we had a chance, as you all probably did, to spend time telling Brian the impacts that he's made in our lives through his example, through the way he has been able to explain the minutest details with the utmost amount of patience and intellect. And he'll break it down for you. He'll meet you wherever you are. And the passion that he has around the things that he cares about, which is just about everything. So it is, he's one of those incredible human beings. And so again, we wish you well. We will miss you, but each of us are better because of the service that you've given us, exactly both of you. So thank you so very much, Brian. And I also want to, again, wish my friends departing on that side of the aisle. Jack, you and I were there. I called you a repeater because you came back, right? But I remember those early days in local government, and it's just good. I wish you well, I'm sure. And you can come back again if you want, but a three-peater. They say, no, well, you're not going to be here.
I want a Democrat.
Oh, that's so funny. Well, not right now. You don't come back right now. But to you and to Senator Week, thank you so much. It feels like you've been here longer than 6 years. When you said only 6 years, I was quite surprised. But again, I know that your family will welcome you back because we heard the options and the fact that you had the support so that you could come and be and really, work for your constituents and the state is to our benefit. So I wish you very, very good luck. And same thing did I lose Senator Overrocker? Okay. Okay, I was going to thank him for the steak sauce, but okay. Jeez, he didn't even wait. Started his new life already. But anyway, I wish him well also. So on to the remarks. Public service is not always easy. The issues before us are rarely simple, and the responsibility of finding solutions that improve the lives of New Yorkers is one we don't take lightly. But throughout the session, our conference remained focused on addressing the concerns we hear from our constituents and delivering for the people of New York. So when we began the session in January, we knew the challenges ahead would be significant. New Yorkers are struggling with rising costs. Families are facing higher utility bills, higher health care costs, growing economic uncertainty. At the same time, we're confronted with an increasingly unpredictable federal government that has repeatedly threatened programs and protections that millions of New Yorkers depend on. Faced with those realities, we chose and we choose to move New York forward. So this session, we confronted the growing burden of utility costs. We advanced packages aimed at holding utility companies accountable, strengthening oversight, ensuring that ratepayers are protected from unnecessary costs. We made clear that utility providers should serve New Yorkers, not profit at their expense. On the first day of session, I said we would stand up for immigrant communities and advance the goals of New York for All. And that's exactly what we did. We fought to protect immigrant families, strengthen due process, and safeguard access to schools, healthcare, and other essential services. We made clear that New York will continue to be a place where families can live with dignity and pursue opportunity and contribute to the communities they call home. At a time when reproductive rights remain under attack nationwide, we enacted protections for patients' privacy, expanded access to fertility and IVF treatments, and safeguarded the right of New Yorkers to make their own health care decisions. We also stood up for affordable health care. As federal leaders continue to threaten health care access and undermine critical programs, we advanced legislation to lower prescription drug costs, improve access to care, and protect patients across the state. For the first time, we took major steps towards truly universal child care by expanding UPK and investing in child care programs statewide. We fully funded our schools again and made it clear that every student deserves a quality education. We fought to lower costs, protect consumers. We took on junk fees, deceptive pricing practices, subscription traps, corporate abuses that make it harder for working families to make ends meet. We defended science and public health, advancing legislation that supports vaccine access, empowers healthcare providers, and reinforces evidence-based public health practices that keep our communities safe. We continue to lead on environmental protection and climate action, advancing legislation to protect our natural resources, reduce pollution, invest in clean energy infrastructure, expand electrification and solar opportunities. We advanced legislation to strengthen our democracy and protect the right to vote. We've worked to safeguard election workers, modernize our election systems, ensure New Yorkers can participate in our democracy free from intimidation and interference. We strengthen protections for survivors of domestic violence and sexual violence, continuing our work to ensure survivors have access to the resources, support, and legal protections they need while strengthening accountability for those who seek to harm or intimidate them. Finally, we continue to support New York's agricultural industry and delivered critical investments to both New York City and local municipalities across our state, helping communities strengthen infrastructure, improve critical services, and support long-term economic growth. We continue to invest in creating more affordable housing across the state, and at the same time stand up for homeowners and renters, because we all know that affordable housing is crucial for strong communities. At a time when so many New Yorkers are looking for stability and leadership, we remain focused on delivering results, protecting fundamental rights, and strengthening the communities we represent. Those accomplishments did not happen overnight. They're a result of months of hard work, difficult conversations, shared commitment to serving the people of New York. And while we can be proud of what we've achieved, we all recognize that there is more to be done and that challenges remain, that our work is not finished. So as we close this session, I'm reminded that progress is measured not only by what we accomplish in this chamber, but by the difference it makes in the lives of New Yorkers. There's always going to be more work to do, but this session demonstrated what is possible when we remain focused on the people who elected us to serve. So to every member of this chamber, I do thank you for your service. To the staff and to all those who work so hard, we thank you. And you've earned a few days off. Not many. Well, you all maybe. But those of us here, we know we're going to return to our districts, to hopefully our families, again, to those people who love and care about us. Many of us are going to be in races. We wish you luck. I certainly, again, as Leader Ort said, we know we will see most of you back here. But remember that what you do is important. What you do matters. The fact that you do it creates opportunities that many of us would never have believed we would ever have. We don't take it lightly, but we do know that New York needs us to be focused on New Yorkers. There's no better people to do it. So God bless. Enjoy the summer. Win your races. Y'all, please. You too. But, enjoy. And we'll see you back here next year. Thank you. Thank you. Hey.
Thank you, Madam Leader. Senator Gianaris.
Mr. President, it has been an honor. One final time, is there any further business at the desk?
Sadly, for the great state of New York and the New York State Senate, this is the last time I get to say, Senator Gianaris, that there is no further business for you at the desk. It has been an honor and a pleasure for all of us.
Okay, I move to adjourn until the call of the temporary president with the intervening days being legislative days. And, Mr. President, let's go Knicks!
On motion, the Senate stands adjourned until the call of the temporary president with the intervening days being legislative, and hopefully we will come back with the 2026 NBA champions, the New York Knicks.